You're lucky she even performed for you bastards! Leave
Sonic 06.
me alone! Please!
I don't think I need to say it. Everyone knows how bad Sonic 06 is. Don't let anyone tell you different. If someone is saying, hey, Sonic 06 is a really, really bad fucking game, like, agree with that full sale, 1000%. All the way. Though, leave it to the Sonic community, certain A words, kind of like this man here. Leave it to the real degenerates, like the real questionable people, to be like, well, I like Sonic 06. It's fun. It's a guilty pleasure. Like we're in that kind of era where we get all these low frequency people, and it is extremely egregious, just how they think. It is astounding. Like, I don't even know where to start with this shit. So, okay, so I had a history with Sonic 06. This is, with me, you're talking about a person that, bought the game, and I came into the game, expecting to, really, really like it. I thought this was going to be a really good game. Now, through over halfway into the game, I was feeling a bit sketchy. Like, you know what? I was giving the game a lot of fucking chances. I really fucking was. Until last motherfucking story. Now, this is when I was, I think, 13 or 15. 06 really was, like, I look back at 06 and look at it as a cursed year because of this game. It was that fucking bad. Especially that much of a bad time for me. Because, that was also when I really fell off on the Sonic shit. Like, up until that point, I was saying to myself, hey, Sega was my favorite company. I know, I couldn't believe what I was thinking back then, too. I really motherfucking couldn't. Now things are dramatically different. Like, it's not even a joke different. Okay? So I've been sitting on this one for like a while. Y'all pretty much got the gist at this point with my perspective, with my viewpoint there. So I've been sitting on this one for like a bit. This has been on my watch later for a long time now. Sorry for taking like a long time to get to it. But okay, we're talking about this dude, Jay's Reviews. I've been looking at this guy for a lot of the Sonic content. Like, he does like weird stuff though on his channel. Like, I think it was like mostly Batman, the animated series, like this whole animated series shit. Like, the only one I was interested in was Batman Beyond, and that was it for that section for his channel. Whatever, he can do him. Like, in those reviews, he at least sounds, sound. Like, that's why I, watch him. Now, though like y'all can see, his opinions get really weird. Where it's like, I'm not sure why you would think that. Like, one of the things I saw was him, covering like the, I think it was the DMC series. Which I found those questionable too. I even showed my girlfriend one time, and she was like, this actually doesn't make much sense. Like, what am I looking at? Because he had this, like, confusing ass graph. But anyway, so that's some more shit. I'm not going to do a video on that shit. This is why I like Sonic 06. A bit of a subtitle from a Gen Z perspective, like when I was looking at just a bit of this, I didn't really feel that last part, like the subtitle there. So I was like, okay, this. I think I was 10 minutes in, and I was like, okay, this is kind of boiling my blood a bit. So let me just do a video on this one, because I was like, man, like I can't sit through this on my own. I need to do a recording. I'm sorry, I kind of need to. So that's why we're here. And then like I'll get into like a lot of the reasons why I really don't fucking like this game, and we're gonna see how this guy does on this point. And then like like guess one last note, he's been on this weird trend of liking, bad and good games, which is weird, because he was mad dogging on Shadow of the Hedgehog. Is Shadow of the Hedgehog worse than 06 now? That's definitely not the case. So, Shadow of the Hedgehog is definitely like a very low point in the series. But I say he doesn't even touch this. Not by a long shot. I'm sure hot takes, but I really want to see what people say on that comparison there. I think that'd be fascinating. So okay, enough bullshitting. Let's get to it. This has been like a long ass intro, so let's just hop in. But freaking already though, my most hate scene in the fucking series. Like, believe it or not, like I really fucking hate the scene. I was like, just like man, 13-year-old me, I'm like, what the fuck, Sega? Why would y'all do this? I was stunned at the scene. Like, God, man.
To us.
To us, what?
This exact moment, you must be wondering, how did we get here? Well, folks, let's go back to the beginning.
Oh my God. And then, like, when it came to the trailer, like, I used to really, look at the trailer for, like, Sonic 06 when it was coming out. I used to, come on the I think it was, like, Sega site, or rather, just, like, the Sonic 06 page, like, all the time, just see what was going to be new for the, new content for the game, basically. And I was like, yo, man, this is gonna be good as fucking hell. This game looks fucking tight as hell. This game's graphics are insane too, on top of that. Man, oh man. I was looking... Yet have I noticed that I was looking at a polished turd. Apparently. It may look a little shitty, but we're just gonna roll with it.
The year 2006 was supposed to be a big deal for Sonic the Hedgehog. By this point, it had been 5 years since one of the most important and popular Sonic games ever made. 5 years since one of the most important and popular Sonic games ever made was released, Sonic Adventure 2. The game that was meant to celebrate the series' anniversary, as it had been 10 years since Sonic the Hedgehog dropped in the Genesis in 1991. 2006 being the 15th anniversary. With that, we were going to get 4 new Sonic releases. A port...
And then, like, I don't need to see this, but yeah, comparing Sonic Adventure 2 to 06, 9-day.
According to the original Sonic the Hedgehog and the Game Boy Advance, which turned out to be a dumpster fire, the 6th gen consoles received Sonic Riders, a brand new and exciting race.
Even Sonic Riders compared to 06, 9-day.
Spin-off that we'll certainly be doing a video on one day. In 2005, the new Nintendo handheld, the DS, saw the release of Sonic Rush. Sony also decided to get their hands dirty with handhelds as they released the PlayStation Portable that got its own Sonic game in 2006 titled Sonic Rivals. But the big game to celebrate Sonic's 15th anniversary was to be a game simply titled Sonic the Hedgehog for the next generation of hardware, the PlayStation 3 and Xbox.
If anything, like, the title of the game should have been like a red flag, just off the rip. Like, it's just called Sonic the Hedgehog. Like y'all do know that's what the first game was called, right? That's how you know they really didn't think this through. Freaking even reboots for series have different titles for said reboot. Excuse me, like just not all the time, but fucking Spyro, like, yo, man. Sonic Boom. Oh my God, Sonic Boom, man.
360. This new game was in an interesting spot, as it was plenty hyped up in its own right, but it was coming off the heels of the game I reviewed last time, 2005's Shadow the Hedgehog. I understand that a lot of folks have come to this series of videos hoping for a critical defense of why the Sonic games we 2000s players grew up with are not that bad, but my want to be someone who just shares his perspective comes before anything else. I can respect the fact that Sonic Team really tried to be something different with Shadow the Hedgehog, but as my previous video stated, the game failed so spectacularly that it is beyond my ability to defend. Plain and simple, I thought Shadow the Hedgehog was a really bad game. I thought the writing was putrid, the controls awkward, the structure repetitive, the idea to be shaky at best. It was just not a good game. I have fond memories of Shadow the Hedgehog, but that's about as nice as I can get. Shadow the Hedgehog also didn't do the series any favors critically, as it was one of the most negatively received main series Sonic games released up to that point. So, for that reason, the highly anticipated Sonic the Hedgehog for next generation consoles had a lot riding on it. I obviously don't need to tell the elaborate tale from that point on. We all know what happened. Sonic the Hedgehog for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 was a complete and total disaster. The game's title...
Keep that in mind. He's saying disaster, yet I like Sonic 06. That doesn't sound too sound.
Is Sonic the Hedgehog, but similar to Ratchet & Clank on PlayStation 4, the fans have different names for it, as to distinguish it from the games of the same name. This one has had a couple of names over the years, like Sonic Next Gen, but I think pretty much everyone has settled on the title of Sonic 06. That's what I've been calling it for years, and will continue to do in this video and the ones to come after this. In brief, and I do mean in brief, Sonic 06 was meant to be one of the greatest Sonic games ever made, but it just went horribly wrong. The game was rushed out the door by Sega, meaning that it ended up as a miserable disgrace with bad gameplay and glitches galore. But Sonic 06 was not like Shadow the Hedgehog, where it was just a bad and cringeworthy game. Sonic 06 was expected...
Oh, so yeah, like, just so you say, oh no, like, the video's gonna look bad, because I'm having, like, a hard time running it, you know, just from my car. I'll explain, like, a lot of things, so, like, just, you know, roll with it.
...to be a high-profile release. To have a game with as much hype as Sonic 06 turn out so badly has led to this being one of the most hated video games ever made. Look at lists of the worst games of all time, and you will pretty regularly see Sonic 06 on the list, right up there with the likes of Bubsy 3D, Big Rigs, Over the Road Racing,
Big Rigs,
64, the Nintendo games, or and Dark Tomorrow. Games that are just
I don't know about that one, but man,
really awful and embarrassing. When Sonic 06 was supposed to be on the same list as games like Ocarina of Time. This game cemented the fact that there was a dark age of Sonic going on. Shadow the Hedgehog might have
there still technically is.
Been bad, but it could have been a fluke, if not immediately followed up by Sonic 06, a blatantly unfinished game that happens to have a human princess kiss a blue hedgehog in the ending. The poster image of just how bad Sonic is. Believe me, if you're remotely aware of the video game industry, you know all of this already. You don't even have to be close to a Sonic fan to know that Sonic 06 is the way it is. Like I said, it's one of the most hated video games of all time. It's not
what the
just
fuck,
that,
man?
It's also one of the most over-reviewed video games in the history of mankind. The whole
Over-reviewed
video games online became popular around the time of Sonic 06's release, and with a game like this, it was a popular topic of conversation and remains that to this day.
Well, what the
I remember
fuck,
when
man?
Sonic Dissected first got to talking about Sonic 06 in like 2014, it got me thinking for the first time that in a world after Clement reviewed Sonic 06 in 2012,
I saw the whole thing for Clement. That shit was funny.
and Some Call Me Johnny followed that up in 2013. Is there really anything else to add to the discussion of Sonic 06? Especially when Sonic...
Is there anything to add with Sonic 06? Well, G-Man, like... You're not too far yourself. Like look at you. You're doing a 2-hour video on Sonic 06. It's funny how you say that.
Colors or Sonic Lost World were way more important to the future of the series than the experiment that crashed and burned at that point almost a decade ago.
Well, first of all, look.
Sonic 2006 is buggy, has horrible loading times, and everyone should hate it.
Quite. Well, this chapter is called Discussing 06 and not, well, freaking duh, so I hope you'll forgive us for not delving deep into the technical issues of the game. For that, I'll gladly direct you to, well, about 50,000 other in-depth articles about why Sonic 06 sucks. It's like being in a train judgment competition. What's the best train? Oh, this one has a great engine but pollutes a lot. This one is fast and good for the environment. Much better train. Is this a good train? And then there's a train wreck. Well, this train is clearly the worst train of the competition. Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious. You're welcome, citizen. Ha-ha!
I'm cringing mad hard.
Judging its ability would be...
It's like, yo, man, do you look at cringe like this all the time, man?
The missing point. The real issue is why is this train wreck even in the competition, and what tragedy took place to make it crash? Same with 06. Its biggest crime is, why is this released?
Sonic Adventure 1 is usually dubbed one of the most over-reviewed games in history in videos discussing the matter. However, I've always personally had the reservation that I thought Sonic 06 was that, but worse. Everyone, including people who don't know what a Shadow the Hedgehog is.
So yeah, it's funny how you go off of that. You know, that's what I thought, but it's worse basically. And then you're like, here's why I like Sonic 06. Like the confusion doesn't stop.
Have given their 2 cents on this game. With a company as obsessed with review scores as Sega, you can imagine what kind of effect this would have on Sonic as a series. The stench of Sonic 06's failure can still be felt to this day. But here's the thing. The year I'm writing this is 2020. We're about to enter 2021.
Well, and
Sonic the Hedgehog for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 is almost 15 years old.
Okay.
If you watched all the videos on it or interacted with the Twitter community, you'd think Sonic 06 is super relevant when it's not. After 06, we still got some ambitious games that try to do something grand, but thanks in part to 06, they were met with similar ire. But after a certain point, they just decided to play it completely safe because Sega wants to avoid comparison to Sonic 06 at all costs. Ironic. I'm saying this because it honestly is just shocking to look at how the series has progressed since 06 released. Every article that talks about Sonic needs to mention something about the period that I call the Dark Age of Sonic because, well, it was that infamous. But it's truly sad to see just how much this game pigeonholes the series. Which leads me to the point of this video. A long time ago, I thought to myself that I probably would not do a review on this game because it's all been said and done. Probably just making a video on why it's not important to talk about 06 anymore. But let's revisit the part where Forces came out in 2017 and really made me rethink my...
Now, okay, before I forget this point, it would have actually helped your case if you kept it short. Like not 2 hour. Because like we're gonna be here for a while for talking about a motherfucking 2 hours, nigga. Like what is this? What am I getting into right now? Like it's getting a little scary, man. Like I'm being so for real. Like, this is 2 hours, yo. Like, dude. Like if you're getting to the run to the point where you're like, this just is irrelevant. You could just kid this to like 10 minutes tops. Easy. Nah, 2 hours. So what? So it really looks like a review that you're about to hop into and like have a straddle for.
My entire stance on the Sonic franchise and how much the original vision of making Sonic games cool and boundary breaking as possible actually meant to me. You guys should know that in 2019 I decided to go through Sonic 1, 2, CD, 3K, Adventure 1, Adventure 2, and Heroes again. But then I decided to A-rank SA2 and Sonic Heroes afterwards, finding the experience really rewarding. The next part of the story is that, with nothing better to do, I went back to A-rank Shadow the Hedgehog and I was like, yeah, this game blows, but at least I 100%ed it. I then decided to try all the S ranks with Sonic.
Also, yeah, like I've mentioned it, but I did also like 100% this Shadow the Hedgehog and a lot of that super hard mode bullshit. Yeah, that took me like a while. Technically though, because apparently I realized this ever since I beat the game the first time. It has over 300 endings. Believe it or not, like get the game, you'll see in the library thing that yeah, this actually has over 300 endings, even though the endings aren't different. Like it's just the path is different. That's the only real thing. So like you still get the same 16 endings at the end, like of the day. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. That was fucking retarded. Just overly done, extremely overly done there. So yeah, again, like y'all. If you go back to like Shadow the Hedgehog, like y'all just, I'll comment on it and so him on like the many oversights in that game. Just saying there.
Go 6, something much more interesting happened. I remembered something. When I was a kid, Sonic 06 was my favorite game of all time when I had an Xbox 360. A countless amount of things have been said about Sonic 06 on the internet, but then I realized the one thing I could...
Yeah, I mean, like, man, I wasn't too far until I got to the last story.
...bring to the table. What is Sonic 06 like from the perspective of somebody who played it when they were a kid, not really knowing that long loading screens meant that the game was in any way deficient? People my age have discussed the fact that they didn't really think anything was wrong with it when they were young until coming to realize it was bad later on. That is a much simpler tale to tell, but my real point for this video is not to defend bad things, because there is plenty obviously wrong with Sonic 06, but I mean that I have an interest in reviewing Sonic 06 as someone who can no longer say they hate the game, or even thinks it ranks in the bottom tier of the series' total catalog. Focusing on what this game, or even thinks it ranks an interest in reviewing Sonic 06 as someone who can no longer say they hate the game, or even thinks it ranks in the bottom tier of the series' total catalog. Focusing on what this game gets right.
Well, it is at the bottom. It is down there with around like, because like I've owned like 2 of the collection games, and I played plenty of bad Sonic games myself. You know, fuck Sonic Labyrinth. I can't. I actually just couldn't play the game. God, was that fucking bad. And there was this other one I came across. I forgot what the fuck it was called. But like I do feel as if like most of the classic games are actually bad. Like it's built off of, you know, trying to master the game, sure, but this doesn't feel good for like a beginner or someone that's been the game before. Like so like I don't know what it is, but like when it comes to like the Sonic fandom, which is, you know, already crazy, like they have this thing, you know, where they play the classic games and they deep throat, like just off the rip deep throat. Oh yeah, man, it's Sonic 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, holy shit, man, Sonic 3, that was fucking awesome. Holy shit, man. Oh my god, that shit was good. Oh my god, like dude, like Sonic actually plays like ass in that game. And yeah, sure, supersonic, hypersonic, but do you not know how long that takes you to get them forms? Is like you had to dedicate a whole lot to get to that. You know, because of that, like I feel like it's not good, especially since, like I only really liked one of the special stages, but really it was the Sonic Rush special stages that I actually liked. All the other ones, ass, booty cheeks, and like most people will see too. Like yeah, like the special stages actually suck in the games, a whole shit ton of them. Like they don't really improve on them in the you know, classic games. Like those are some of the worst too. Like I really have zero fun with those. Like I really fucking do, man. Like because there's so much lack of control. But you can get used to it, man. Well, that's not the point. It should be just good from the get go. Like who complains about, you know, Mario's shit? No one. Because it's fucking Mario. He's that solid. He's that much like ahead of the game. I know, big tangent, but yeah. Anyway, so yeah.
Artistically, how it plays, how it felt to play growing up, and what its story means to me, and all that great stuff. Someone who can look at Sonic 06, accept its flaws, and see the epic adventure it was trying to be. You guys know I'm going to be 100% genuine with this video, because you must have seen the Shadow the Hedgehog review. I think...
Okay, well, like, if you're being genuine, then just say you're trying to do a review for this game. Just say it, man. Like, you don't have to, like, you know, hide behind the corner on this one. Or hide behind the bush on this one, sorry.
I think that game sucks, regardless of it being my first 3D Sonic game. I'm not going to write this review in a different fashion than previous games. I'm just clarifying this won't be the next 06 rant video on the internet from the offset. In preparation for this video, I decided to go all out. As stated, the game was released for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. I was just going to review the PlayStation 3 version because it's what I've owned for the last few years, but the PS3 ports of Sonic games suffer from a lot of problems in comparison to the 360 counterparts. In the case of Sonic 06, the lighting and shadows of the game on PS3 are nowhere near as good as it is on the Xbox 360.
I don't see any difference.
All the effects are massively downgraded. And while the game already suffers from technical issues on the 360, like long loading screens and occasional slowdown, the PS3 version has them much worse. The game also looks blurrier because of the port job. That means there's a loss in clarity over the 360 version. So yeah, I decided to pick up an Xbox 360 as well as a copy of Sonic 06 because I want the best possible quality for all you guys watching the video. With all that said and done, it's time to begin the video proper. This is why I, a member of Generation Z, thinks this game is due more appreciation than scorn in the year 2020, as well as what it means to me after all of the...
Appreciation? Like, unless you're gonna go into Shadow the Hedgehog for this game with the story, like there's actually not much of a leg to stand on. Like, this is why I was dragging this one because of this shit. Well, I think it deserved more appreciation. As far as like trying to learn from it, it's like, dude, like that's the only way aside from Shadow shit. Like, I be so for real. And yeah, sure, like the concepts, but that's actually it. Like, this is like, good concept, extremely poor execution.
These years of differing opinions being thrown my way. This is my review of Sonic the Hedgehog 2006.
So why don't you say that in the title? This is my review of Sonic 06. It's not hard, man. What does the title say? Why I like Sonic 06. It's not particularly a review. Like, you don't even see it in the freaking description. I don't see it. In the descriptions, it says, okay, beaten to the ground for 15 years, but the time has come for, okay, come at last for me to tackle Sonic 06 in depth, and I explain to you why someone who grew up on Sonic games, sees value in it today. Thinks the series would gain a great, dude, like. What's the motherfucker trying to say? Deal by looking back to this title. It's like, dude, what the fuck, man? Then it's like, so we're not gonna talk about P06. I know, like, it's one of the main like unfinished Sonic projects, but like, P06 isn't in like a much better state. I would much rather that you do a video on that one. And then so far, as far as I've seen, he hasn't done one for that game, or for that version of the game, the actual good version of this game. So alright, not a good start, man. Oh, and then, like, of course, like, how can I forget the concepts, the music, and Shadow stuff. Those are the best parts of this game. Everything else, booty. So like, I did have like a pretty lengthy period, like a period. Let's just say that where I was a fan of like Blaze when it came to this game. But like, we'll get to it when we get to it with what should have happened with that. Overall, like man, Silver Story was shitty.
Sonic 06 follows a familiar formula, in particular being very reminiscent of the first Sonic Adventure game. Sonic 06 tells one story spread across 3 campaigns and a final one. Unlike Adventure 2 and Heroes, we can only play Sonic's at first, and when he comes across Shadow and the newcomer Silver the Hedgehog, then you can play their sides of the story like Adventure 1. We begin in the City of Water, Soliana, as they're commencing the annual Festival of the Sun, honoring their god, Solaris. The event is led by the current sovereign of the land, Princess Elise III. As if on cue, Dr. Eggman arrives to ruin the day and take the princess hostage because he wishes to unlock the secrets of the Flames of Disaster which Princess Elise seems to be tied to. Also as if on cue, Sonic the Hedgehog arrives in what was, at the time, one of the best Sonic cutscene moments in history.
Got something on the screen, sorry.
So the game's already pumped full of adrenaline, but then the princess gets captured by Eggman anyway, as she gives Sonic the Chaos Emerald she had to keep it away from Eggman, thus setting up the adventure. Sonic 06 is a pretty sloppy opening because of 2 things, hub worlds and town missions, but we can focus on that later. Sonic runs into Tails in the street as the two go after Eggman to save Elise, thus setting up the first...
It's like, why? Like, don't they don't even really tell you that, hey, like, you need you need to buy the freaking, the fucking shoes so you can get to the first stage. It's like, why can't it be just in front of me? Like, it actually doesn't make much sense. It really fucking doesn't.
Stage, Wave Ocean. On paper, Sonic plays the same in this game as the characters have in the last 4 games.
On
The
paper.
objective of every stage is to get from the start point to the end point by bashing enemies, collecting rings, running through loops. All the Sonic staples are there, including the moveset as Sonic can now spin dash, light dash, slide, homing attack, as well as new abilities. If there's a word I would use to describe playing as the main trio of 06, it would be functional. I know, not something most people would use to describe the gameplay.
Relatively.
Look at the controls and movement of the main trio of Sonic 06, and I just see functional. I can get from point A to point B without
How about stiff?
much issue coming from it. Compare the controls of Sonic 06 to Shadow the Hedgehog, and I think it's fair to say this game's an improvement. In Shadow, the acceleration was higher than ever before seen in the series, but it felt like you were on ice
Wait, hold on.
without much issue coming from it. Compare the controls of Sonic 06 to Shadow the Hedgehog, and I think it's fair to say this game's an improvement. In Shadow, the acceleration was higher than ever before seen in the series, but it felt like you were on ice for the entire game, leading to slipping and sliding off of platforms. Whenever the level design is more complex than running forward, that is. Which is definitely not inherent to playing as Shadow, as SA2 and Heroes obviously did not suffer from that particular effect. In 06...
Okay, Heroes was still mad slippery. Like, on some ice shit, straight up. Like, you had to be very, very, very fucking careful with, you know, just what the fuck you're pressing in, Heroes. Like, just, yeah, sure, like, Shadow the Hedgehog, like, adds more slippery as far as, like, trying to stop in that fucking game. But yeah, Heroes don't you know, cut out Heroes with that one. Then this game, like, it doesn't have that problem necessarily, but it's like it just feels a lot more stiff. Like, I don't know what the fuck they did here.
I feel like I'm in control over the movement of Sonic, Shadow, and Silver, even if at the highest speed.
Yeah, like, cause like they actually didn't really give you speed. Like, they gave you an illusion of it when you're doing loop-de-loops, you know, just not for Silver, of course, but when you're Sonic, like, when it comes, like, the loop-de-loops, the automated shit, it gives you a whole lot of illusion for speed. Like, yeah, sure, you're going fast, but it's out of your control very much. When you're not on that shit, it does feel slow. Like, even, like, the cashier guy told me that, yeah, like, like, they actually didn't make Sonic fast in this game. Even the fucking GameStop nigga told me before buying the game, and I, you know, like, I really didn't give a fuck, and I still bought it. Boy, I wish I took that back now, because I did sell that bitch back. Yeah, I think that was like, what, fucking 4 years ago or something. Yeah, I think around there.
The sensitivity of the analog inputs is too high, but I just don't think that creates a large problem when playing in the game.
Well, that is, like, a problem, like, because, you know, sensitivity, you know, like, along with the controls just not feeling good. Where to start with that one? Like, I'm not even gonna start. Like, it's a long story with how the game controls. There's so many problems, man. Fuck, dude.
But then comes the new problem. The gameplay isn't fun.
Uh-huh.
It's obviously subjective. It's something you experience rather than actually being something you can quantify. Because of that, even if something technically isn't fun, you can make it enjoyable in your own way. I would know, because if I were to name my favorite games, it would be a list where they each have almost nothing in common at face value. Some having gameplay that technically isn't even that exciting, serving a story that makes it worthwhile. This brings me to the discussion of Sonic 06 as a game, and like I said, when looking at the mechanics, shit just isn't that fun. When playing as an action platform protagonist...
So it isn't that fun because the gameplay isn't good. So it's better that you just establish that than that just bring. Okay, I see why he did it, but I think the approach could have been better. Just be like, well, yeah, like what the game reviewers were saying was actually pretty true. The gameplay isn't good, so yeah, so basically you're that much less likely to have fun with the game. Sure, you can have your own fun, but that doesn't tell me good game. So that's what that is there.
Something you want to nail down would be the character just having a moveset that is satisfying to mess around with in and of itself, regardless of the world surrounding it. This is relevant because, as I established a few videos ago, Sonic Adventure 1, Adventure 2, Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, and Sonic 06 more or less have the same gameplay. When you look at the individual games, you can clearly see what is a character that is fun to play and what is not. Sonic might handle the same on paper in SA1 and 06, let's look at the details. In Adventure 1, Sonic handles really well as he turns with a degree of control that has yet to be replicated in the series since. That aspect of 06 was handled poorly, but more importantly, the way Sonic interacts with the environment in SA1 is night and day from 06. Controlling a high-speed character like Sonic will always create problems the designers need to account for, and the adventure games did this really well by having Sonic gain and lose speed naturally on inclines, allowing you to take advantage of shortcuts, intentional or otherwise, to skip parts of stages or find hidden collectibles via correctly timed spin dash jumps. This is the biggest issue with the gameplay in 06. Every single character goes at a set speed, which isn't even that high in the first place, meaning that if you were to take the Sonic from 06 and place him on flat ground, he'd handle the exact same whether he was doing that or going downhill or uphill. Like going down these hallways of Aquatic Base or running along the walls of Kingdom Valley, it all handles the exact same, and that's lame. Sonic's abilities like sliding completely drops your speed on a dime, and the spin dash like Shadow the Hedgehog requires you to stop completely in order to use it. There goes a big part of the fun from Sonic games. Even small stuff feels weird in 06, like how you can't consistently drop in a straight line. Even going as far as to screw up stuff Shadow the Hedgehog got right, like how grinding had become a little more automated in that game, losing the balance gameplay that existed in SA2, but in exchange we got something that worked really well and still allowed you to gain a lot of speed. In 06, you can't even switch rails like you could by tilting in SA2 and Heroes. Now you must jump off the rail and jump onto the next one manually. Luckily, the homing attack now targets rails, but still, total pace breaker. Grinding also allows you to do a trick like you could in Shadow the Hedgehog, but this gains you absolutely no speed whatsoever. Taking grinding, a mechanic that added to the flow and depth of stages, and making it a part where you have to put the controller down and watch the game play itself for several seconds straight. Speaking of
Sorry. Okay, like if I could offer a bit, okay, like I was saying that, yeah, like the freaking so somehow even like the grinding is like slow. You know, it's on a set speed, which is pretty crazy, especially if you look back at, you know, Sonic Adventure 2 with the grinding. Like, you get fast as hell, you know, just by grinding because of acceleration. So it's like they didn't apply a acceleration variable into the programming when it comes to like grinding. So it really does feel like they're trying to take the fun out of grinding itself. But freaking like even Heroes did it marginally better. I don't like talking about Heroes like that, but yeah, like even that has acceleration to some degree. When it comes to grinding, it's like, dude, like they weren't even trying with this game feels. Holy shit, it was rushed. But then like, I heard too that they cut the development team in half to work on Sonic and the Secret Rings. Oh, hot garbage.
watching the gameplay itself, these are the few fleeting moments where you're allowed to go fast. Scripted segments.
And then before anyone mentions Sonic and the Black Knight, have you played the multiplayer? Well, wait, it has a multiplayer? Exactly. We don't talk about the multiplayer for that either.
I've been a part of Sonic games as early as Sonic CD. You could argue Sonic 2 even. And I've always been fine with that if it adds to the thrill of the stages in the moment, and more importantly, does not come at the cost of the player's ability to gain speed and be better at the stage by practicing it, which was a fundamental part of the design for Sonic 1's best stages. But in 06, the player's movement options are completely flat, so that only makes parts where a bunch of dash pads and springs carry you forward automatically only more jarring and unsatisfying regardless of what visual you're showing. As without dash pads, these segments look like this.
Yeah. And then, yeah, like, there's, like, the magnetizing thing, too. Just looks really fucking weird. I know Sonic had magnet shoes. I thought she was in Zelda.
But of course, there's no way to talk about going fast in Sonic 06 without talking about the super speed stages. If you lose a crap ton of lives in 06, it will be here. The super speed stages are exactly what the name suggests. These are parts of Sonic's run of Wave Ocean.
Well, everyone calls them the Mach Speed sections, but whatever. Roll with it. So yeah, like the Mach Speed stages, like they were even when I was, you know, first playing the game, I was getting infuriated with these sections because I kept being like, yo man, let me just get to the goal and just continue the fucking story, because I hate fucking doing this shit. I hate fucking dying all the fucking time. Like, I was getting like several game overs just from like the first Mach Speed section. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, I kept flying off like the last loop-de-loop too. Like it was actually like ridiculous.
In Crisis City, Radical Train, and Kingdom Valley, always at the end where Sonic will make a mad dash for the goal ring. These sections being where a lot of the trailer shots of Sonic's speed came from. I can't say the concept was bad, I can just say this. This is some of the most miserable execution in the history of the Sonic franchise.
Yeah.
To put it nicely. 06's massive problem with collision detection becomes a hell of a lot worse when you're playing as Sonic traveling at warp speed. Naturally, he's super difficult to control because of the fact that you can't make him stop. He'll just keep going regardless of what's happening, as slightly bumping into something is enough to hurt you. But then, when you get hit in these sections, Sonic will do this tumbling breakdance animation and you have no control of yourself.
Zero control.
Again and die. The Lightspeed Dash comes in handy here as a way to adjust your positioning, but your lack of control outside of that is still low.
And then, like, okay, so that's actually not the biggest detractor for his gameplay. It's the jumping. The fact that you actually have zero motherfucking control with the jumping. So it's like, while you're in the air, you can't turn left or right. It was fucking ridiculous. It was actually upsetting. Like, what the... How the fuck are you... How y'all gonna butcher this bad? That's actually bad design. Like, especially when you can jump... Especially when you can jump while moving at the same time. You know, everywhere else. So it's actually fucking retarded.
The leading cause of death. The one in Crisis City being the absolute worst, as the whole thing is suspended over a large bottomless pit, as another big problem rears its ugly head. You do not adjust your trajectory while jumping. You can
exactly.
For the best
Alright, beat him to it, but alright.
At speeds this high and obstacles you can barely see coming and react to appropriately, you will die over and over and over in a surplus of game overs. Game over in 06 is kryptonite, because that means if the stage came after a bunch of meandering town missions, like in the cases of Wave Ocean and Kingdom Valley.
And then, yeah, you have to manually save the game. Like, the game doesn't have an autosave. For a PS2 game. PS2. For a PS3 game. I think there's some PS2 games that have autosave. I can't remember right now. But yeah, like autosave was a thing in this generation. Wasn't no motherfucking PS4, fucking PS3 nigga autosave.
Valley, you'll be doing it all over again. The kicker is making Sonic and company inherently fun characters to play as in 06 and making these super speed sections fun is actually a really easy set of fixes. They just happen to screw it up. Crisis City also loses a bunch of points as well. The main.
In fact, let me look at something real quick. Just to expand on that point. Yo, man, even Sonic Battle, GBA, even Sonic Battle had autosave. A GBA game. Let that sink in. This game didn't have autosave. Like, that's primitive in comparison, apparently. This game compared to a GBA game. And it's on its own series. You know what? You know what? Sonic Adventure 2. That shit had autosave. Nigga. GameCube. Every time I get a emblem, the game's always like, I got it, man. I not to do that. The game already got it.
The stage is incredibly well designed. Sonic's version of it ends with the super speed section, but also begins with the snowboard segment that it was also seen in White Acropolis. The snowboard gameplay was absolutely perfect in SA2. SA1's version suffered from
perfect, arguable. I feel like I really didn't like the brake mechanic. I really fucking didn't. Like, ever since day one with Sonic Adventure 2, like the brake mechanic really hindered like a lot of it. Like, I could work without it, like, very much. Like, I thought, like, you know, like it looked cool, but man, it did not feel good to use it. It really fucking didn't. I kind of wish you can do like tricks with the brake or something. I don't fucking know. Like, it really was fucking useless. Now, like that little sentiment must have came from the fact that he played City Escape like a shit ton. Like, you know, I know everyone did, but you know, like, with that in mind, it can easily give you the illusion that the board is perfect when the board actually isn't perfect. I wish it had like a turn sort of deal, like on some Mario Kart shit, where like you hold R while turning, and your turn is, you know, like 3 times as good as, you know, normal turning with the, you know, stick. So I wish that was a thing. Like the brake could have been that. Like, by itself, the brake could have been that. The boarding would be that much better. I guess like the board and it's a one of the. I remember it was kind of stiff actually. I feel like I had just a wee bit more fun with the boarding and Sonic Shoe. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but just a little, because you know it was like a much larger scale stuff. Like there was actually more than one occasion of like using it in the story. One, of course, occasion I like more than the other, but still, just saying there.
From bumpy collision detection, but was otherwise enjoyable. So how did they mess it up so bad in '06? Well,
That 06, the worst snowboarding in fucking gaming history, dude. Like it's like a 4-year-old programmed this shit. I died so many times because of poor controls. Like it was atrocious. Like it was so atrocious that I'm not sure how to describe it. Like you try to go right, and you just get stuck. You legit just get stuck, nigga. So like what I kind of had to do was like keep jumping to even push forward, which is extreme fucking weird. It's like, dude, like what the fuck happened here? What's that programming? Like, it's some ungodly ass programming happening there.
I don't know why, but still. I mean, the turns are wide, the stops are abrupt thanks to terrible collision, the jumps feel wrong and glitchy. It just doesn't.
It's not even collision. Just the turn was dog shit.
Feel remotely satisfying to play these segments.
Like it was legit fecal matter.
Which is a shame because of the fact that again, the way the level design is arranged and the set pieces therein.
And then like just y'all saw that jump, like zero hitboxes for the rail. It's like, man, they put zero effort into this whole like into the board thing in you know, '06. Like it was actually insane.
And it should be fun to play, but the mechanics of this snowboard are just so bad that it's impossible to overlook. But super speed and boards are not Sonic's only alternative playstyles in this game. During his runs of Dusty Desert and Tropical Jungle, Sonic will carry Princess Elise throughout the stage. In these, he can't jump into a ball, not that that makes a difference, you can't hurt enemies by jumping on them in '06 anyway. You must use the homing attack to get through enemies and Elise's powers to make it through obstacles. The gameplay kinda sounds like a restriction, however Sonic stages with Elise actually have some of the best level design in the entire game. Ah yes, the level design. That's something definitely worth talking about. Rewind the video a few minutes and I alluded to the fact that players can make their own fun with a game that might not.
Okay, he says best level design, but it's actually rather average. Like you're straight up just going from point A to point B, with the occasional time where you have to use the shield to, you know, go on water or go on sand. It doesn't look like quicksand, like it looks like just sand.
Inherently be that satisfying. Why do I enjoy popping '06 in and playing through all of its stages as Sonic and Shadow specifically? That's because of the level design. In concept, the stages of this game have everything that I'm looking for in a Sonic game. Going back to Shadow the Hedgehog, I cannot give that game's gameplay any credit because of the lackluster mechanics and the lame stages. Like, I don't play levels of Shadow and think to myself,
So you're trying to say the stages in Sonic, you know, '06 are not lame when they're average?
yeah, I want to play that again. Because the levels when you're not just inching around looking for targets are just running forward with barely any routes to explore. The game is just lame. The level design in Sonic 06 is the exact opposite, and there are numerous.
The level design in Sonic 06 is the opposite. Look at this shit, man. Like, can you control the camera here? Like, dog, I'm not even just saying, like, you can, like, you don't know where you're going, like, unless you played the stage before. Like, that's actually not good level design here. Like, yeah, it's like, are you trying to, like, avoid the ball here? Sure, but like the design of the level isn't, you know, isn't good enough to like talk about when the controls are bad in the first place. So I don't know why he's like oversighting that.
Examples I can point to. Just starting with the first stage of Sonic's campaign, Wave Ocean. Right here you can jump off this pole to skip this row of enemies that takes you up to a grind rail. When you jump onto the lighthouse,
It's whatever, man.
you can jump off of it and light dash on a trail of rings that send you through a trick ring. The very same thing going on the other.
If it'll let you, cause like getting up to there, like it would have been, I guess, marginally good if like that ring was like lowered, because it's actually kind of hard to get up there with like Sonic's height. Like I remember I had to like try my best to like get up there. But hey man, but I got my first try. Well, that's not the point. Like it could have been lowered to make it easy to get to if you were to like have the sort of path ready like that. So like well so like you have these two paths right there you can take, but you can take this other path. So let's go low design. That's not how this works. Like, good low design would be like, okay, you explored here. Here's this really good reward. Instead of anything lackluster or some shit, you can still get to this wall even if you take the bottom path like that. Because like I remember I was able to it would run on that wall in like one or two other ways actually. And come up as like weird too, but anyway, so
stages like Dusty Desert, Tropical Jungle, Kingdom Valley, Aquatic.
Then like it's not just about like the geometry of the stage or how it's built. It's also the enemies too. Like the enemies are very much part of the level design. Just saying there.
Base and more. Like I can fight a circle of enemies at the start of Dusty Desert, but you can choose to jump up to the trick rings above. It's no different than the light dash trail.
Also, like the if the level design was actually that good, it should be able to accommodate whatever your controls are.
With the enemies that was placed right at the start of Team Dark's power plant in Sonic Heroes. Tropical Jungle is the poster child of this, where, even if there might be a lot of grind rails, there are just so many different ways to tackle it that it's always a joy to revisit for me. That's the kind of design I can appreciate when playing
Hold on.
Sonic Heroes. Tropical Jungle is the poster child of this, where, even if there might be a lot of grind rails, there are just so many different ways to tackle it that it's always a joy to revisit for me. That's the kind of design I can appreciate when playing a Sonic game. As you might notice, that choice and its inherent...
Well, it actually isn't much. Like, just having done in the past doesn't always equal good level design.
Connection to replayability has been something I have been appreciating about literally every Sonic game I've...
Oh man, then he's pulling it back. He's going back with classic Sonic. Wow, man. Oh my god, oh my god, like the click games are so good, man. You could go top or you go to the top path or the bottom path. Wow, bro. Just overpraising the shit out of that. Oh my god, I hate hearing that shit, man, too. It's like, it actually isn't much. Like, I don't even be thinking about that stuff half the time when I'm trying to play the stages. It's like, what? It's like, what do the stages really offer? Aside from this whole path business, like, I was calling Sonic Utopia like a really good game because of how open it is and shit. Like, what the fuck? The Sonic Utopia guys too. Oh my god, man.
Given a positive review thus far. Not multiple pathways that are just different automated sections. I'm talking about experiencing entirely different portions of level design that have elements that set apart from the other routes, where you can explore for things like item boxes or silver medals, of which several are hidden in every stage for every character. But back to example.
Which, yeah, like they can be hidden, by the way. So it's not about this whole different paths business. Like stuff you can this stuff you can just find anywhere else. Again, I'm just saying. But you can't just do that for a level. Instead of just this different path business. Like, sure, like they'll give it like variety, but again, just saying. Just putting it out there like that.
Examples of differing level design. You can run up this wall in Kingdom Valley, or light dashing up to this spot on the other side of the area. Or here where you can use the homing attack to get up this wall or using these ropes. Or how about in Flame Core, where you can skip the massive automated section by jumping from the stage's starting point to where the segment ends, or using homing attack chains to reach trick rings placed above the enemy encounters. I just think Sonic 06's stages are filled with excellent design ideas that make coming back to playing its levels very fun for me, as someone who encountered all the hurdles as a kid and can therefore just enjoy the parts of the stage that have what I'm looking for as an adult. Which finally begins the segment of the video where I begin talking about Sonic 06's story.
Okay, my brain kind of hurt there. What I kept hearing was like, you know, different paths, different paths, different paths, different paths. So yeah, like different paths, man. Like I really appreciate that. Like some of the same stuff that was going on, and you know, like the Glad games apparently. So what makes this game really unique from those? Not much. So I like how he wants to talk about that, but the Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 already did those. So like, it's not only the classic games, but the adventure games already beat it to the punch. It really feels like there's a lot of overpraising going on, and we're just gonna like, you know, not talk about Adventure 1 and 2 like for like a while now at this point in the video.
The game's technical status is infamous enough, but the story is equally so. Now, where do I sit on the matter? Well, let's talk about it, starting with Sonic's campaign.
Where do I sit on the matter? Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, okay.
On its face, the plot is the Sonic vs. Eggman dynamic from Adventure 1, just a lot bigger. In that aspect, it's much inferior. Noticeably, for Sonic and Eggman, the personalities of the characters have been toned down from the previous outings. However, this is not something that bugs me much. Especially in the case of Eggman. If the meta-era games have shown me anything, it's the glorification of Eggman humor has really dragged these games down. For me, nothing's gonna top the weight Dean Bristow brought to Dr. Eggman in Adventure 1, 2, and Heroes, and hell, even Shuffle, Battle, and Advance 3, which is actually something Mike Pollock replicated pretty well in Sonic X and Shadow the Hedgehog. But Dr. Eggman is pretty entertaining in this game. You really don't need your villain to be flailing about and shouting to be entertaining. There are numerous...
Okay, so like, we're still good. Okay, like, I kind of on this one, but alright, so like, Eggman in this game was actually rather boring for me. Like, I really don't remember much of any scenes where he had much interesting things to say, honestly. Like, all he was doing was just trying to kidnap the princess, and, you know, say about using Solaris, you know, researching into that, and that was really fucking it. So, like, you get Eggman, but not entertaining. Yeah, sure, you don't need him to, like, flow his arms like a little kid all the time, but that wasn't what did it for me either with Eggman. Like, he was entertaining with how quirky he is, but it's like, how can I explain Eggman? Alright, so, like, I found how he was, you know, a lot more on the threatening side while having some hiccups like on the way for the adventure to be entertaining. A bit on the gripping side for me when it comes to him. So he doesn't have to act goofy. Like, it just, you know, part of the course for him. But even then, like, I read that they're rather subtle with it, like in Adventure 1 and 2. You know, 2 kind of cranked it up a little, just a little. Like, it's not much. It's nothing compared to Generations. Oh no, I don't want that shit.
Numerous lines from Dr. Eggman in Sonic 06 that are memorable, because for most of the game, he's one step ahead of the heroes like he was in Adventure 1 and 2. Well, I guess the difference is that now he's that way because the characters are idiots. But still, when he speaks in this soft voice that knows you don't stand a chance, I like it.
You're late. Rest assured, they're not dead. Yet. Do you plan to jump? You've wasted so much of my time. Wouldn't the door have been easier?
Okay.
I think the biggest issue...
Like, I think I did laugh on that one at first, because I was like, wait, what happened to me, man? Like, okay, my edge got fucked up. Yeah, like, this everyone's a lot more reserved. Like, he's never been this reserved before, so it comes off as like very strange. And then honestly, just not a really good direction for his character. Friggin' even Sigma's more entertaining than this shit. I'm sorry, but yeah.
Is that in 06, we don't really see Eggman doing anything for most of the runtime. Like in SA1, he was running multiple schemes at once. The big plot was using chaos to take over the world, but first he tricked Sonic and Tails into collecting the emeralds for him. He then tricked Knuckles into fighting Sonic for said emeralds. He had the E-Series go collect Froggy and other tasks, and had E100 chasing after the bird Amy was looking after. Eggman was most certainly the main villain of SA1 prior to the last story, because he was the cause of everything in every character's storyline. He pretty much is that in 06, but the difference is that we just see him repeatedly capturing Elise and sitting around. The only time progress is being made is early in Sonic's story when he uses the prototype machine to send Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles into the future. On that note, the main trio of the plot is Sonic, Shadow, and...
So yeah, everyone really doesn't do much. Very little movement happening on Eggman's side. So yeah, I'd say it's more gripping when he's operating the the bosses. So you can get more of his character like that. But again, that stuff kind of does help.
Silver, but each character gets two companions. Sonic obviously teaming up with Tails and Knuckles, Shadow obviously working with Rouge and Omega, and Silver worked with Blaze the Cat from Sonic Rush and Amy. Of those supporting characters, the ones working with Shadow and Silver contribute to the plot pretty well, but not so much for Sonic. Knuckles being by far the worst example. Worked with Blaze the Cat from Sonic Rush and Amy. Of those supporting characters, the ones working with Shadow and Silver contribute to the plot pretty well, but not so much for Sonic. Knuckles being by far the worst example.
They contribute to the plot, but not by much. Beyond premise, it's like Amy's trying to, find Sonic as usual. Kind of goes against Silver because of obvious reasons. Then Blaze keeps trying to tell Silver, okay, whenever we get to it, trying to tell Silver, well, Silver killing it is wrong, but she doesn't do anything. We'll get to it when we get to it, but, the Silver stuff is a fucking headache, man, because he's actually fucking useless. To try and do shit on his own, he just fails, man. Oh my god. He in his own fucking story, dude.
Of this. I mean, Tails is Sonic's sidekick, so him not doing anything, in quotes, I guess that's fine. But as for the Red Echidna, they really lost the plot with him by this point. The Sonic cast is visiting Soliana, and I guess Knuckles, the supposed guardian of the Master Emerald, just has the free time to hang around the city and be given messages from Dr. Eggman like this is that one episode of Sonic X. I said it 3
we don't talk about Sonic X
videos ago. When it's a crisis like Sonic Heroes or Shadow the Hedgehog, Knuckles being in a story without the Master Emerald is fine for me, but by Riders in 06, he's just a tag-along of Sonic, often contributing little to the actual story. As for Sonic himself, I think the Dark Age era of games were trying to portray Sonic as a bit more mature than previous games had, but in 06, it just comes off kinda awkward for a couple of reasons. I think Sonic having a bit of a wisecracker's attitude is needed as a central part of his character. I mean, look at Secret Rings, Unleashed, and Black Knight, for example, how to do this well. If you have that, like 06 actually does in its opening cutscene, I don't see a reason why he can't be more serious in other moments. Balance is key here.
Yeah, he was a lot more serious, in this game, or rather, a lot more on the reserve side compared to this first scene. So that's very weird too. I thought I would like that, but yeah.
Would I rather have Sonic come up with some stupid line when being saved by Amy and Shadow from Silver? No. Thanks, I appreciate it, is plenty more appropriate in those cases. I'm not gonna lie, when I think of some of my favorite Sonic cutscenes in the series, two of them come from this game, the opening I showed earlier, and this scene here after the final boss of Sonic's campaign where he and Elise escape the destroyed egg carrier, which is back in this game, by the way.
Okay, so sure, that scene was well done, as cinematography in it, but it's I still forget how the scene goes. I'm sorry. I'm not really sorry because Sonic story, man. Big SMH.
No stand-up routine could ever compare to that. When I think of Sonic, I think of scenes like the opening of Sonic CD, and
What?
the ending of Sonic Story is a perfect example of how I like my Sonic action cutscenes. Fast-paced, energetic, all that good stuff. As we will see numerous times in this video, I think the story of Sonic 06 is mostly sound from the conceptual stage, but the script was in desperate need of another draft or two. Do I think a more mature Sonic works? Yes, but in the game itself, the real problem is how Sonic doesn't really care about anything going on in the plot. Early on, this works pretty well. Sonic wants to help Elise from Eggman because he knows Eggman's always up to no good. He doesn't really need to know why things are happening to take action here. Knowing why in the post-Dusty Desert cutscene is just flavor text for him. Where this presents a problem is later in the story when the situation is clearly more complex than it seems and he still doesn't really care about anything going on. The worst example of this would be how Silver the Hedgehog is the rival character for this game, but Sonic only ever thinks about him when he's right in front of his face.
Quote-unquote rival, quote-unquote.
Silver wants to kill Sonic because he thinks that will save the future somehow, which sparks no curiosity from Sonic at all. I do like how easily Sonic works with Silver at the end of the story because, again, the previous rivals have made it clear that people can become allies rather easily, but with this game's...
It's like he helps Sonic anyway. I was like, why even bother, man? Like, why even bother having like that plot point? And it's like Silver could have been at least good if he was handled like much better. Like I don't know, say if he was actually successful. Okay, so to do Silver. Okay, so it would be much better if Silver just comes in and helps and is actually able to prevent whatever, crisis was, coming to like the party, to Sonic and or Shadow. There I would say he was at least useful. Instead of, oh shit, I need to save the future, guys. Oh shit, like Blaze sacrificed herself, the future's still fucked. Oh fuck, guys, like it looks like I need to help the three Solars, y'all. It's like, man, like that was the only time it was actually ever good. It gets marginally. Like the only thing was that like you had to attack Solars and the. We'll get to it when we get to it. I know I'm saying that a lot, but Silver's so fucking problematic, and this is his first game too. His very own first game. Yet he was handled so fucking poorly. It wasn't even funny.
Writing, that plays into what I'm talking about. Even when they time travel to the future and see a Shadow lookalike, the main villain of the game, Mephiles the Dark, telling Silver that killing Sonic will save the future, this also gets no comment from our hero because of the fact that the only thing he cares about in the story is saving Elise. So when Silver attacks Sonic again, there's no dialogue about there being a misunderstanding or anything, he just gets beat up until Shadow saves the day. Speaking of Shadow, he and Rouge were trapped in the future alongside Sonic and friends, and when they return with Shadow and Rouge nowhere in sight, he doesn't even care, they'll figure it out. Everything Sonic does in this story is in service of his one-sided goal of saving Elise, which brings me to the crutch of Sonic's campaign, the relationship between Sonic and Elise.
Let's not call it like relationship, because I didn't hear like any I love you or anything. So it's like people, I thought we were past this, and that's like, y'all really didn't have to use Elise in the first place because we already have Sally. So it kind of feels like the 06 devs just never checked out the comics. Relatively sure they could use just Sally for this. Like if Sally was in this and was like the love interest, much better. Or if they couldn't get it, use Amy. I'm just saying that you could use Amy, or fuck it, have a future Amy or some shit. Like y'all can do whatever bullshit that you want for this reboot. By the way, like this was supposed to reboot the whole series apparently. Then be the new star for the series, where they can make games after this. But because how bad it is, and then realizing very fucking late that all shit you're seeing shouldn't happen. Let's retcon it. For the like, by the time last story ends, yeah, like they had all the opportunities in the world, and they just shit themselves. It's crazy. It's crazy to see.
I did a stream recently where the topic was mentioned, and thanks to that, I realized I'm walking on extremely thin ice here, because people have a serious hatred for Princess Elise. Like, I'm talking a fiery hatred that the entire Atlantic Ocean could not...
Now, Elise, like, she's like a damsel in distress. Like, that sucks too. Like, it'd be something else that she could actually fight on her own, but she really fucking doesn't. Like, she keeps getting... So it's like she keeps getting kidnapped and then killed in these futures. Or in all these, like, other scenarios. I think I counted before, and I counted that she died, like, 3 times. All because she couldn't save herself. And it's like, you have abilities. Like, Jeremy the Shield for Sonic, so why can't you do that for yourself? Like, and it's like, and like that one, just that one is a protective ability. So yeah, just use that for yourself, and you can probably coast in a lot of areas. So it's like, because she doesn't save herself at any point, you know, she garners hatred like that, which I feel is rather warranted. Hold up. Okay, like, I'm trying to use that. Which, yeah, I feel is rather warranted because, because, like, if you were to just save yourself at least once in a timeline, you could get some leniency, some leverage for yourself as a character, but nah. You always gotta get saved. That's a Peach shit. And like, you know, Peach is always in no. I take that back. Peach was at least playable in one or a few of the Mario games, actually. So she can do some stuff on her own without Mario's help. At least is never playable. She always got to get carried. And then that's like, you know, just like the main plot. Look at what you're seeing on the screen. This happens when she cries. When she just cries. Pathetic. Just pathetic. And like, why is that bad? Because if something just hurts her, any point, like she finds out her fucking dad dies, oh fuck, like future's fucked. She doesn't go through any lengths to prevent all that. She always got to be saved for all this shit. So she's a major fucking pain in the ass throughout the story. You know, first thing too, she gets kidnapped. And there's like, oh man, I gotta save the bitch and do like a whole lot of this other shit, all these missions, just to get to her ass.
Not possibly put out. Princess Elise herself is a fairly simple character. Both her mother and father died when she was a kid, and she has to act as an adult ever since. And now that the free-spirited Sonic is around, she's taught by him what it means to live a little for once. That's a pretty basic story arc, one that really is not worthy of a passionate hatred. I guess she escapes Eggman.
We're passionate. She's fucking useless on her own. Like, that's a major fucking issue for a character like this. And she's one of the main characters, apparently. So it would really help if she was self-reliant. But nah, she gotta die multiple times, get carried, make sure she doesn't cry at any point in the story. You gotta do all these measures to reach the bitch. And she keeps getting kidnapped even more after doing all that shit. So it's like, she's a major fucking pain. It's like, what the fuck, man?
And gets recaptured a crap ton, but I do like the idea of her growing more initiative as the story goes on, as this is what she learns from Sonic.
And more initiative, as in she gets out of capture on her own. That she destroys one of Eggman's like aircrafts. I think it's possible. Like, apparently it doesn't take much to destroy Eggman's ships like that, actually. Like, okay. They can have it to where it could be like that, though. It's feasible. Why? Because this is a reboot. They can literally do whatever the fuck they want, but they didn't take that opportunity. So it's yet another missed opportunity when it comes to Lisa's character. So to say, like, it's not problematic is like it's a major oversight, to say the least.
Above all else.
Nothing starts until you take action.
And then like she takes initiative, where when she's always getting carried.
If you have time to worry, then run.
These lines are supposed to mean, yes, problems in everyone's life exist, but how we deal with them is more important, as nothing starts unless you take action. If you have time to...
Yeah, at least, like, so, like, to be playable for us, do some shit on your own. Instead of die multiple times.
To worry, then run does not mean avoid your problems, folks. For Sonic, action is running towards the problem. It's a simple message oftentimes misconstrued, but we all know the real problem here.
I owe you a lot, Sonic.
There's a lot of real problems, by the way, but this is one of them. The fact that Sonic gets fucking dicked down and killed here.
Sonic and Elise are clearly meant to be the series' attempt at a romance plot. From the scene where she's touching his arm in the grassy field with this kind of music playing, to the clip I just played, the infamous one we can discuss.
Don't even show me that scene. That's like, okay, I find it just a wee bit of a stretch to call it a relationship. Just a wee bit, just quite a bit actually. Cause it's like, yes, Sonic, constantly wants to save Elise, and like that's his main objective throughout the story. And she spends the most time with Sonic, sure. Like, it really doesn't come up as genuine. It's more like this can give you this can give you the impression of a romantic relationship. Okay, so I was saying, I just cut out here. So I was saying this thing doesn't really help with my case, but okay. Like, we're talking about a series with an anthropomorphic hedgehog who runs really fucking fast. Y'all can literally do anything here, especially since we're talking about a reboot where you can introduce new characters. Like fucking Elise and Silver. Like, I wouldn't give a shit if it was, Sonic X Blaze or Sonic X Amy, where you could, with that one, you could, just have the freaking emeralds, wish Amy to be fucking 15, 20. I wouldn't give a shit. That'd be much better and less awkward than this shit in front of my face. Like, that's what I was saying before it had to cut off. Like, I had more to say for 3 minutes, so I'm trying to think. What else did I say? And then, okay, I think I mentioned too that, we were dodging bullets when it came to, Maria and Child's case. It could have been this, but they were like, well, she has space age or some shit. Like, I had to find out about that actually, but she's also what, like 12 or some shit, and Child's like 50, chronologically. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so anyway, point being, she's way too fucking young to even getting into any of that shit in the first place, let alone with where the fuck Shadow is. So okay, but a lot of people are like, well, we'll talk about more about interspecies relationships, but y'all see how awkward this is already. Even trying to solve this little issue with trying to have it come across like a broad audience. For like a big game like this, by the way, They're trying to reboot the series and they're trying to make it a big fucking deal. Yeah, like it's best to actually have it come across to as many people as possible in a good lighting. So that's what that situation is there.
We can discuss later, or the agonizing girl talk scene between Amy and Elise in Silver's story. That's female character writing 101, guys. If two female characters are in the same room and their only topic of conversation is male love interests, then you have failed. Amy and Elise are both speaking of the same guy, they just don't even know it. Which also comes up during Sonic's campaign when you have to play the Trial of Love mission. The goal here is simple. Pick between Amy and Elise for Sonic's true love interest.
Okay, if you pick Elise, you're a disgusting human being, but okay, even if, you know, Amy is like, well, fucking 10, you can how does this work? Oh, so, cause like, you know, Sonic's like what, 15 or 16? I say they can wait it out. You know, like, I've been down that road before. Okay, say like 27, like, I think he's had, like, all the fun he could get from, you know, just being at high speed and shit. Yeah, I think at that point, he can just hang around with Amy, you know, on a very intimate level, so to speak. Just, you know, just saying theoretically there. Or, Chaos Emeralds. That's your, you know, best answer there.
Returning to a talking point from my Shadow video,
and then like, everyone, like, always like remembers that she's already in love with Sonic, so, like, art didn't have to work for you. So yeah, bring Chaos Emeralds into the mix. Again, like, we've seen weird guys, so just look at all this shit.
I said there do exist ideas that aren't very good from a concept stage alone, and Sonic being given a relationship with a human character is probably on the list. And I say probably because this was actually
go back for a bit.
Pick between Amy and Elise for Sonic's true love interest. Returning to a talking point from my Shadow video, I said there do exist ideas that aren't very good from a concept stage alone, and Sonic being given a relationship with a human character is probably on the list. And I say probably because this was actually a cut concept from the first Sonic game, as a matter of fact.
And there's a good reason why they didn't do that, because okay. Now, okay. Like, this is a bare talking point in general, but because of, like, interspecies, like, relationships, there's a good way and a bad way to do them. And you can easily get into the bad territory when it comes to this shit. Like, and that's like, people in general aren't just comfortable talking about this stuff unless they're into that sort of stuff. Or maybe they are weirder, I don't fucking know. But yeah, the audience as a whole, especially with Verton. What was the rating for this game again? Especially Verton, you know, 10 plus. They wouldn't know anything about this, so yeah, like, especially in that case, it wouldn't be a good move in the first place.
I'm not saying you couldn't just do it and have it be inoffensive. I'm just saying it's probably not a great idea.
Well, okay, I say more for at the time, because I did see this one thing where, what was it? Where this werewolf got with the chick, and, I think even then, like, the girl was like a vampire or something. Was it in Loud House? It wasn't some other fucking cartoon. I forgot what it was called. So, it was more like, at the time, like, I don't really hear anyone talk about that one, but, I think it was an OKKO. Yeah. So yeah, it's more about, like, at the time of 2006, where, you know, society wasn't progressive like, in the slides, especially with kids, you know, like that. Like even me, like, I'll try to keep this as short as possible, but even when I was just conceiving the fact that it's possible to that there were some feelings going on between me and, you know, certain. Okay, all right, cut out. Again, with certain characters, let's say, it's a motherfucking video. I didn't get to thinking about that until what? 2015. So even at that point in time, I still needed more time to even get around to even thinking about that stuff, where I'm actually comfortable with my point of view on this shit. Again, it's a more video with this one. So yeah, just imagine kids that don't look at, say, like Sonic porn, for example. And when they do, they're like, what the fuck? At least they should be. Because again, kids that age, they don't know shit from shit. Though the funny story, I guess, is, you know, where's going on with Rouge and Shadow. But anyways, okay. Now, at least that one's, like, on the funny side, because, like, shit happens. Like, it's apparent with that one. So, I would talk about furries, but okay. Excluding that shit, it is weird compared to that somehow. Okay.
But let me set something straight from the beginning. A claim often thrown this game's way is that this game endorses bestiality through this relationship. That is a genuine farce, a pretty gross one at that. Lacey Chabert, the voice actress of Princess Elise, actually commented on this in the pre-release as she was interviewed by GameSpy. The question was asked that since Elise is a human and Sonic isn't, did she think people were going to attack the game on the grounds of bestiality? She laughed and said no. It's not an inappropriate relationship, she says. I got that from Sonic Retro if you want to go find it yourself. Sonic is an anthropomorphic cartoon character, not a real fucking hedgehog, and to throw an accusation as serious as that against Sonic 06 and the people who made it, you know, that they were trying to tell a tale of sexual intent between a human and a lower animal for children to consume is negligent at best, but pretty screwed up at worst, if you ask me. Those last...
Okay, so, like... So, like, yeah, like, so, what is one of the things that can be easily skewed? To say it's bestiality is stretching. It's stretching. Because in the first place, you know, they're not having sex. That's first and foremost. And yes, like, Sonic is a hedgehog, but he can at least consent. Animals can't consent. So he's, you know, higher on the intellect spectrum like that. But it's like, is she actually into, you know, the Mobians? From what we're getting, no. Or else she would have some weird feelings when it comes to seeing Silver and Shadow. Her case would even be worse if that was the case. So it doesn't come from that angle. The big B angle, B-Star's angle. But, like, okay, B-Stars is on some other thing, but, like, I know what I'm talking about. So, like, what this is it's more like authentic than people think when they give you that sort of argument. So, like, what this is, without even going there, is very fucking awkward. Especially given the track record of the series itself. Like, that's what this is. Like, where... At what other point did a human relationship... Okay, like, a human Mobian relationship happen? Fucking Shadow and Maria. But it was on a friendship level. Gerald created Shadow to help cure whatever the fuck was going on with Maria. And then on top of that, he was fucking nuts. So, like, we got whatever we got with fucking Shadow. It's kind of funny, too, how I don't hear the whole bestiality thing, like, come up with Shadow ever. Especially when, like, a whole lot of people find Shadow more attractive than Sonic. Which is also kind of weird and fascinating in its own way. So that's what that is. Like, so like, it's funny how people want to jump to conclusions like that when they don't think about any other character literally. So it's weird how that works. And at no point too we ever talk about, you know, Rouge. You know, again, some other video with that one, but yeah. Again, a lot of funny stuff when it comes to Shadow and Rouge. Like, I think that's a better discussion, actually, because, again, shit happens. When, not everyone comes out of, Sonic Adventure 2 the same after, playing it as, a kid.
Last few sentences certainly sound like a defense, but I already established that these scenes are cringeworthy as hell. So what's my stance? Well, it's simple, actually. Sonic and Elise are supposed to be a romantic connection, which is probably not the best fit for Sonic's character, but they certainly can do it if they want to. The problem with Sonic and Elise is that, well, as a romance, it's just not a very good one. Now, love stories are not really my area of expertise, let's just say, but for what I have seen, a good romantic plot requires two basic things at bare minimum. One is chemistry. This one should be pretty obvious. Look at Sly and Carmelita from Sly Cooper. These are two people with great physical prowess that routinely fight against the forces of evil that are both interested in very similar things. Or Bruce Wayne and Andrea Beaumont from Batman Mask of the Phantasm. The two can connect over their loss of parents, and personalities aren't exactly similar but bounce off each other really well. Like I said, to make an audience care about a romantic connection, or hell, even characters just being friends, you have to buy into the fact that the character personalities are compatible. And from that point, the audience can get invested in it.
So yeah, oh man, especially with the scene, ouch. With this frame. So yeah, like, that being said, like, Sonic and Elise do come off as wooden when it comes to their interactions. Like, straight up on some... Man, I've seen this so often, it's not even funny, like how partners don't come off, good with each other like that. I've seen it so often, it's not even funny. Okay, for some reason, I'm just blanking here. Feels like they have more of a princess and knight sort of like situation here than actually get into like romantic feelings, like what I've kind of been saying, and like their interactions are memorable in the slightest. There's somehow too I have like way more good examples with like good relationships, like freaking Guts, Casca. I can see Amy and Sonic bouncing off each other, much better than whatever this shit is. Freaking Yusuke and his girlfriend Keiko. I'm sorry, kind of bland on this one, but yeah, y'all get the point. So, hard pressed to say this is a good relationship. Let me see what else he says here.
Elise would like Sonic because she has never had any real friends before, and Sonic is freeing her from her boring life. But Sonic would have no reason to reciprocate, always being on the move and having already met...
Oh, so yeah, that's not a good start either, the fact that she is boring.
...characters that are far more his speed. So we already failed a basic element, but this would not be the only story that does that, so then what? Well, from that basic tenet of romance comes the one where you actually can get an audience interested easily. Conflict. This can be used as a crutch, like sure, Anakin and Padme have no chemistry, but Jedi can't love, so therefore we should care about the feelings Anakin has for her in Attack of the Clones, right? No, it's lame. Romantic conflict does not have to be a crutch, though. Using the DCAU as an example again, we can look at the Justice League show and you have the arc of Green Lantern and Hawkgirl. Their personalities are actually pretty opposed at first, which gives them really standout moments in the episodes they're together in as we see them get closer and closer throughout 2 seasons, which comes to a head in the spoilers.
Also, yeah, it's actually rather odd how that's using Justice League, the animated series, for this. He could use like a much better example for this stuff.
She was already engaged to Commander Hro Talak, but her feelings
so this
towards
is like a weird example.
Legit. This love triangle is really engaging and pulls on the heartstrings to watch. I could explain it in more depth, but I already did a 5-hour video on it. Go watch that if you need to. Sly Cooper also pulls this off really well because the main thing separating Sly and Carmelita is the fact that she's an honest cop, and he is, by definition, a criminal. It creates natural drama and tension that serves one of the main narrative through lines throughout the 3 games. Looking back at Sonic 06, and what is the conflict? Elise would be sad if Sonic left. Well, okay, then who cares? Taking it back to the top, this didn't have to fail from the idea alone, but they certainly botched the shit out of it in the final game. But having said that, I'm pretty much covered Sonic's camp.
But for real, she really doesn't do anything on her fucking own. She's so fucking boring, man. It's so underwhelming of a character. Like, the fuck were they thinking with this?
campaign. It's the definition of highs and lows, for all the reasons we've gone into thus far. So now we shall jump into the new character storyline, Silver the Hedgehog.
Oh my god, fucking Silver. Oh! I'm gonna rip it. I'm gonna rip this a new fucking asshole, dude. Just look at this shit.
This world was devastated before I was born. A harsh, bleak place where we live in eternal darkness.
Paradoxically, Silver's story is how the plot begins, but also starts several hundred years in the future. Silver the Hedgehog lives in a world that was destroyed by the living embodiment of the flames of disaster that Eggman was after in the present day. The flames going by the name Iblis. It's been so long since the world was normal that nobody knows where Iblis came from, but Silver desperately wishes to destroy it once and for all. Silver is accompanied by Blaze the Cat, the character introduced in the previous year's Sonic Rush and the DS, as they fight against Iblis routinely but never manage to put it to rest. Until a mysterious black hedgehog called Mephiles appears and tells Silver that
so yeah, good job explaining how friggin' Blaze came to the story, y'all.
Everything has an origin, and that they must return back in time to find the Iblis trigger and take him out, thus altering the course of history. The Iblis trigger, according to Mephiles, is Sonic the Hedgehog, thus setting up the journey. Silver as a player...
So it's like Silver just believes this guy. Oh man, Iblis trigger Sonic the Hedgehog, dude. You gotta kill that motherfucker. Okay, Mephiles, I'm gonna believe you and try to go back to kill Sonic. So you just met the dude. What the fuck, man? So how you gonna make such a massive leap in freaking logic? Like, this is on some, like, freaking a Black Doom and Shadow shit with the first scene of fucking Shadow the Hedgehog. Like, this is like common sense shit. Like, you shouldn't believe a guy that you just met.
The playable character is quite unique. As seen by the symbol on his hands, Silver's
uniquely bad.
Of telekinesis. He can lift objects in the air, stop bullets in midair, grab enemies, and send them all flying. While also being able to...
Now, all that stuff sounds good on paper, but he can't do that without stoning them.
To hover short distances. This sounds like the making for a pretty cool character, but Silver of the main three in this game is my least favorite to play.
It's everyone's least favorite to play unless you're fucking Sonic 93.
Right off the bat, you can tell that Silver's speed is much slower than Sonic and Shadow's, and they're already slower in this game than previous ones. I don't need all Sonic playstyles to be all about speed, but Silver is just a lot less fun to play at.
Silver's gameplay is rather bad. Okay, like, why would you... So, like, why would you give me the ability to zip forward in the air? It costs a meter, but it's a very short amount. Who's getting a lot of use out of that? No one. It looks so much better in the freaking first cutscene. But nah, we don't get that. We don't get that version of the fucking aerial dash where he's going through fucking buildings with it. Nah, we're gonna go like a full meter forward, and then we stop and drop. Fan-fucking-tastic, y'all.
As in the other two hedgehogs, because of the fact that he's much slower compared to them.
And then, oh man, we can't lift enemies without pimp slapping them, or doing a shockwave on the ground. It's like, why? It's like, why is this so arbitrary with how he plays when he's a psychokinetic character? Like with this gameplay style, you have to try to make him bad from a gameplay standpoint. Like, he fucking wishes he was freaking Rasputin from Psychonauts.
And because his combat options aren't that great. Having a telekinetic Sonic
They're fucking terrible, yeah.
Character could be cool, but Silver's main problem is two things. One, you can't control the objects that Silver has grabbed onto. This doesn't present a big deal in 06, except the times that it does. Inherently, this...
Like, it'd be really handy if you had like a lock-on feature instead of this auto lock-on thing. Like, dude, like, they didn't even try. They actually didn't try.
This creates less freedom when it comes to combat, seeing as you have to hope the game's auto aim will work on your side. Also, carrying multiple...
Okay, then like that didn't actually explode the missiles, but it really could have. Like, that's happened to me plenty of times.
Things at once has the tendency of the objects getting in the way of each other on the throw every now and again, and that's annoying. But then there's the other main issue. Silver cannot pick up enemies that are standing normally. This isn't a real problem to me, as that would probably be a bit too broken, but then the grievance I have...
Well, that was the point, because he's psychokinetic. The psychokinetic people tend to be very broken if they can lift multiple things at one time, even just around them, like, that's actually very fucking good. So it's like, why not do that when that's kind of what he does anyway, if he, shocks a nigga. And, like, it doesn't make much sense anyway, because he doesn't do that in cutscenes. Like how he can do, like, a cycle bolt. He can't do that in game. Like, that's Project 06 with that one. Or how he can just hold someone down. Like, it's like, what about the cutscenes, man? Like, look at the cutscenes. Like, Silver's kind of broken in the cutscenes, but he's not nearly as good as any of that in the gameplay, which is crazy. It's like, y'all, all the good shit is in the cutscenes. We don't get that in the gameplay. What type of shit is that?
Have with Silver is his lacking melee ability. To grab enemies, Silver has to stun them first. Fair enough. The Psychic Smash ability you unlock about halfway through is a game changer.
Fair enough. It fucking sucks. I fucking hate this shit, because, like, especially, like, what if you don't have ground? What if you're straight up above water, or, like, a freaking pit? You're not gonna do the shockwave at that point. Like, there's a whole lot of times where you're just above shit. And it gets really dangerous if you try to, like, just shock someone at that point. And then what if you don't have any objects either? So it's like, this stuff gets very situational when it's not an area like this. And then, like, yeah, like, bear in mind too, like the game loves to give you, like, bottomless pits too. And then even, like, not all the objects are, liftable too. We're gonna get to that.
Because it really simplifies the process of stunning enemies at close range. But before that, you have to use this Psychic Slap attack with a pretty pathetic range that will most certainly leave you open for damage. I still think carrying objects and smashing them into each other has a pretty base level of satisfaction in it, and I always love
when they work.
Carrying multiple enemies at once and then just letting go of the grab button and seeing them all die at once. But still, Silver's levels are by far the worst of the main three. I can play all the Sonic and Shadow stages and enjoy them, but there really aren't any Silver stage moments.
I play all the Sonic and Shadow stages and enjoy them. This man literally thinks little of good gameplay or bad gameplay. I don't know, like, this is it's always been like a very weird thing to enjoy bad gameplay. I don't know, like, it kind of goes to show you what kind of games he plays, but or just how much he doesn't think about. I don't know, maybe because his life is so satisfying that he doesn't care about what's bad or not. Maybe that's a thing. Now, I'm not all that familiar with that because my life's been far from satisfying, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. So, like, at that point, it's like you should demand better. It's like, where's it? Like where's that thought at? So far, it's like non-existent. Getting better shit out of a game. Even games that that are bad. Like, he said way back that this game was a disaster. Did y'all forget that? I certainly didn't.
Where I think to myself, yeah, I want to play that again, like I was talking about with the Shadow game earlier. I'd say the most enjoyable Silver stages would be Crisis City stages and enjoy them, but there really aren't any Silver stage moments where I think to myself, yeah, I want to play that again, like I was talking about with the
And then it's funny how that's funny too how he doesn't, like, there wasn't like a Silver stage where he's like, well, I'll play that again, but he says he enjoys, like, Sonic and Shadow stages. What part of that tells me good gameplay? Like, none of that. Like, it sounds like just you fucking around.
Shadow game earlier. I'd say the most enjoyable Silver stages would be Crisis City, an effective introduction to Silver's playstyle and world.
Yeah, this man dares to call that enjoyable.
Tropical Jungle with its open-ended design, and Radical Train
with its open-ended design. You mean shitty design, because there's a whole lot of places where you have to like keep going up and up with Silver's very, very questionable jumping. Well, yeah, you can go to those places, but man, like, are they... like, they really don't feel good to, like, you know, ascend like that. I think I had, like, a lot of camera troubles, too. I was, like, really laboring for that stuff. I also didn't like the turtle thing, how you had to feed it and then it'll go. It's like, what is that, too?
making interesting use of the carry mechanic by having to balance the scales of the boxes to get ahead.
Okay, also, that looks struggle.
They do put Silver style to use despite it being kind of limited, but that doesn't make it inherently fun. Dusty Desert is easily the worst Silver stage. Immediately, these giant spheres appeared.
Oh man, here we go, the fucking ball guy puzzle. I fucking hate this part too, man. Like, this is easily like the worst Silver stage by far. Cause it's like you can't lift him. Like, that makes no fucking sense. How are you gonna be a side-connect character? But oh man, like these giant balls, I can't lift them. It's like you lifted bigger stuff before. So it's very arbitrary and shit that all of a sudden like you can't lift these objects. And that's like the collision for these things are insane too. It's like, did they design this area within like 2 minutes? It kind of feels like it. Or like, did they have like a guy, like, I need interviews for this shit. Did they have a guy that literally forgot how to program and they had to like reteach him everything? It feels like that's what's happening. Or like, did he fall asleep constantly and couldn't design a level properly? Or like, was this his first draft and then they're like, well, I had the second draft, but then they're like, well, we're like run out of time, so like, let's just use that. It's like, all right, y'all, let's see what happens. People won't like it, but whatever. I feel like out of those two scenarios, I think not out of those two, but one of those happened. Because like, this is a really shit job for a fucking level.
You have to get them inside the slots before they explode. You, for some reason, cannot grab them and can only alter their direction by slapping them. But that's got nothing on how the stage ends with the infamous ball puzzle. Taking the first segment and by 10. Silver must guide the ball from one side of the L-shaped tunnel to the other. Dude,
like, if you're a kid, you're most likely not going to get this one down. So like, I remember my first time doing this one, I was there for fucking over 30 minutes just trying to get this thing to the end. And like, I wasn't sure what to even do for most of the time. Like, I realized that, okay, I did get it to the okay, I need to make a turn and then go to the end of the shit while not, colliding into like boxes, because like if it collides into boxes, like the freaking couch just goes wild and destroys it. So that was ridiculous to deal with as well. And like, the boxes respawn too, which gets really problematic to say the least. So I was like, why design a level like this? Why can't it be just like a straight shot too? Again, arbitrary as fuck, and just bad ideas, like them just wearing against themselves on this whole level.
Within your allotted 9 hits. I'm so used to brain-dead Sonic content that I have to give credit to the designers for taking up a moment that requires the player to stop and consider their approach. You have to think about how hard you hit the ball so it doesn't go out of control, and you need to angle your shots to avoid the pits in the area. Now, that is just me saying the ball puzzle is a neat idea, but of course, it's totally terrible to play because the sloppy implementation of the physics engine is completely incompatible with this puzzle. The ball will trip over all kinds of small bits of geometry. It's really difficult to accurately predict where the ball is going to go based on where you stand. How long you charge the slap feels inconsistent in distance. These crates are meant to help you along the way by stopping the ball from going into the pits, but instead they tip over like dominoes when the ball is going at anything above 0 speed. It's a total mess. This leads players towards
To the
glitching through the
least.
door the puzzle unlocks and reaching the goal right.
Well, if you knew about that glitch, but I certainly didn't. Like, not everyone looks up. Okay, well, okay, like you can say that, sure. Like a lot of people look them up these days, but not when the game came out. You know, what if you didn't come across the thought of what can I do to make a shortcut for me to get to the end goal? You know, just what if you never had a thought or have no one to talk to? Again, just sitting there. It's like you're kind of fucked out at that point.
That way. It's a shame, really. The ball puzzle feels like a really good embodiment of Silver's playstyle in general. Silver's gameplay was a pretty good idea, it just did not get enough time in the oven to feel fleshed out. Silver's character is such a tragedy in general. He was met with such a perfect storm of crap in 06 to be forever remembered as a joke. Every player will first encounter Silver during Sonic's story after Dusty Desert, where he tries to kill Sonic for the first time. Silver's boss fight is absolute shit. When you know what to do, it's still kind of annoying because the camera does not focus on him at all. But the first time run will be a disaster, as when you try to hit him, he's completely invincible, as any attack will have him grab you and say this.
It's no use!
There's no use! There's no use!
It's no use!
Yep.
Take this! It's no use!
Yep.
This will end it!
Yep.
It's no use! This will end it!
Yep.
This section is another lives drainer.
So yeah, like when it came to this one too, like y'all already saw it, like it was actually that fucking bad. Like if you can get near the dude, like he'll just throw you into the wall and then to death after that, because like you're a lot less likely to get out of that, if you just get hit the first time with that shit. Let alone if you somehow throws you upward, because like you can't escape him at that point. Oh my god, man! Just what do they do with his character? What do they do with this fucking boss fight, man? It's like, how are you gonna follow a psychokinetic character this fucking bad?
At this point, having something like Omochao from SA2,
and then like there was scene for a second, and then like back when G4 was a thing, like they actually gave me I just found out like yeah, so like I forgot how I figured it out exactly, but I feel as if I saw like G4 for how to fight Silver. Like when he says like take this, that's when you hit him. Like I was like remember that, finding any other way. But yeah, like that boss fight was just gay. Like that's all he does, just either throw you or throw shit at you. That might have been like a 10% chance where I didn't get hit by anything he throws at me. So yeah, just overall shitty. I somehow had a hard time when I fought him with Shadow too. Like that was pretty weird. I think it was because of the camera. Yeah.
would be pretty useful. In that game, Omochao would give you hints on how to beat the boss fights if you died. Just telling the player to avoid striking Silver directly and wait for an opportunity is plenty good enough for a hint. But instead, you will die again and again and again. Most of the boss fights in this game suffer from that same problem. The camera is just not focusing on the boss fight, the Egg Genesis and the final battle being the exceptions. Sad fact is, when the camera does focus on the boss, you can get some pretty cinematic camera angles out of it, but as is, you need to focus on staying alive and trying to focus the camera yourself.
Cinematic.
It's an unnecessary juggling act. But back to Silver's boss fight, him spamming the phrase "it's no use" will become what the character is known for. If you do get past the boss fight and actually decide to play as Silver, you're met with a character that is worse than Sonic almost every way and has this stupid-ass ball puzzle a couple stages in. It's nice that they still include him in Sonic games despite the fact that this game ruined his reputation out the gate, but still. It's all a shame because I really like Silver. Starting with the design, looking at the wiki, we can see that the main thing they wanted to portray with Silver will be that he's from the future. He's got more spikes than on Sonic, Shadow, or Amy. But also his hands show that he has some kind of power. I think the bottoms of the gloves and the design of the boots just feel futuristic in comparison to the gear the rest of the cast has. Earlier designs of Silver had been overdoing it when it comes to the spikes and other details, but I think the final Silver design strikes a nice balance. But as if the character's infamous game moments weren't bad enough, his silhouette is also easily made a joke.
Hey, Siggo, where the hell am I in this Sonic Colors game?
And me too.
Huh? Oh, that was Silver. Oh, you know, the pothead looking guy you made.
Hey!
No insult to Shadow.
The cringe, like, what the fuck is this guy be looking at? God, man. I'm sorry, that shit was painful to look at.
759, I grew up on that stuff. Still got a chuckle out of me today when looking up
Hell no.
the footage. But anyway, how about the story? He begins the game wanting to destroy Iblis at all costs.
It's like, dude, like, do you look at playthroughs? Like, do you look at Kobe? Like, what the fuck, man? This man has not mentioned the whereabouts freaking Kobe, like, ever.
And Mephiles gives him and Blaze the chance they have been so desperately looking for. Mephiles the Dark is pretty obviously evil, but Silver and Blaze don't know that. Which, by the way, the game never really states that Blaze is in any more worldly in knowledge than Silver himself. Hell, in the middle of the story, her attitude is that whether it's right or wrong to kill people to change history, you might as well try, because otherwise the future will remain the same. But as for Mephiles, I think...
Like, they tried some with Blaze when it came to that, but it's like, it really doesn't help that it really feels like she's never dealt with an issue like this, like, ever. So it's like, oh my god, fucking this shit. So it's like, okay, how can I address this? When it comes to Blaze's stuff, she's like just thrown into the story without any explanation. And then we're getting the impression, sure, that she's competent on some level, but we don't give anything else other than she's helping Silver with his future business. It's just all of a sudden, by the way, we don't get anything around that. Or even like what? Because like she's apparently the princess of this kingdom, but we never get a word about that. You know why? Because she's from Sonic Rush, and you know I did play Sonic Rush before this game, and I beat it before this game. Of course, I was dumb, back then, like mad dumb. In recent years, I thought about this way because 26. But anyways, again, how do you even address? Okay, but basically it's bad writing. It's very much bad writing because like we're not getting a very good impression. We're given zero experience with her. Basically, that was going on. We don't know what she's really capable of, and like I say to this day too, people don't think of her as being pyrokinetic, even though that's actually what's going on with her. No one addresses her abilities, her abilities like that. So it's like we know very little of Blaze, and that's a major fucking issue. And she doesn't do anything else aside from helping Silver with his shit, and that's it. And even then, we don't get much time with that. So overall, like, it was just poorly done. And like that's the issue with Blaze in this game. So let me go back a bit.
Worldly in knowledge than Silver himself. Hell, in the middle of the story, her attitude is that whether it's right or wrong to kill people to change history, you might as well try, because otherwise the future will remain the same. But as for Mephiles, I think an easy improvement in Silver's campaign would be, at the start of it, making it a little more mysterious as to whether or not he's evil. I mean, he doesn't have a mouth. That's pretty suspicious. But shots like these and the evil piano music in the background really give it away.
I was like, yeah, like, Silver, you shouldn't trust a guy that's like this, that looks like this, common sense. Friggin' dude's legit looking like a dark-ass guy, and he had like a deep, sinister voice. So yeah, like, Silver, like, you come up as like dumb for trusting anything this guy says. Trusting his advice, by the way, for any sort of direction.
I think Mephiles being evil is pretty obvious in general, but I think
Yes.
making those changes I suggested would help put the audience in Silver's shoes a little more. Anyway, Silver and Blaze get separated when Mephiles sends them back to the past, and it's here that we get to see that Silver isn't just going to try and kill Sonic, he actually appreciates the world of the past. Everything he's ever known is just fiery ruins, so to be transported back in time and see a field of grass and trees with the sun shining above is something to be marveled at for him. Or this part after he meets Amy and they travel to Dusty Desert.
This looks so beautiful.
Whoa, well, like that's not the point. Anyway, what's his game plan? To kill Sonic. Once he sees this dude, like, you know, slam jam. Like it's time to throw down. It's time to fucking kill him.
What? You mean this desert?
Like he didn't think about, you know, trying to talk to him or anything. Nah, like I'm just gonna kill him.
Everything is so great here, isn't it?
When Silver does find Sonic, he tries to kill him, only for Amy to step in and scold him, where she gives us this nugget of information.
If I had to choose between the world and Sonic, I would choose Sonic.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad line. Amy would gladly be Sonic's fangirl if he literally destroyed the world. It'd be pretty
Such a bad moment for Amy too. Fuck, man.
easy to rewrite this scene to where it's really good if you keep most of it, though. Is Silver really going to assassinate someone to save his world? Keep that angle, but cut that part about the world and Sonic. Instead of Amy try to help Silver and suggest that things are always more complicated than they may seem, and that instead we should try to talk to Sonic and learn what the truth is for ourselves. But maybe have Silver stick to the fact that he saw Sonic in that projection from Mephiles earlier, and his sticking rigidly to what he believes in would cause Amy to leave, and then the story progresses as normal, and we have a really great scene with Amy there, instead of what leaves you thinking the characters are being massively butchered. Back to the main plot, Silver actually does meet up with Blaze and wonders this.
So it's like, Silver, like, you really don't know what the guy's like. Amy literally, I had to tell you, and then it's like, fuck, like I don't even want to kill Amy too. So it's like even his resolve is very weak, and unnecessarily weak, because like he didn't even try to talk to Sonic or anything. He wants to listen to everyone else but Sonic. Like that's a major fucking issue. And Sonic's the main character, by the way. So you should, like, it should work in Sonic's favor at some point to, you know, have someone like this talk to him. And like, what's great too is that, yeah, Silver's also like a main character. But it's like, if you're really about that life, like, you should have. Okay, so you can say that this is character development, but it's not good. So like, what Silver decided to do, you know, it doesn't pan out. Like his game plan, you know, it's like questionable all of a sudden. And it's like, he isn't like immediate too. Like, Mephiles fucked me up. I needed to go after him. Blaze doesn't even think that either, which is also a pretty big issue. Like, and then her too. Like she's like, well, Surge is, well, I don't know what the fucking answer is. She doesn't even try to stop him, you know, physically or anything. So like, Blaze comes off as pretty weak too in this scene.
To kill someone to save the world. Is that really the right thing to do?
It is at this point where you'll probably wonder if contemplating the morality of killing someone to save the world really belongs in a Sonic game. My thought process is, well, yeah, why not? I mean, nobody likes overtly preaching messages in media meant for adults. It feels kinda patronizing. When making things for kids, though, it seems like a good spot to put in some moral angle. As someone who grew up on games like Sly Cooper, I'm just incapable of seeing why Silver, starting out thinking he's doing the right thing by trying to kill Sonic, but then learning that there's other ways of saving the world when he gains greater perspective on the situation, is a bad thing. The game was rated E10. Ways of saving the world when he gains greater perspective on the situation.
Let's say, so I was like, Silver decides to sneak into Eggman's base. And he's also, and like everyone's always trying to get rid of Sonic too. So it's like, what we're doing really. So like we kind of forgot about Mephiles at this point. So okay, when it comes to like the whole like morality thing, yeah, you can talk about it, but it would really help if the game was really about that. Like if we got this more often, in the game, that would really help. Instead of just being like a one-off thing, and that's like they don't really dedicate to it either. Like the one that does the killing really is freaking Mephiles. If he freaking kills Sonic, and like that got no sort of like thought behind it, other than like shock that okay like Sonic actually got killed here. Now we need to do the now we need to get all the intervals to see where we go. It's like so it's like why even put that in the game if like you're not even gonna dedicate if like you're not even gonna like follow through with it basically. And then again he decides to go to Eggman instead of Mephiles. So it's like we're just doing like the wrong thing, Silver. Even if you want to say that okay, Silver isn't vengeful, that would come up as odd too, because you're in the situation in the first place because of Mephiles. I'm just saying there. So yeah, like as a whole, Silver's decisions are confusing.
Situation is a bad thing. The game was rated E10+. Maybe that particular theme is a bit much for a toddler. Maybe, but I think the rating the game got and material within is certainly appropriate. So Silver, after having gained more information about Eggman and the situation...
Okay, he says that, but he obviously didn't really think much about it. He's like, okay, well, like, this game gave me this question. That's, that's appropriate. Well, think about it in the whole context of the game. Like, they're doing other shit than just pondering about this. Like, other games that do the sort of thing, like, I think immediately, like, Ark the Lad, Twilight Spirits. No, I know that one's obscure. So no one's centered in morality. I think Digimon has something like this. Yeah, Teen Titans has something like this too. Even Avatar. And like those did like a way better job than this shit. Man, like this is so struggle.
He can clearly see Mephiles is up to something, as when he asks this totally reasonable question,
Who is...
Alright, by the way, it's also like, well, we have the Chaos Emeralds and they can do anything in this game. So I dropped the ball with that point there. With that into context.
is the Iblis Trigger? Why does he want to destroy the world?
Mephiles shadily says that it doesn't matter, it's now or never to kill him, and this being the only chance to save the future. Typical forced urgency manipulation tactic. You see it in marketing a lot. A sense of urgency might cause people to make decisions they would otherwise put more thought into. This was the same logic Blaze had earlier in the story. You can see Silver feeling guilty for what he thinks he has to do, but luckily when he tries to kill Sonic again, Shadow steps in to save the day, and when Silver mentions Mephiles and his mission to save the future, Shadow, who's also currently dealing with Mephiles, illuminates the whole thing.
Mephiles isn't trying to...
Sonic again, Shadow steps in to save Silver, feeling guilty for what he thinks he has to do, but luckily when he tries to kill Sonic again, Shadow steps in to save the day, and when Silver mentions Mephiles and his mission to save the future, Shadow, who's also currently dealing with Mephiles, illuminates the whole thing.
Mephiles.
Okay, so it's like he tries to kill Sonic yet again, and it takes Shadow to fucking kick his ass and be like, well, Mephiles is actually a bad dude, man. He's low-key like, what the fuck are you doing, Silver? You need to go against Mephiles. And then it's like, should be obvious like he's a bad dude in the first place. Just fucking look at him. It's so obvious. So Silver is just a fucking idiot. Yeah, good job trying to save the future, man.
This isn't trying to help you create a better future. He's trying to eliminate the past.
Exactly.
What? What are you talking about? To discover what happened.
Oh, and then it's like, so all of a sudden, we don't want to listen to Shadow, even when we just met him. Where's that was with freaking Mephiles? That looks like Shao, by the way. Like Shao doesn't look. Yeah, so it's like Mephiles looks more evil. We're gonna believe that guy, but Shao, who's like just behind that, oh, we're not gonna believe him. What the fuck, man? Like, this is Silver's debut, by the way. He's just stupid.
It seems we must see what took place 10 years ago. Follow me if you want the truth.
This is where the story takes a turn for the better for Silver's character.
He says that, but this is where it takes it. Okay, he says it takes like a turn for the better, but it's like Silver still fails in his own story. So it's like, how's that better exactly? It's like this guy's like really in the moment with all this stuff.
He and Shadow travel 10 years into the past to see the inciting incident of the story that was brought up early in Shadow's campaign, which I'll get to in a moment. This was the Solaris Project, an attempt by the Duke of Soliana to control the time.
And then it's not like, I'm just saying too, even Silver needs to get carried in his own story. Fucking Amy came to the picture, so Silver, was thinking, well, should I really do this? Freaking Shaw comes in and whoops his ass. And he's like, oh shit, like, maybe I should do something about this. Maybe, let's go 10 years into the past. So it's like Silver gets carried in his own fucking story. All because of a third party coming into the mix.
Time-space power of their god, Solaris. The experiment was a total disaster and resulted in Solaris getting split into two forms, the mind becoming the black shadow called Mephiles, and the power was the flame, Iblis. Silver and Shadow split up to chase their targets as Silver sees the Duke sealing the flames inside Princess Elise before he passed away from the explosion, thus showing the audience why Eggman is after her in Sonic's story. What Silver cares the most about, though, is how this kid just lost her father, showing that Silver really is a kind-hearted character. As I said, Silver has completely changed by this point. The truth is, Mephiles is evil and is trying to join with Iblis.
Okay, well, he may be a kind-hearted character, but man, he's useless for a lot of this shit.
Once more to become Solaris. Eggman wants to capture Elise so that he can find out how to unleash the flames and control the power of Solaris for himself. This being when Silver puts everything else behind and teams up with Sonic at Kingdom Valley. I'll bring up issues with the story later, but for right now, they fail to save Elise, and when Sonic travels back...
Okay, that's one of the things that I was talking about. It's one of the times when Elise dies, so like, this is like a good, like, his character takes a turn for the better. Apparently, it's not much for the better because he fails still.
Back in time for the finale of his storyline, Silver and Blaze actually go back to their timeline with a new plan. Silver, having seen what the
and then he goes back in time, so he fails again here.
Duke did to seal Iblis inside Elise is going to try and do that on himself.
And then, like, this is like another moment where he has to get carried because freaking Blaze. So it's like he can't seal it in his own body because he's that much of a bitch basically. But okay, Blaze seals it in her own body and dies in the process. Or Silver, like, good job, man. Like he loves Blaze. Like, I didn't do shit. Surely it's him finding out, but this is all in his own fucking story. Let that sink in. How much did he accomplish really? Very little in his own story.
Save the world. After the final boss fight, Silver's plan actually fails because the Duke mentioned that you needed a royal soul to be a vessel of Iblis, which Silver is not. Blaze steps in and says that since she already has fire manipulation powers, this might work on her, but Silver's friendship with Blaze makes him incapable of doing what it takes to transport Blaze and Iblis to another dimension, like she asked him to. And while she does absorb Iblis, she dies here because of it. So Silver started the story wanting to do anything to save the future, and through this grand journey has accomplished his goal, but at the cost of his only real friend. A sad but great way to end Silver's campaign. Like Shadow and SA...
It's a great way to end Silver's campaign for him to get carried and not solve the issue of the story as a whole. Well, guess what, man? Like, Sonic still dies. Where was Silver with that one? he just solves his own future. That's it. Well, not him, but Blaze does. That was all her.
2 or Knuckles in Sonic 3 or even Blaze in Sonic Rush, Silver was a new character in Sonic 06 and went through a character arc that lasted from the beginning of the game to the end that has clearly stuck in the memories of Sonic fans ever since. But of course, this
But man, was it fucking bad. Even to this day with this whole game, it's still a bad taste in my mouth.
story is very flawed in many ways. Earlier in this video,
It's very flawed. Okay, so it came on what even he said here. Very flawed in many ways, but this is a great end for Silver's story.
I said that the ideas are not bad, and in a lot of areas the execution is good, but in others it's not, which
In a lot of ways the execution is good, and in a lot of ways it's not. Which is it, man? Pick one. Actually know how to weigh the pros and the cons. It sounds like it's that. Oh, okay, it sounds like he's not good doing that here.
leaves the script in desperate need of another draft or two, Silver's best friend Blaze the Cat being a perfect example. It's hard to say what they're really going for here. Sonic 06 had to have been in development at the same time as Sonic Rush, so I was thinking it could have been a case like Cream in Sonic Advance 2, where the character was created for Heroes but debuted on the GBA. But those two cases did not conflict with one another. In Sonic Rush, Blaze had the backstory being from the Soul Dimension and traveled to Sonic's world to fight Eggman, and another new character from her world called Eggman Nega. In 06, Blaze is here in the future with Silver, and in Sonic Rivals, which came out right after 06, Eggman Nega is now from the future too. I can delve into this more when I talk about Sonic Rush and Sonic Rivals, but for right now, it just creates a massive inconsistency of the backstory of these characters. I know a guy who runs a channel called the Sega Scourge, and he just did a video on Blaze in 06 which you can check out, but I'll just show you this part at the beginning where he talks about what Shiro Miyakawa, the writer of this game, was thinking.
Now, the writer for Sonic 06, Shiro Miyakawa, stated on Twitter that when 06 was being written or concepted or whatever the hell, he said that the initial idea was that it would be connected to Sonic Rush in some way. Sonic Rush obviously had come out a year before in 2005, and Blaze was now appearing in 06, and there was supposed to be a connection here. Now, Miyakawa-san said that the concept was abandoned in development. I don't think it was. I think that 06 could serve still as a very good origin story for Blaze.
It's hard to definitively nail anything down because the story in 06 oftentimes does not give enough detail to be able to say anything like that with certainty. It's easy to think Sonic 06 is just retconning Blaze because the story never explains it and treats it like her being in the future is normal though. But a fantastic example of the story not explaining its elements sufficiently would be the part where the Duke seals Iblis and the young Elise in Silver's story. The big plot thread of Sonic's campaign is not just that the princess is closed off and robotic because she wants to be, but also because the flames of disaster are released via Princess Elise crying, which I don't get how that's supposed to work. As has been said countless times over the years, if Eggman chops some onions in her eyes, does that mean it's now time for the apocalypse? Or say someone tells a joke that's really
by the way.
Really funny, then she has tears in her eyes, is that the end of the world
Yes.
too? It makes no sense. But then, I also...
It's like that because they kept it that open-ended. So yeah, her stuff is actually that bad when it comes to that. They didn't give, us a context of, oh man, if I spray some shit, in her eye and she cries, or his early, one of his examples, if she's in front of some freaking cut up onions, oh man, she's crying into the world, y'all. It's that open ended. They didn't give us again, this is bad this is bad writing, but yeah, they kept it that open ended because they didn't care about the story. It feels they couldn't give us more proper context for what they set up there. Okay, so alright, so for that last recording, sorry if I actually sound a bit boomy. I was hearing it for a second, and yeah, sorry that was happening. Not much I can do there, honestly. I guess I can try to make it clearer in the editing. I'll have to see. But alright. So I was talking about, yeah, this is session 2. So I was talking about fucking Elise crying shit, how it's bad writing. So we were pretty much here.
Someone tells a joke that's really funny, then she has tears in her eyes, is that the end of the world too? It makes no sense. But then, I also don't really fully understand the process of sealing Iblis either. The Duke says you need to have a royal soul. Okay. So he can't do it himself because he's dying, I guess, and the story clearly establishes that the Flames of Disaster were released at the scene in Sonic and Silver's story after Kingdom Valley where the egg carrier explodes. So the flames are released upon death, too? But everybody dies, so would it have to be like a burdensome legacy process?
Yeah, so like, they didn't explain that either. I guess you would figure it would release upon death, because there's nothing holding it. Like, however, though, so okay, like there's two other ways to think about this. Theoretically, Iblis should die with Elise instead of being let release from her. And then there's the case with Blaze, who sacrificed herself to seal it in her body. So Iblis will be no more at that point. So it's like, they didn't exactly explain what would happen if Elise died. So we're showing it, sure. But it would help if they said that, okay, but like if Elise dies, Iblis dies too. Like, you know, like that's a bit better to buy than, okay, well, there's nothing else to contain Iblis, so it's like released upon the fucking planet at this point. Like, it would help if they actually like talk about those cases. Like those, that's pretty crucial too, since it's like main villain of the story, or like the main antagonizing force of the story rather. And like, yeah, I think you would explain like the ins and outs of that better, y'all. Like, we're actually not given much aside from, the most we're given really is that, okay, if Elise cries, like end of the world, like this thing gonna fucking destroy the world, basically. Other than that, they really didn't explain it. They didn't explain anything else when it comes to that. Again, bad writing, oversights. That's what this is.
Where heirs are chosen to do this for life? I just don't get it. I mean, now that I think about it, that idea I just came up with, that's not a bad idea. It's just
yeah, there's that too.
Leading me to another thing that really bugs me about the story of Sonic 06. Introducing the yada yada effect.
Huh?
This is when the story writers of 06 cannot come up with a way to make things naturally happen, so they just sweep that part under the rug and make them happen anyway. Look no further than this part in Silver's story where it just cuts to Amy after she has abandoned Silver inside Eggman's base. How'd she get there? Well, that happened off screen like Prison Island in SA2. But then, Elise just walks out of a door that was right next to where Amy was standing, so now luckily they can escape and have the girl talk scene.
Doesn't it?
But oh wait, if Elise is freed, then what would be the point of Sonic's storyline? Well, just have Eggman swoop in, problem solved. Or this part of Sonic's campaign where they can't come up with a way for Sonic and Tails to naturally go to Eggman's base, so off screen Eggman gave Knuckles a message explaining where the base is and how he'll totally return Elise if he gives Eggman the Chaos Emerald he has. And it was a trap, who could have foreseen this?
With this machine, I'll be able to control the flow of time.
Trap card!
So far, this video really has been a roller coaster of highs and lows, but now it's
more lows than anything, man. Like, you were just explaining how like the bad writing exhibits itself, which is with off-screen shit. That's what you like. Okay, and then like the highs, he's talking about him praising the level design. You know, if you can even really call it that. It's like, okay, it's like, sure, like, even if you want to give it any sort of credit, it's okay at best. Like, it's just okay. Like, dude, like, he'll be dick sucking any sort of exploration, I'm fucking sure.
It's finally time to dive into the areas where I really appreciate 06.
Oh god, now it's gonna get, whoa. Here we go, here we motherfucking go, Shadow. Motherfucking Shadow, here we fucking go. Yeah! Now this is the only part of the video that makes motherfucking sense. Like, Shadow shit is the best part of the game aside from the music. Like, without question. Shadow does fucking everything. Like, so this, it really depends on what he says still, but he should coast on this one. He should coast on Shadow sections. Yeah! There's none. Oh! Yeah! Like a bear up in this bitch. Shadow. It was nothing to him. It was nothing.
There's an SOS coming from Dr. Eggman's base. Our last communication with our agent was 26 hours ago. We expect an immediate rescue. Shadow the Hedgehog.
Understood. Initiating the mission now.
Mm-hmm. Here we fucking go.
Shadow
doing shit.
Are the best of the 3 campaigns in some.
Factual. Thank you, man. Like, that's the most sound thing he said in this entire video. It took us 49 minutes to get to this point. To get to where he's actually saying like a lot of shit that makes sense. Oh man. Again, he should, at this point, he should he should coast. At least for a bit until we get to some last story shit and may get questionable for what he says from there. We'll see. Again, he should coast for like fucking 20 minutes here.
Sonic 06. As you just saw, Shadow begins in White Acropolis as an agent of the United
Shadow
Enforcement Team, GUN. Shadow has raided Dr. Eggman's base in search of the agent who went missing inside, that being Rouge the Bat. Rouge was inside Eggman's base to locate an artifact called the Scepter of Darkness as Shadow and Rouge escaped the fortress only to be ambushed by Eggman at the rendezvous point at Kingdom Valley. The conflict resulted in the Scepter of Darkness getting shattered and the black essence within taking the shape of Shadow's shadow. This being how Mephiles the Dark was first released, setting him up as Shadow's main antagonist for the duration of the campaign. Like always, Shadow plays very similarly to Sonic, but the problem now is that the handling of Sonic in 06 isn't that good, so having a Sonic that's much slower doesn't really make for the best formula. I mentioned earlier that I can actually do a full run of Sonic and Shadow stages in 06 and enjoy myself. This first starts with similar reasons as the Sonic campaign. I still think levels like White Acropolis, Crisis City, Flame Core, or Aquatic Base are still fun to explore as Shadow, but overall, Shadow stages are like if you took Sonic's mechanics and mixed it with Silver's combat. Ever since Sonic Heroes, the series has been doing more and more of that kill all the enemies in the area to move on trope. I complimented the combat in Heroes because while it could have used some tweaks like I mentioned in that review, I thought the combat in that game had some real kinetic energy to it. Now is the time where I go more in depth in the combat in 06. Health bars on enemies are in 06.
Okay, also, like, sorry if I was, like, really sorry for a bit there, like, if you make Sonic and Silver's gameplay... What? It's like, what? Okay, I think he means that... I wish he explained that. So, like, that's what fucked me up. I wish he explained how exactly that they mix. Like, he kind of expected the audience to get what he said immediately there. Like, he means... So, from what I gather, he means that, okay, yeah, like, this is, you know, Sonic, you know, really identical to Sonic. But, you know, the gameplay is slowed down like Silver. So, that's what he meant there. I wish he explained it, or else I really wouldn't have fucking got it.
06 like they were in Heroes and Shadow. In those games, their specific gimmicks avoided this being too much of a pace breaker. The power type in Heroes was meant to plow through foes, just as the most powerful guns were meant to in Shadow. When starting the Sonic campaign of 06, you just resort to spamming the homing attack button because Sonic has barely any other means of attacking, with the homing attack not nearly having the kind of rapid fire potential it had in the first 4 3D games. Once you've unlocked Sonic's bound jump, that problem is alleviated.
The bounce.
At the beginning, he has more moves to use, like Chaos Spear allowing you to stun enemies, or his ground kick is effective when dealing with the smaller guys. The main difference with Sonic and Shadow's homing attack is that the attack itself isn't how you deal with enemies as Shadow. It is instead
I mean, like, the friggin' spin kick is like Tatsu there. Like, not exactly for the smaller guys, but it's like, you have to... But the issue with that one is that you have to... Like, you have to actually stop in place in order to do it. I think I actually used, like, his, like, running kick, you know, more often, because that was actually more effective, I feel, because, you know, he was actually having motion while doing it. I found out doing homing attack, that is. Like, I use homing attack way more than anything else.
Mashing the jump button after doing a homing attack.
Yeah.
This is as simple as it looks. It requires no thought or strategy. The closest thing to that would be how Shadow's air attacks can do damage to nearby enemies if the one you attacked died before you finished the combo.
Weird.
But that effect is unpredictable from my experience.
Yeah.
Lacking in depth or not, I can't not enjoy fighting enemies as Shadow, because when I was a kid, playing as Shadow and wrecking enemies with air punches and kicks, like, well, there was no strength in numbers in the face of the ultimate life was just really awesome. Not a particularly convincing argument, I am aware, because if you aren't as easily amused as I am, this gameplay really does just land as an inferior Sonic. But I'm going to...
Okay, so, like, keep that in mind, too. He said he's easily amused.
be honest about the fact that when it comes to combat, I, as an adult, obviously want to play complex games like Devil May Cry 1,
DMC?
3, 4, and 5, or just has some kind of strategy to it at all, like Arkham. But I do have an appreciation.
I like how he didn't mention DMC 2, that fucking piece of shit. Yeah.
For combat in games that's much simpler than that. And a good way to sell it for me is the sound design. I think 06 mostly relied on a pretty stock set of sound effects, but that certainly doesn't make them bad. I just mentioned playing as Sonic and using the bound attack to smash a bunch of bots at once. My favorite thing to do as Shadow in 06 is something that never gets old, would be how Shadow's homing attack actually has a longer range than Sonic's. This is an effect for all characters in 06, but distance stuns enemies, and sometimes makes them even take more damage. Charging up your throws as Silver will land harder than it would have otherwise. As Shadow, hitting the big enemies with a distance homing attack will always stun them, and that freaking sound effect always feels like you just did massive damage to these enemies. I'm here for it. So I'm playing as Shadow, I get inherent enjoyment from plowing through enemies, and the game rewards me with a bunch of points, which gives me an S rank. So I think it's easy to see how I can get enjoyment out of his stages. Similar to Sonic, Shadow gets a bunch of other gameplay gimmicks to mess around with, mainly vehicles. It's funny, the Shadow game
now vehicles, they really motherfucking dropped the ball with vehicles. Oh my god, like, the collision was crazy bad on these things, and it's like they take damage from bumping into shit. Who the fuck thought that was fine? That was a good idea. Like, egregious. Like, I'm not even sure if he's gonna even mention it here, but and then like this one section in Kingdom Valley. Oh my god. Oh, I just game over on that area all the fucking time because it was so stupid. Holy fucking shit. I'm not sure if we'll get to that too, but yeah.
Prided itself in having vehicles to hop into mid-gunfight like it's Halo or something, but they were all completely horrific to control unless were totally useless.
Same here.
Like Lethal Highway, a total liability compared to the much faster running on the ground. The rides in 06 being a lot more fun to use, even if they still aren't that great. We get—
What? Oh no! He said they're a lot more fun to use. What the fuck? Yo, this dude's high off his rocker. Like, holy shit! How you can even fathom to say that they're fun? Oh my god! Like, this dude has a knack for bad shit. Oh my. What am I hearing right now? Oh, like, zero standards, man. Oh, well, but wait, man. He said he's easily amused. Oh, you know what? That's right, dude. That's right past me. You're right. I always gotta keep that in mind.
Get 4 of them. The hovercraft that Shadow uses to get over water is kinda cool. I like using the high jump to snipe enemies in the platforms of Wave Ocean, but this vehicle is also used during Kingdom Valley, where players who don't know what they're doing are going to get killed by this crumbling castle set piece thanks to the incompetent
how about how about the usual people that aren't Sonic fans, that that really don't play this game like that? Like, I don't have to know like a guide or beat the stage previously to know that's actually bullshit. It shouldn't do that even. Like if they're gonna give us like obstacles, okay, like it would have been one thing if like they give you like a lot of physical obstacles that has shit following you throughout the stage. Like that's one thing because you can condition the player properly with that. But oh no, this thing will continue to give you fucking deaths all because you really didn't see this outside the camera. It's like, yo man, like I did not know what the fuck was going on in this area when I was like I felt like I just kept dying to nothing, and that's like the camera actually fucked up on me here. And like I think I had like a hard time controlling the camera too in vehicles like this. So it's like you shouldn't excuse bad design, man, Mr. Easily Amused.
Camera. The buggy fires missiles on the side that are required to destroy the searchlights in White Acropolis, and this ride could have been way more satisfying by allowing you to run over enemies, but you usually can't, and when you do, you take massive damage like in Crisis City. The motorcycle is again way better than the Shadow game when it comes to controls and speed, but it's still not that exciting. Lastly,
That's a bit blasphemous.
Is the hang glider. It's better than the 8-bit Sonic 2? Yeah, not a great roster of vehicles, but I don't think they really take...
He's even comparing it to like Sonic, to like the Sonic 2 hang glider. Like, you should realize just how bad you have it right now, man. So like to say it's like fun and say like, these are better than the Shadow the Hedgehog vehicles, blasphemy. Like, oh my god. Like, I do feel like I have more control when it came to like the vehicles in Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah, like, it sounds a little crazy to say, but like, I mean, for real, like, at least there I had to deal with like crazy collision and shit. I don't know, maybe he really feels like dealing with that like all that shit is like fun.
Take away from the stages as badly as the snowboard.
It just doesn't take away how badly designed all that is. Like, it really feels like it was really unintentional that you can have your vehicle get destroyed so easily, like in this game, due to collision, due to fucking physics of like every fucking object that has fucking gravity. Like, dude.
The super speed sections did for Sonic. Now this review's been going for a long.
And then it's like he didn't get into like the shrapnel. Like, the shrapnel really fucks up the vehicles like no other. Is they're suddenly made out of like paper mache or some shit. Like, I'm telling y'all, if y'all don't know, that's how bad the vehicles are in this game. Like, they can't handle shrapnel of like destroyed objects. Like, is insane.
Long time, and obviously if you look at the time bar, we're not even close to done. But I think it's pretty clear already as to why someone who was my age when 06 came out would enjoy it so much. I mean, look at all the stuff we've already gone over. We've traveled hundreds of years into the future, 10 years into the past, uncovering an attempt from a legitimate monarchy to take the powers of a god, seen characters go through a lot and change, fought against hordes of enemies, and played through daring set pieces.
Alright, then like shady character, yeah.
Pieces like escaping tornadoes, running alongside the water at light speed, jumping down the depths of a swamp, scaling the sides of desert ruins. This was supposed to be an exciting journey. I mean, before this, I had played...
It was supposed to be, but man, like, the journey itself, you know, getting through the gameplay, like, he was even saying himself how he was comparing it to, like, the hang glider. It's like, dude, like he's aware. I remember he said before that this game was a disaster. Like, that speaks volumes there. Like, that really sets a precedence there. So it's like, yeah, like it shows itself in many different ways. The execution was very poor. It was very motherfucking bad.
Played whatever I could of Sonic 1, 2, and 3. I'd played Advance 3, Sonic Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, and Sonic Riders. But look at this game. My young mind not be able to tell you a difference between an epic quest like Sly 2 and Sonic 06. I spent every school day for years looking forward to playing more 06. The next cutscene was a great reward for playing the game. Who knew where it was going to go next? But I can tell you, I do know where this review is going.
Oh, how ironic fate can be.
Mephiles the Dark. He's a pretty interesting character. I mean, he has the ability to travel through time, which is actually how he manages to be in multiple places at once. You can tell the difference because the Mephiles that got accidentally released by Shadow and Rouge at Kingdom Valley has this aggressive tone to him after spending 10 years in the Scepter of Darkness.
It's a pity, Shadow the Hedgehog. Truly a shame that you wish to go against me.
While the Mephiles that lies to Silver has a more laid-back tone.
Why does that matter to you? Unless you complete your task, your future will remain the same. Forever.
They also distinguished by the color scheme on their bodies. That's a cool detail I can't really wrap my mind around, but it exists. Looking at Mephiles as a villain, I can say I'm a fan. Like...
No, the only thing with Mephiles when it comes to me is like, okay, like, I remember one guy, basically he, less sadistic, like even calling him that is a little bit stretch when you just hear him. Like, sure, there's the evil laugh, but he doesn't do it often, I'd say. And it's like if he really was trying to, you know, use Iblis and trying to, you know, basically destroy the world, like, I'd say she should, you know, step back and be like, okay, I'm fucking around, like, a little too much. you shouldn't get like that when that's literally like the last story when he's actually like that and fucking kills Sonic. Like if it's that easy, man, just do it from the get-go and see what they could do. Like sure, like killing Sonic, that was like a really low blow. It's like he doesn't do it he doesn't do it often. Like that's the only time he really does it, and it's like at that point he just gets over. So like I feel like he just doesn't do enough. Like as a villain, like he does a lot, sure, but I feel like he could have been more effective with what he was doing. He has time travel, so it's like what's really stopping him? Like, so like I guess this is like the issue. Like he has like a whole lot he could do, but it's like he just doesn't do them. So it's like the issue here I found is like you shouldn't give him this much to do. I feel. I'm not sure how y'all feel. Like y'all might feel like he's fine the way he is. Well, let's just take like a step back. He can time travel. He can like no diff like the characters. It seems like with these low blows. And he's very well connected to Iblis. I think he was like fused with Iblis. For like the final boss fight. And then like there's pretty much how he'd be unbeatable if Sonic fought him. Cause like for like Shadow to even damage him, Shadow had to go into like his like Kaioken. And like that was the only way to actually damage him. What Mephiles was doing was that he was literally Shadow, and it kept being like that until Mephiles could not Mephiles until Shadow could again go Kaioken, get him out of his shadow, and then he from there he can just lay the beat down. So I was like what could Sonic do against that? What could Silver do against that? Nothing. Like he didn't have to fight Silver. Like he. I guess he figured out like it was easy to deal with Silver when it comes to where the fuck was going on with Silver at the time. Like they could have evened the playing field when it came to him. So I don't have to be like, okay, like what's stopping him from going into the past and killing them while they're babies or killing them while they're sleeping. Or just take all the Chaos Emeralds, like, and they don't really know, what the fuck happened. What's stopping him from doing all that? And then it's like, he pretty much knows, like, what to do when it came to like, Elise's deal about crying. Like, that really did feel intentional. It's like, not just killing Sonic, but making, Elise cry, and on the spot, she released Iblis. Mephiles just has too much he could do. No one says that either, like, which is problematic. Like I have so many problems with this character and even Iblis, because it's like they could have just fit all that into Iblis. They kind of could have, but oh man, we had to have like a freaking OC colored Shadow here. Oh man. Let's give him like a sick looking design so like the fans can like suck him off. We have this like other sick looking character called Infinite. And then it's like, okay, like the only thing I can really give him is that he's better than Infinite, but it's not saying much at all. So like basically, yeah, when it comes to Mephiles, this is what happens when you have like a character that has too much he could do. Like you can't help but to, if you really sit down and think about it, you have to think that okay, like he has too much he could do if you actually look at his abilities and what he's done throughout the story. And he has like a great deal of knowledge. and he's like manipulative. Now, like, okay, so like, if he were just manipulative, I say he could get by with just that. Like, I'm also getting the impression that he's never used like a Chaos Emerald to, just trying to time travel. Might be looking at that wrong, unless they say something about it. But again, like, he has too much he could do, without Chaos Emeralds. And then, like, to think too, like, he's like Shadow, he can do this much. Like nigga.
He has no mouth but moves his eyes and face like he does when he talks. It's like he's Ghost Freak or something. Who knows what he's really...
I know, man, did not compare him to like Ghost Freak. What the fuck? Anyway, so like, and then like the whole no mouth thing is kind of jarring. Like, even as a kid, I found it jarring. It doesn't give me like the whole creepy thing, especially when like his like mouth area is like the same as everyone else's, so it comes off as, weird. If they really didn't want to give him like, no mouth, just color that part black, then it's like, more sellable if you ask me.
Made of. I love his awakening scene in Shadow's story. Like, look at him walk like a zombie with this piano music in the background.
I thank you, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Who are you? And how do you know my name?
I'm Mephiles. Mephiles the Dark. What? Did you forget me? I owe much to you, Shadow. Oh yes. What you gave to me, I now return to you. A one-way ticket to oblivion.
Mephiles' motivation in Silver's story seems pretty weak, given the fact that he repeatedly demands that Silver kill Sonic when...
Okay, like, before I even touch that one, okay. Like, the whole scene there, like, that just didn't even creep me out when I was a kid. Like, I thought of it as, like, nothing. Like, they could have, like, made it to where, he had clones of himself or something behind him. I don't know, something, like a freaking, like, dark aura that's, like, always growing or something. Like, they could have done something, more with them there than just, oh man, slow walk, piano, okay. Like, again, like, I'm just saying there. Now he's trying to say weak motivation, so let me go back a bit.
He repeatedly demands that Silver kill Sonic when he's perfectly capable of doing it himself.
See, even he's saying it. He's perfectly capable of doing it himself. Even he said it. So even this man was able to find the freaking the big issue with Mephiles. There's so much shit he could just do on his own. Like, I mentioned it, and now he's mentioning it. And it's like, yeah, so yeah, like, that's a good point there. It does come off as weak motivation that he's just having Silver do. Okay, I was gonna expand that like a little more, but I'll just say this. So it does come off as like weak motivation when he just wants Silver to try and, like, actually kill Sonic. Blaze is not in the picture of all that stuff. Like, so, like, that's weird too. He doesn't want to do anything with Blaze, it seems. Like, I can't remember, like, a scene where he actually addresses her. Again, bad to, at best, questionable writing. Why does he have to have Silver do that when he could do it himself? And then, in the grand scheme of things, Silver was useless to him. He didn't accomplish his goal like he wanted him to. So, like, his manipulation fell short. So it can be easily seen that Mephiles is fucking around. and like we saw what happened with like like the last story shit, like the way that began. Even more so when you, I guess when you kind of realize like it's not exact, but even more so when Silver turned against him, like he wasn't with him throughout the story. So with that, Silver and Blaze went back to the future and try to still off Iblis in the future. Like Silver only lost Blaze in that event there. So it's like, I can't help but to wonder Mephiles, like, did you not know just how short your plan fell with Silver? Like how far, like it's like that was off the mark. That was incredibly off the mark, man. Like, I'm not sure if you realize, like, dude. And then sure, like, because of that failure, like, he just decides to just kill off Sonic. For freaking seconds. Just freaking Kubo treatment there. Okay, so let me go back a bit in case I forgot some.
Given the fact that he repeatedly demands that Silver kill Sonic when he's perfectly capable of doing it himself. That's really not something that can be explained with logic. It's just more like Mephiles is sadistic and enjoys causing pain and misery. It's in the name Mephiles.
Yeah, so wait, Mephiles? Okay, now I never looked up what Mephiles' name means. Okay, sure, it could mean misery and like Greek or something, but yeah, like me, it's like, okay, so like that was one thing I wanted to like touch on as well. So like even he said it. Just saying it's sadistic isn't a good rationale. Like it's not something that like you can hand wave by saying, oh well, I'm just trying to be sadistic, man. I'm just trying to have fun while trying to like get over on these motherfuckers. Like it has any more than that. Like if that's like to plan to kill Sonic feels arbitrary too. Like what does Sonic do to him? Like why does he want to shit on Sonic? So like his like role as a villain feels just as empty as Iblis is. It's just that Mephiles it's like sentient, and so yeah, like he's a major threat, yes, but what the fuck is his rationale? Like why is it so piss poor? Again, bad writing 101. Like his like motive is like very, I guess, low standard or insignificant. It is like it would really help if Sonic is the Iblis trigger for whatever fucking reason. Like his involvement doesn't matter, and he's like, yes, I want to actually prevent Sonic from like eventually doing this, from actually like unleashing Iblis or some shit. Like what if instead of like Elise just cut her out of the picture, Sonic is actually the Iblis trigger? What if that actually happened? Then we have like some conflict happening, and I say Mephiles could pull it off by still keeping his same appearance, and he's like, yo, Silver, kill this motherfucker. I'm gonna give you like 10 days, or else I will, because I don't want this to happen. Okay, like you could do something with that. Like sure, like that wasn't fully thought out there for like on my part, but you can do something with that. Like that's plenty to work with right there. Have Sonic in the hot seat, and then Silver's like the main hero, and give You know, I guess Memphis more backstory that would help too. So you can actually, so his like reasoning feels a lot more tangible.
Obviously taking inspiration from Mephistopheles and the devil.
Okay,
and,
Mephistopheles.
Yeah, it's totally
Alright.
Wikipedia on the screen. Not much of a theological scholar myself. Not wrong here. As I was saying, someone as nice as Silver trusting Mephiles, killing
I was gonna
Sonic
someone
into
with
the future
what
is
his
saved
name,
when that
man.
only would cause the destruction he was trying to stop. That sounds like something Mephiles would be entertained by. But this is another example of the yada yada effect. The explanation of Mephiles' actions is just my interpretation, and it's hard to root that in factual evidence. Maybe he just had a fine, I'll do it myself moment or something like that. It might make more sense. As a villain for Shadow, I think Mephiles really shines. But first, his ability to time travel as he does creates some big discussion. Time travel has the potential to screw up any story it touches.
Yes.
So how does it work in Sonic 06? Well, there are a couple of things I'd like to say.
So, okay, now just to, I guess, touch on time travel itself as, like, a story beat. Like, you have to establish the rules for this shit, and, like, the less rules there are, the better. Because if you just, like, attach, like, so many rules to time travel for a story, it can easily get fucked up. Easily. So, like, it can be, you know, pretty hard to actually pull it off, and this game definitely didn't pull it off. You know, not well with flying colors in the slightest. And, like, with that being said, like, they actually shot themselves in the foot by even trying to include that. So, like, as you're seeing it now, like, now we have a whole lot of problems. To where even this man says something about the time travel, it's interesting how even he's saying that, yeah, this is actually really problematic. The same man trying to say, I like Sonic 06. Even he finds problems in the stuff fascinating.
On the matter. Mechanically, Mephiles, as the brains of Solaris, a god that exists outside of time and space, can time travel at will. The heroes counteract this by the use of the series staple, Chaos Control. This ability having full-on time travel powers is new to the series, sure, however it's not like it wasn't there before at all, we just never saw it used. Chaos Control has always been a time-space altering ability, as Sonic and Shadow could use it to warp, but in Sonic Heroes and Shadow the Hedgehog, Chaos Control could stop time for the user when activated.
Right, good point.
I really like how Shadow doesn't just use Chaos Control to time travel as if this has always been a thing. He explains the whole thing right here.
That means this Mephiles character has the power to control time.
His power feels very similar to my own Chaos Control.
Shadow and Rouge find out that they're in the future, meaning that Mephiles sent them into the future and Shadow just said it. The sensation felt like Chaos Control. Now, why does this specific maneuver require two people to use Chaos Control at once?
Of that I'm uncertain.
The Chaos Emeralds have always had undefined power as early as Sonic 1 when it took 6 of them to put flowers in a field, but 7 of them to turn Sonic into a super...
And then, also, here's a thought too. Since this is supposed to be the reboot, okay, then it's like they introduce like 2 new characters, Mephiles and, you know, Elise, and Solaris, Iblis, like whatever the fuck. They had all the range that they needed to make this a new game and reestablish the series. So why not tell us the backstory and the history of the Chaos Emeralds themselves, so like we know what the fuck's going on with them? Cause like with this game, like they really cranked it up with what they could do. Oh well, like it's just powered by imagination. Oh well, you know what, man? Like you can travel through time with it. You need 2 people with it. Like what the fuck, man?
Super Saiyan. The last time 2 people used Chaos Control at the same time, it resulted in the Space Colony Ark resetting its position in space while it was crashing, going back to its appearance before it started falling. But of course, I didn't notice that myself. That was the Sega Scourge. But still. So now...
Oh yeah. Okay, so I technically did need proper explanation for that one, because I actually didn't think of that. Alright.
Now it is established that Chaos Control having the ability to time travel doesn't really cause any problems with the established canon. What does become an issue I have with the plot is just how easy it is. I really like the cutscene
Yeah.
of Sonic and Silver after Kingdom Valley. However, them having to realize that they can time travel and all it takes is saying the words Chaos Control with 2 emeralds that they already have is such a goofy thing. Time travel, as seen in 06, just trivializes conflict. While the heroes use time travel often, they never realize that stakes are reduced to ash via unlimited time travel use. Not that I can think of a way to do it myself, but on principle, making time travel more difficult to pull off would make it feel more satisfying from a narrative perspective. If any of you guys can think of some way to do this and keep the pace of the story intact, feel free to share. This is more of a nitpick, but I've never really liked stories that treat time like an address on a street. Mephiles sends Shadow and Rouge to the future.
But yeah, like I already touched on it earlier, but yeah, like the less rules, the better. Basically, so basically, so the audience don't have to think about or like keep in mind. Okay, well, like here's like 20 rules with time travel. And if you fuck up any of these things, boom, butterfly effect or some shit. Like, again, like it's something you can easily fuck up. So like here, because like we also had the issue of, okay, to defeat Solaris, you need to attack him in the past, present, and in the future at the same time. Now, normally, no one would even fathom how the fuck that would work. But, like, even to some degree, like, even now I'm struggling to think about how that would work exactly. But, like, with the 5 boss fight, they're like, yeah, if you attack him all at the same times, he's, like, defeated. So, yeah, it's like, and then it's like they're kind of loose with it anyway? Question mark. Because when like Blaze sealed Iblis in the future, Silver was there too. It didn't seem that like it changed the present or the past. It seems. And then with the past, like, even then, Shadow had a hand in that. And then it's like, in the present, what the fuck happened? In the present, what else doesn't help here is that, fucking, it feels like Mephiles is somewhat omnipresent. Because he could just be where the fuck he wants to at any given time. Or rather, timeline. And then, like, it gets even more convoluted, too, that you got to keep track of, like, 7 emeralds while all this time traveling's happen. Which, yeah, like, I seen a video, I forgot what it was, about, like, all the mistakes. Even with that one, too.
Future, which just so happens to be the exact point in time where Eggman warped Team Sonic to, like the same month, week, and day, only separated by 5 minutes arrival. This is also the exact moment in time that Silver's Mephiles sends him and Blaze back to the past, as if there's just this nebulous space called the future where all this stuff happens. Relying on that contrivance would really suck. There are multiple ways to tell a time travel story though. Sonic 06 seemingly works off of a fixed timeline angle, where actions that occur in the time stream are always meant to happen and don't get interfered with. Example, Mephiles knows Shadow at the start of the Shadow campaign, but Shadow does not know Mephiles. Later, Shadow and Silver travel to the moment of the Solaris Project failure, and the Duke gives Shadow the Scepter of Darkness that he uses to seal Mephiles. This being the moment that Mephiles meets Shadow. Shadow was always meant to time travel back to the experiment disaster and seal Mephiles, which is why Elise first mistakes Sonic for Silver in the opening cutscene because she remembered and got the blue Chaos Emerald from Silver when he traveled back in time from the present day, despite him not having done it yet in the present timeline. Another example would be Sonic rescuing Elise like he said he would, but Silver's future still being ruled by Iblis. That's because Iblis would be released somehow no matter what happened before, which is why Silver's new plan of sealing Iblis himself on paper is a better one than meddling with the past. The story...
So yeah, like, it's kind of what I said too. Like there's like very minimal butterfly effect bullshit happening. Like It's like shit. Like all this shit's hard. It's like hard to think about. So I can imagine, him either scripting or trying to like think about how to like arrange all that shit together. Cause like they really didn't do a good job with what was happening at the same time as all the other times. As like especially with like where everyone is in like all these separate locations, like that stuff, and like the whole Chaos Emeralds, like where they were exactly at any given timeline. Like all that stuff is very hard to keep track of. So for like a game that's trying to do like a whole reboot thing, not a good, just a bad move. Like as a whole, just a bad motherfucking move. Like it makes everything that less easy to get into, like, as far as the story. Cause like normal audience members gonna be like, well, I don't know what the fuck's going on, so I'm gonna see what's gonna happen. It shouldn't feel that. It should feel like they have a really good grip on the story. Of course, if it's included. So it's like, yeah, too, like if you're gonna include like story in your game, do a good job with it. Like we already have like plenty of bad stories for games out there, like as it is. Like this one.
It pays no mind to the nature of time travel. Well, it's pure fiction. I guess it doesn't have a nature, but my point is this. In the future, Shadow and...
It still should try best to do it well. Or else, like, anyone can consider that, yeah, I did a bad job with the story. Fiction or not.
Rouge find Omega, but he's busted up and in standby mode. When Shadow stays in the future to fight Mephiles, Rouge gives Omega in the present a Chaos Emerald and says to help Shadow.
And then just like expand on that point like a little more. Like they need to do a good job because at the end of the day they're trying to sell copies. So yeah, it's best that you make the game as good as it could be so you can sell said copies. Even though they underhandedly let release this on a holiday, I think it was Christmas. Yeah, so like, especially then, like that's like they didn't, of course they didn't take time with the game. Like they actually excluded like quite a number of things from this game in the final like release. And from what I'm hearing too, like a lot of that stuff people really would want in this game, like a playable supersonic, like in this one trailer. Yeah, like the day and night cycle. Yeah, like that would have made the game more interesting.
Shadow when the time comes, which is why he was in standby mode in the future. Omega comes to save the day during the first Mephiles boss fight, and the two use Mephiles' time portal to get back to the present and meet up with Rouge again. But the story pays no mind to the fact that this would technically mean that there are now two Omegas in the present timeline. But that's enough time travel for right now. Shit's a headache. Shadows can't...
Okay, let me see. Unless this Omega was in standby mode the entire time, and the time traveling Omega takes his place in the present timeline. See, like, that's hard to keep track of. So what they could have done too was they could have showed us the year in the top right hand corner or some shit, or be like, okay, this is the past, and then like, okay, this is the present, okay, this is the future. Now sure, like seeing where the future is rather obvious a lot of the time, because like futures is just a lot destroyed. We're trying to fix that issue, so it should do like the most, especially for past and present, because that kind of stuff is very very hard to keep track of in the grand scheme of things for the story.
Omegas in the present timeline. But that's enough time travel for right now. Shit's a headache. Shadow's campaign is a great story for the character.
Yes.
With Shiro Miyakawa back as the writer, we no longer have to worry about the terrible characterization written by Izuka in the Shadow game for now. I mentioned in past...
So that was Izuka. Oh man, Izuka, what the fuck, man? It's like taking candy from a baby which I'll gladly do. Like, what the fuck, man? Oh. Even when I was a kid, I did not like that scene in the slightest. Like, what the fuck, man? That shit wasn't cool. That shit was terrible. Even when I was really young, I knew that was fucking terrible. The fuck, Izuka.
Saying that in this game, Shadow's status quo is that he's an agent of gun, something people have a hard time buying, considering Shadow's backstory as someone who has lost a great deal thanks to the organization. It is also a point that this game introduced time travel into the story, so in theory, giving Shadow the ability to time travel back to before Maria died and prevent that from happening. Let's tackle these two things.
I was like, yeah, major oversight there. I'm surprised I actually haven't said anything about it. I'm really fucking surprised. He could have time traveled to before Maria got killed off. Like, the headcanon could come in here and be like, okay, he accepted that situation for what it was, so you could say that he moved on from Maria's death. And possibly, if he saved Maria at that point, he wouldn't feel anything theoretically. I don't fucking know. I honestly don't fucking know. But it is something he could do, though. So it's an oversight that none of the games address with that issue there. He could have done it in Sonic Adventure 2, Heroes, his own fucking game. And then in this game, so like that's 4 major instances where he could like prevent that from happening. Sure, like Sonic Adventure 2 didn't really like establish the chaos control to like, do that, but they did at the end. Like as we saw with that little explanation for the final scene there. So yeah, major oversight. Then like the games after that, like let's not go there.
Things back to back, as they're directly related to the same thing. Everything about Shadow in this game actually goes back to the last line of Shadow the Hedgehog.
Goodbye forever, Shadow the Hedgehog.
In Adventure 2, Shadow's backstory motivated him to want to destroy the world until he realized he was wrong and saved the day. In Sonic Heroes, Shadow not remembering his past was part of his motivation in tracking down Dr. Eggman alongside Rouge and Omega. In Shadow the Hedgehog, his, again, not knowing his past caused everything that went down during the Black Arm's occupation of Earth. When he finally remembers that Maria died wanting Shadow to save the world, what more needs to be said? That's the important part of Shadow's past. Directly working with Gun, on the other hand, might seem like a weird move given their history, ignoring the laughable trend of that already happening. But anyway, there was this moment from the Archie comics where Shadow explains why he's an agent, all of which are things demonstrated in 06, actually. Like being able to rely...
Okay, let me read some of this for a second. Like, okay, so like... Okay, like, this page doesn't help with what I'm going to talk about, but yeah, like... Shadow really put the past behind him when he joined Gun. That's what should be sold to you. And it makes his character come in full circle. It really fucking does. So, like, his character development is like, the most impressive in the series, even. And then, like, everyone really likes him when he works with Rouge too, so it might as well be like this.
Shadow explains why he's an agent, all of which are things demonstrated in 06, actually. Like being able to rely on other people for information so he can do field work, or being able to just go to the valley or radical train without having to go through the dumbass trials and tribulations that Sonic and Silver do. If Shadow wants to save the world, it only makes sense to do it with people who can maximize his efficiency. At the end of Shadow the Hedgehog, the President realized the mistake that was made in doing what they did to Professor Gerald and Shadow by association. Something that comes up from the Gun Commander and the President in Shadow the Hedgehog's post-game mode, Expert Mode.
Shadow,
First, I want to apologize for the other day. Actually, I just became a grandfather last week, and I was thinking of maybe having you over. I know that training is tough, but try and do your best. Shadow, you're doing well with your training.
Mr. President, you're late for your tea time with the Chief Cabinet Secretary of Japan.
Ah, yes. I almost forgot. Shadow,
I'll talk to you later. Shadow, it's me again. Sorry about last time. I've been busy planning the reconstruction.
I'm just going to assume that frickin' Black Doom being in that mode is not canon, but if Shadow's going through some kind of training that reaches the ears of the gun commander and the president, it could be for no other reason than becoming an agent. I mean, Rouge is one, so why not Shadow just join because he has nothing better to do, as seen in Sonic Battle. That is something I've always liked about Shadow. He's a Sonic rival that has not tied down to any particular location or vocation. Knuckles was supposed to be the guardian of the Master Emerald on Angel Island. At first, they kept bringing...
So yeah, okay, so what's fascinating here, I guess, is that, there's a lot of really good stuff going on with Shadow, right? But they don't apply any of that when it comes to Mephiles. Like, it kind of shows you just how, I guess, especially at the time, just how it was a whole nother level when it comes to 06.
Him back by bringing that back too, but then they had to drop it since it was not sustainable long term. Metal Sonic had his character tapped into in Sonic Heroes, but never again, just being an Eggman lackey after that. Blaze is from the Soul Dimension, Jet the Hawk only races in the X-World Grand Prix, Silver is from the future, etc. Shadow had his mission in SA2, but besides that was involved with something different in every game he was a part of, because Shadow is a character you can do a lot with and have it work.
Apparently.
As for Maria, this one's interesting. One, it is worth noting that for a reason I'll explain later, by the time the story is over, nobody remembers that Chaos Control can time travel at all. But within the context of the game, I'm not complaining for two reasons. The first being, the promise Shadow made to Maria was to protect the world. That certainly does not include time traveling back to save her when Mephiles the Dark is on the loose trying to destroy all of time-space. Secondly, Shadow might have lost a lot because of Maria's death, however, is he really the type that would just let go of Rouge, Omega, and Sonic even? Something that would definitely happen if he changed history like that, just so that he could live in the past. I don't think so.
Right.
The final lines of Shadow the Hedgehog, whether you like it or not, state that Shadow's intention is to put the past behind him and snuff out evil as motivated by the promise he made. Similar to Shadow joining Gun, I feel like these explanations are pretty convincing, but I think they just should have been in the script somewhere, not requiring my citing non-canon Archie comics and expert mode dialogue. It would just help the story at the end of the day to include more explanations. The fact that we ultimately don't control what our favorite characters do or don't do is something I've had a hard time coming to terms with over the years as a reviewer. We don't have to think everything character writers come up with is a strong direction for the that we ultimately don't control what our favorite characters do or don't do is something I've had a hard time coming to terms with over the years as a reviewer.
Okay, so like we can't control like where a character goes, sure, but that doesn't mean the devs, the writers, the game designers, like they all shouldn't, go against what the player should want from like like their characters, like they want the most out of their character, not them giving them like a bad hand all the time, and it just comes off as unsatisfying. Because why? We're talking about games, like they want to sell the games as much as they can, so it's like they might as well do their best with the characters and make them compelling enough to where, like consumer sees that stuff and they're like, okay, like I'm gonna buy the game. I actually want to buy the game now. Like they actually feel inherent compellment for that, to come across that sort of thought. So that's why like story and okay, story is like another aspect of a game, right? If it's included like in the first place. So yeah, story is like everything else. Like everything in the game has to be as good as it can be, or else why the fuck are you doing the game? Like we know it's not non-profit. It's profit, as in they want to have a sale going on so they can support the company, so they can support themselves. Yeah. So yeah, it would really help if they elevated all that stuff as much as they can, so we can get really good characters like fucking Shadow. Because Shadow was someone that they did so well in this games, like SA2 and all the other really good instances where he sticks with you, even when you're not playing the game. Like you can't help but to think about him sometimes. He's that much of a compelling character.
We don't have to think everything character writers come up with is a strong direction for the characters we love, but if the execution is good, I'm certainly willing to look at it on those merits. On that note, Mephiles the Dark makes for a fantastic villain for Shadow at this point in the character's story. We're dealing with a Shadow that's sure of himself. He does not have a crisis of identity here. So while putting him up against a dark reflection of himself might not seem like a great idea, it works out really well. One of the main thrusts of Shadow's campaign is that Mephiles seeks to break...
Works out really well now? Just all of a sudden? For Shadow. I'm baffled. Okay, so... he said he's given his, like, you know, reasons, like... he said earlier how, you know, Mephiles can, like, does a bit too much with what he's, like, given. Now he's a really good enemy for Shadow. Are we starting to, like, excuse problems now? Like, I'm confused. So, okay, if I can think about this for a second. So when it comes to Mephiles, like, when it comes to him and Shadow, like, it feels like he's out of nowhere for Shadow. Like, where was he when it came to Maria? Where was he when he joined Gun? Like, where was he? Like, this is, like, the only time he's, like, really involved with Shadow, being his Shadow. It does kind of sound funny, but, like, aside from the fact that he pushes Shadow when he, you know, fights him, that's kind of it. I know he's like a star player for, you know, team antagonist, but like, if you can come across really anything substantial with him, like, okay, you can divulge some substantialness when it comes to, you know, what he says, but I don't really feel it when it comes to Mephiles. I really don't overall when it comes to Shadow. And then I feel like too, like, he doesn't really he doesn't make Shadow, like, ponder about anything. So it's almost like surely from, like, a power standpoint, where he's, like, challenging Shadow. If I think about this even further, like, he doesn't do, I say, anything meaningful when it comes to, well, like, Omega and, you know, Rouge, to where I'm like, oh man, oh shit, like, he actually did that. Like, okay, let me just hear him out and see if I can get more of what he's talking about.
Break Shadow's morale completely. He claims he wants Shadow to come to his side, but that's obviously not true. Mephiles hates Shadow for sealing him inside the Scepter of Darkness, but like...
what is this, Dark Vader?
Like I said with Silver, Mephiles seeks to cause as much pain and misery as possible. Beating Shadow is one thing, but causing him to turn against his allies and give up his belief system, then getting beat by Mephiles, that'd be way more entertaining for him. Since Shadow no longer has any issues with his past, Mephiles goes for a different tactic.
Yes, that's you. After the world was devastated by Iblis's flames, what do you think happened? A search for the guilty.
He's using the future against Shadow, which is why Shadow giving up his tension with Gun in his past is a great narrative device. There might actually be a reason for Shadow to feel doubt, because according to Mephiles, when the Flames of Disaster are released, the humans, in an effort to search for the guilty, are going to blame Shadow since he might have the power to unleash that level of devastation. I mean, after all, he has tried before. So now, Shadow's being told that yes, after he finally let go of the past, he finally put his trust in people to work for them as an agent, when something goes wrong that's not remotely his fault, he's used as the scapegoat for simply being created as the ultimate life form. I think that's a pretty good motivation for Shadow to turn evil, because past, present, or future, Shadow will always be getting betrayed by humanity. So what's even the point of being a good guy at that rate? Well, the promise to save the world. That's what. Leading to some of my favorite Shadow scenes of all time. Mephiles makes a pretty good pitch here, assuming he was actually being genuine about wanting to help Shadow, which he's not. But if he was, his argument is convincing to someone who...
Let me go back for a second.
Leading to some of my favorite Shadow scenes of all time. Mephiles makes a pretty good pitch here, assuming he was actually... being genuine about wanting to help Shadow, which he's not. But if he was, his argument is convincing to someone who would act irrationally, like the amnesiac Shadow that had to deal with Black Doom. But a Shadow that has already dealt with all that is not gonna fault for it.
It's only fair to give...
So, okay, it's only... What was the 10 for you? So here, it's like... A little ironic that I say this, but okay, get what I'm trying to say here. It's here that Mephiles came in and did this to Shadow at the wrong time. So think about that. Shadow has resolve at the end of the day. Sure, future, like it's an attempt, but it would have been more effective if he did this when it came to the Black Arm shit. You know, like Shadow didn't know what the fuck he was thinking. Like, he didn't come, you know, get over, well, like what happened to Maria. Or, you know, what to do with life after that point. Or, like, you know, for most of the game. So, like, so Mephiles, it's like you had a pretty big opportunity to take advantage of Shadow there. You know, now Shadow, like, he has plenty of motivation to go against whatever Mephiles is trying to say to him. More than plenty, I'd say. Because, you know, like, when you look at the scene, like, don't just look at the scene, look at what happens. He's, like, Shadow still fought tooth and nail with this guy. And, I guess it's like, implied that he's beaten. Because, like, he, like, you know, takes out the inhibitor rings. Great fucking scene, by the way. He takes them off, and he's just coasting through, like, the friggin' horde of Mephiles' clones or underlings or whatever. Didn't really show that he really beat him. Like, but I suppose you could guess it was like that. Okay, so with that scene too, kind of would lead to you know, Zhao in the future. Like, he just keeps fighting and he gets screwed over anyway because of Mephiles' actions. Yeah, sure. So it sounds good on paper. But it's like, you know, what if Mephiles actually went back in time? Like, he didn't even have to go that far back. Say 2 years or some shit. You know, get him right when, like, La Maria died and like, he landed on Earth. Get him and like, spew this shit when Shadow was dealing with Black Arm shit. You know, like, before he even fought the General. Get him on just 3 stages. Like, you know, actually observe him when he does that shit. At that point, Shadow would probably, more than likely, be on your side. Because this attempt here didn't work. Shadow still did what he felt he needed to fucking do. You know, still, like, you know, like, his, like, game plan to, like, you know, take down the threat. Like, that was still, like he didn't change. So, like, that's, so like, the fact that he oversighted that is, like, a big issue. Like, he only staggered him for, like, a good moment here. But that was it. So Mephiles looks just a wee bit on the, again, it's an attempt. So, like Mephiles looks like just a little incompetent in this scene. Because, again, he could have gone at a much better time. Which would be one of his worst times, again, with his Shadow and his own damn game. Catch him in the middle of him doing a stage, like, opportune time. Much opportune time than you know, trying here.
Back what was intended for you. You have every right to want justice.
That's absurd.
See?
Whatever it is you want to do, you can do it alone.
See? Even Shao was like, yo, man, you could do all this on your fucking own. Yo. So, again, it was an attempt, but Shao, he called it out. Even he's saying you could do all this on your own, man. Like, you don't need me. Fucking mighty you. Like, look at what you just did, low-key. Like, dude.
You forgive humanity this folly, then?
I determine my own destiny.
Yo! It was a transformation,
Regardless
like,
of
it
what
was zero
happens in the
transformation.
future, Shadow's goal is to defeat this monster at all costs. This was easily the most compelling part of 06's story when I first played it. I don't want to dwell on this too much, however, I want to say this. When I was young, I dealt with a lot of anxiety-induced issues. Things you wouldn't really want elementary school-age children to think about, like the impermanence of life, the uncertainty of the future, and what other people's actual intentions are. I don't know why I was settled with that role, but obviously for a younger mind, it's distressing stuff. In comes my adoration for Shadow's story in 06. He, like I have hammered in, has managed to live in the present despite the stuff that happened to him in the past, and continues to remain centered and fight the foes he's currently dealing with even in the face of an uncertain future. My next favorite scene in this campaign is after Wave Ocean, when Mephiles continues to twist the knife by revealing that what happens in the future is that Shadow was not only falsely hunted down for being the one to unleash the flames of disaster, but Omega himself is the one given the order to do it. Unlike Meta-era Shadow, this Shadow actually does believe in friends and allies, so we can visibly see that this news comes as a shock for him, one that hurts. To prove how much Shadow does care about the people around him, we have these scenes here. When Eggman attacks Rouge over the Scepter of Darkness at the beginning, Shadow sees this and decides to catch Rouge and not the Scepter. Knowing it would unleash Mephiles, he probably would have done the same thing. Or here, after Crisis City, when they find Omega in standby mode, Shadow is the one to tell the audience that fact because he's familiar with Omega's circuitry, clearly. Rouge has to convince him to leave it alone.
It's not like we can do anything for him now.
Yeah.
Or when Silver is attacking Sonic for the second time and Shadow saves the day. No snarky line about Sonic's inferiority, he just saw a friend in need and dove in. When hearing that Silver's under the influence of Mephiles, he decides to help him discover the truth. Back to the Wave Ocean scene, Rouge is also upset at the prospect of people turning on Shadow just because it's convenient, leading to this.
Hold
on. Rouge is also upset at the prospect of people turning on Shadow just because it's convenient, leading to this moment.
Even if you believe everyone in the world will be against you, know that I'll always remain by your side. Remember that.
I will.
I will.
We don't even get drama of Shadow being skeptical towards Omega now just because he might fight Shadow in the future. Shadow is centered enough and confident in the relationship he has with Team Dark that's been built ever since that Sonic Heroes opening cutscene to where this is not a problem. And they feel the same way about him as the story has shown. They need to defeat Mephiles and that's all that matters. They've been through too much thus far to let Mephiles get in the way of that, leading to the finale of Shadow's story as Team Dark faces off against Mephiles. This final moment being my favorite Shadow scene of all time. One that I'm pretty sure most fans of the series would think of when asked about the best Shadow moments in the franchise. Mephiles has powers so great that even Shadow might not compare as Mephiles continues with the same angle.
The world will betray you. Why fight at all? Why risk your life for those who will persecute you later?
If the world chooses to become my enemy, I will fight like I always have.
Fucking love this scene, man. The Henry's all coasting. Yeah, fucking love the scene, man. Oh, it's so fucking good.
Perfect. Shadow does not dodge the difficult idea. If that ever happens, he will deal with it then. But he's going to fight Mephiles now because that's what matters. That's what being centered is about. Tomorrow might not be great. Yesterday might have been traumatic, but that doesn't mean we let go of today. It's an excellent lesson that's propped up by these higher-than-life circumstances. It
Uh-huh.
really resonated with me when I first saw it, to say the least.
Me too.
Now, while I wish I could end this review on a note like that, we still aren't done. This
Unfortunately
game is a technical disaster. This part pretty much speaks for itself. The loading screen's like 25 seconds a pop, and this game loads frequently. Crisis City has Sonic coming with 4 of them, segmenting every major part of the stage.
And that's like not even just for stages, but for missions. Like you could be talking to a guy, then oh man, here, free another loading screen. Oh my god! Like okay, so like you talk to the mission guy, loading screen. The mission pops in, you completed, loading screen. It's like yo man, like why that many loading screens, dude? Like. God, like imagine if like the loading screens were actually fast, like in like Project 06. We wish we could get that version of the game, like during like the original release, but nah, get all these motherfucking loading screens. So back to the point where it's fucking memed on and shit.
Stage moments like this made it past playtesting.
Agent Shadow, E123 Omega has engaged Mephiles. Head to the Wave Ocean. Head to Wave Ocean immediately. Agent Shadow, E123 Omega has engaged Mephiles. Head to Wave Ocean immediately.
Now, what just happened there, you may ask? Well, it'd be like if I flubbed up the line. Well, it'd be like if I flubbed up the line and left it in the video. This game is also notoriously buggy. Like how this boss fight as Sonic has this massive invisible wall in front of it, but you can escape the wall and get tossed out of orbit.
It's no use!
I think it's happened to me before. Not this, but... Yep. I've seen that happen. Yeah. You can start going to outer space. God blast! It's like, yo, when will you die, man? You're in space, dog. Like, dude. Blast through the skybox, man. Oh my god. Wow, it actually has ceiling.
This game is not well put together at all, and that's because the game and the state it was released in was obviously not close to ready. This overshadows everything else, and while that is fair, because this will be what players focus on when they first play the game, I just think it's a shame that this has overpowered the kinds of thought the creators put in when making the game. Talks of a vision and passion, it's all things I've been pointing towards for this whole video series. Sonic 06 wasn't any different from the rest. The game makes a point out of how this adventure takes place in the form.
Okay, sure, man. Like you can talk about that. Like, okay, so let me help you here, man. This video could come off way fucking better if you just said, or like kept it focused on. Well, despite here's what's under the technical issues. I like the visions and the shoddy execution with that. You can make the video just about that, but no, this is why I like Sonic 06. So like a thought in my head I can't help come across is something's wrong with this guy. Why are you liking a bad game? Are you trying to set the game off? Is this clickbait? Like, there's a whole lot of thoughts going through my head when it comes to like impressions, and it's like I want to hear you out. I really do, because like you try your best to make yourself sound, but it feels like this just ain't it. It's like a bad time for you right now.
Foreign land, Soliana. It's not an excuse for levels. The culture of Soliana was thought out and was supposed to feel grand, even if it all gets lost in the shuffle. The Festival of the Sun, the thing the game opened.
It was thought out. Funny. Let me hear that one more time.
Foreign land, Soliana. It's not an excuse for levels. The culture of Soliana was thought out and was supposed to feel grand, even if it all gets lost in the shuffle. The Festival of the Sun, the thing the game opens on the Sonic story. It shows that the people of this nation worship Solaris because they think he will wipe them out if they don't. It's easy to say, why is that in a Sonic game? Although I hope that's an idea that this review has persuaded you out of.
I mean, that's least of the problems.
I think it's interesting. Nobody in town ever acts like that's a bit strange, because to the people who actually live here, that's normal. Details don't exist for no reason. Like the part in Shadow's playthrough where you need to create a new Scepter of Darkness at the Fountain of the Priest. There are 3 fountains in Castle Town. This one is the Fountain of the Sage. You pray to it in the hopes of becoming more intelligent. This is the Fountain of the Goddess, and it represents beauty, and the Fountain of the Priest represents peace. In a time of crisis like this, it explains why people are hanging around it. None of these things have to be in the game, but they are. I've always looked at these maps of the various areas of Soliana and wondered how exactly they were supposed to connect as a single body of land. And of course, it turns out the people making the game thought about that and created this. Found that in Sonic Retro if you were curious. Vision was most certainly there in crafting the world, undermined by the fact that the player guidance in this game is absolutely terrible. That's basically the theme of Sonic 06, the developers undermining themselves every chance they get. At the beginning of Sonic's campaign, it takes over 10 minutes to start a stage because you have to work with this shoemaker to go through rings and then buy the Lightspeed Dash, and then you may finally play a stage. I'd say the worst example is probably the part in Sonic's story where you have to travel to New City to meet up with Knuckles. Instead of starting this segment of gameplay with the camera clearly pointed at where to go, you can wind up running around the massive castle town hoping to find the warehouse since this place is huge but to no avail. Similar to Adventure 1, this game has 3 hubs, but these ones are much bigger than Adventure 1. The hardware is light years ahead of the Dreamcast, so I get that, but what needs to be done is to have a far better system of telling which direction you're going in, like in Jak 2. Or designing your hubs to have a more memorable focal point for players to be able to easily orient themselves regardless of location. The game tries to do this as everything in Soliana Castle Town revolves around the Sun Festival spot in the water, and how New City has the giant bell in the center of the area, but the camera and the navigation speed also...
Okay, so let me help you out, lie here or two for a bit. You know, to keep this one a lot more concisely, you could have said it would have really helped if, like, the game had like a thing where you can look at the full map. Like it does for the loading screens, but you kind of need that for besides the loading screens. All these locations are going to register in your mind while you're playing through the area. So the game needs a full map in the menu, and then you click on it, and it shows you the waypoint. That would have alleviated a whole lot of fucking searching, and that's what you do most of the time in these areas, and that's the main issue. You don't, like, it feels like you don't know what the fuck to do a lot of the time.
What makes this a difficult task. Speaking of the navigation speed, that is also what makes Soliana's forest so infamous.
And then also, like, the other problem being, like, the speed itself.
I mean, this map is not complicated. I could draw it from memory. It's an open space with an altar going towards Kingdom Valley, with the path towards it coming from Castle Town, and a fork in the road on the right where one leads to the stage Tropical Jungle, and the other is the trees area that goes to New City. But the speed the characters, especially Silver, go at just makes crossing from one side to the other a total chore. Did somebody say chores? Because Sonic 06's hub worlds have that in abundance.
Too many.
Sonic, Shadow, and Silver have to, and sometimes may optionally, complete ridiculous tasks from the townspeople. Sonic and Silver's campaigns both took me 3.5 hours to complete, and Shadow's was under 3 hours. I think the God's honest reason for that is because Shadow has the least amount of required town missions in the game. Silver has such exciting highlights like putting fruit inside of a barrel, and Sonic has...
That one was fucking terrible. Telling some exciting highlights. I hope you're being sarcastic with that one. Like, you had to hover the apples over the shit. Like, it would have been so much better if it was like if it was like one big ass barrel and you had to do that. That'd be a lot more better. But no, like, you had to have like these like massive apples hovering across from each other horizontally and vertically. You know, amassing like that, and then drop them into the barrel. It would have been like another thing too if you could shoot them in the barrel. Like, I wouldn't give a shit at that point. But no, like, you had to actually hover them precisely into the barrels. The fuck is that, man?
Great ones like going through rings are the worst required bit of gameplay in the entire Sonic franchise. Before Sonic can enter New City, you must first guess who the captain is. The captain is the guy who asked. Yeah, thanks, Apple.
Yeah.
Keep making people guess your identity while the princess is abducted. Good to know we're making good use of paid time here. The town missions probably would not feel nearly as bad. Well, One, if they were fun, it starts there. But also because they have the baffling technical flaw of selecting yes, resulting in you having to sit through a 30-second loading screen, then being told what to do. 30 seconds later, you may now play. Succeed, wait 30 seconds, result screen, 30 seconds, If you fail and need to restart, that is 30 seconds, 30 seconds, and then resume the 4 previous loading screens I just mentioned.
Loading screens!
Get past play testing.
Exactly.
The person literally tells you what you need to do before you say yes. What is the point of the text box in between? It makes no sense. In any event, I cut the voice acting.
And then it's like, it's really crazy too, because, okay, I might have heard before that they were trying to, like, use, like, a new engine for this game. If that was, like, the case, like, I could see this problem coming into, like, you know, like, into light, because, like, I've heard of, like, rushed games, and, you know, seen and played them, but I never heard them having multiple loading screen issues and they're fucking long as hell. I never heard that. So, like, this is like a very unique problem for the game. And it's like, okay, people, like, if you need to... Also, so what's the programming for that one? Like if it feels kind of copy and paste, to where, yeah, like, this is like a major oversight, and then it feels more like they just didn't have time to fix it. It's like, yeah, but I literally don't see that in any other game like that. Like you talk to a nigga, oh, loading screen, as long as hell. Okay, like you're done talking to him, loading screen. Or you're done with the mission, ooh, loading screen. You're actually trying to go to the hub world, ooh, loading screen. Or you're trying to go to this next area, long ass loading screen. That was like the same amount of time as all the other long ass loading screens. Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, what the? Until I got to this game, like, that shit was just unheard of. Even fan games have it better than than this. It's like, dude, like, what the fuck is this problem?
Topic out of the Shadow the Hedgehog video, and I decided I'd do it this time. I cut it because the Shadow video was getting long, but here we are. I feel like this is a pretty appropriate video to discuss the 4Kids era voice actors in, though, because this game has the biggest cast of them all.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Shadow the Hedgehog had more, but whatever. Details. Jason Griffith had the interesting role of playing Sonic himself, as well as Shadow and newcomer from Sonic Riders, Jet the Hawk. Interesting that he doesn't voice Silver, since he was doing every other main Sonic rival at the time, not counting Knuckles. I feel like by this point, Knuckles wasn't even close to being remembered as an enemy of Sonic like he was in the 90s.
Yeah.
But anyway, during the early episodes of Sonic X, many of the actors were meant to sound like the ones from the Sonic Adventure era. When Sonic X was done and the actors transitioned towards being in the games, they sounded a bit different. Of all the 4Kids era Sonic games, I think Sonic 06 has the second worst overall performance. Which actually doesn't say a whole lot, because I think all the rest of them, like Secret Rings, Rivals 2, Zero Gravity, Unleashed, and Black Knight, all have good to great acting. So being the second worst, not a big deal. In 06, I think the cast, the aforementioned Jason Griffith, but also including Mike Pollock as Dr. Eggman, Amy Palin as Tails, Dan Green as Knuckles, Lisa Ortiz as Amy, Pete Capella as Silver, Bella Hudson as Blaze, and Kathleen Delaney as Rouge, are pretty definitive voices for these characters. They just sound very different from the Adventure era is the thing. Jason Griffith being a completely different Shadow from David Humphrey, but being equally good.
I'm Shadow the Hedgehog.
I'm Shadow the Hedgehog.
The problem in Sonic 06 is that there's a lot of stilted delivery of lines.
What? What are you talking about?
What?
And one with...
What are you talking about? Like, yeah, that's an interesting problem too. The one voice acting a lot of the time, like, it's not something that I pay attention to particularly, actually, but it is an issue. Like, all these lines could have been delivered much better.
To become infamous because of the voice direction. Sonic's big cast of characters has been cited as one of the series' big problems. I obviously think that's poppycock, but characters like Knuckles standing around not doing anything certainly doesn't help that image. But what does even more damage is when the extra cast are all awful to play. It really is not a joke that this game ruined extra playable characters in Sonic games. I mean, people have been critical of the extra gameplay in Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, but in the case of 06, it is impossible to deny that many of the extra playable characters are just borderline unplayable. The 3 best Amigo characters, as they're called in this game, would be Tails, Omega, and Blaze, actually getting their own DLC pack, believe it or not. Tails is way better than Knuckles, but I wouldn't put him on the...
So, okay, do you like the DLC too, man? Like, I'm kind of curious.
functioning list. He's far slower than Sonic, which is not a crime in and of itself, but come on, at this speed, characters like Sly Cooper, Jack, or Mario can get around way quicker.
Even Jack.
He gets his combat from Sonic Heroes.
Even
The few
Ratchet.
fleeting moments where you controlled the flight characters out, the other two beneath you would see Tails tossing fake ring bombs. This being his only method of defending himself in 06. Problems start with the fact that it's really difficult to tell which rings are real and fake when there's a bunch of them on the screen.
Yeah.
This attack and Rouge's bombs have no reticle to aim with, although it's as
No
simple as
reticle.
pointing towards the center of the screen, but that's no excuse. His bombs chug the frame rate as well. His flight is limited, he drops like a rock, he takes off like a rocket, and can't stop the forward momentum. Easily the worst playable Tails in.
And then like for some reason he has like a flight ceiling to where he can only go a certain amount in the air, which is a very weird problem too. Like it's something that you don't see for flying characters. It's only unique to like this game and Sonic Heroes. Heroes Flight, oh my god, no. But but this one slightly less as bad, or like less worse, but you know, like the flight could be much better easily. Like it's a pretty easy issue to fix too, I'd say, if you were able to get flight in the first place. Like I feel like there was some actual programming happening to where they actually installed a friggin' flyer ceiling, like Tails' flight ceiling, and like none of the other characters have that too. Yeah, so it's a very weird problem there.
History. As for the other two, what the game considers good ones, we have Omega and Blaze. I actually think these two are fine. Omega, for some bizarre reason, actually runs faster than Sonic in this game. He's nowhere near the powerhouse he was in Sonic Heroes, but he can spam fireballs in midair, and by charging it up, you shoot lasers that cover a lot of the enemies in your area. But of course, the best part of playing as
okay, like Omega just only took a bit to get used to, but by the time I played as him like the second time, coasting. Like playing as Omega became easy. Very similar case for like Blaze. Like I wish she played better still. I can't say she was fine, but yeah, she. I feel like I wanted to play Blaze like a lot more than Sonic, because she also has like a double jump. It is, you know, very handy. Like a double jump too is also rather standard for a platformer. You know, this is still a platformer, by the way.
As Omega is mashing the jump button during his glide. Doing this allows Omega to stay in the air indefinitely and skip massive chunks of stages. Like this entire part of.
And then same for like Silver too with his flight. It's just that when you get the like dash forward upgrade, like that just messes it up, because how that one works even is that, you know, again takes meter, but you have to double tap it, so he does that. So like, that takes him out of flight as well, which is the other problem. If it didn't take him out of flight, that would have helped. To some degree, it's just that you have to really pay attention more to your meter. But hold on. But without the upgrade, it's actually better without that upgrade there for Silver.
Dusty Desert as Shadow can be skipped over like so. Blaze is the only one of the Amigo characters that plays like Sonic and Shadow. She runs fast, does the homing attack, and has her own little fire span and useful double jump. She's definitely fun to play as, in theory. Problem is the only play as her 3 times in Silver's story, and all examples are brief, so it's quite short-lived.
Yeah.
In each character's campaign, there is a solo Amigo stage. Tails and Blaze running through Wave Ocean on their own, and Rouge plays through Tropical Jungle after she gets separated from Shadow. Tails' playable Wave Ocean is one of the worst parts of Sonic's entire campaign. In 06, every character will go through every single stage. When in SA1, Sonic had the most stages, but the rest had like none in comparison. I think the important thing to look at when it comes to stage justification is, can you simply cut the stage from the story? In 06, the only example I can think of that would be Tails' solo Wave Ocean. Sonic is nowhere to be seen for whatever reason, Elise is recaptured, and Tails tries to save her by running through a stage we already played and fails. Sonic. However, most of the stages you could argue are in need of cutting, like Rouge and Silver and Tropical Jungle, are about as essential as Sonic's Speed Highway from SA1. A level representation of a story concept. Instead of
theoretically, around half of the stages could be cut off, because they do like a whole lot of like off-screen shit for the story as is. So like, it'd be just a little less justified if they were. How do I explain this? So I guess the real issue is that, okay, how many times are they gonna like repeat the same stage? And then I guess too, how unique can they like make the stage? If they really can't make the stage like unique, let alone fun to like play on, then yeah, I say they should cut that. I haven't really thought about that point, but and I may come around to that thought again some other time.
Actually looking for the Iblis trigger, we just play a stage or two to show we're doing something. It's easy.
And then like what? Okay. So this actually help. Think about this. What if our stages cutscene? Silver playing. They could have done an interesting thing here too. So, say you like. Okay, so like you already played a Sonic, right? Like I don't think you could. I think you mentioned it before, but yeah, I don't think you can play as any of the other stories. But so you you must start with Sonic. Like there's no and ifs or buts there. You play through Sonic's Sonic shit, and they give you Shadow and Silver at the same time. What if say you pick Shadow? And you went through like the whole jungle thing. Okay, and then like the freaking snow stage. Tackle as Silver, boom, cutscene. I'm just saying they give you cutscenes as is, so like it would have been a lot cooler too if like surely like it's a little more development time, but say like they had like enough time to squeak this out. That would have made the game a little more interesting, I'd say. Or better yet, they make it optional. Do you want a cutscene or play the stage? Again, I'm just saying there. And so like you can spare yourself of playing, like more of a bad game, by the way, and enjoy like a cutscene. It seems like that's like what most people are actually more interested in than the gameplay, like the actual cutscenes themselves. Like if it's not the music too. And then like it'd be like another thing too if we're talking about like unique stages for characters. As far as I know, non-existent. So like a lot of the times they actually like recycle the stages. The only unique thing to each character are their own boss fights, but that's kind of it. Aside from how they play, like that's where the like uniqueness dries up there. Oh, and then like who you can play as for each of the stories, yeah.
That logic, I can't cut any of the stages from the roster except the one I just said, which was actually pointless. But back to the playable characters. Rouge and Knuckles are both really terrible.
Yeah.
Rouge fights only with bombs that have the same problem as Tails, although I do think she has an easier time doing more damage at once.
Yeah.
Knuckles' combat is the worst in the series because it's so awkward to use and either whiffs or just in the process. We all know the real problem here.
Yeah, I was gonna mention it if he didn't. Like for some reason, Rouge and Knuckles have issues jumping off the wall. Again, like this is one of the problems this is one of those problems that I've never seen before in a fucking game. How you a climber, but you get stuck on a wall? Like you can't, like you try to jump off it, but you can't. Now this one, like my guess is that they didn't really calibrate the hitboxes, right, to where okay, like you're not gonna collide back or like cling back on to the wall after you jump. No, like they ain't doing any adjustments like that. They're just like, well, let's leave it as is. Like we're just gonna undermine this thing. Oh, fuck, man. This game was so fucking terrible.
Technical problems in this game are pretty frequent. Long loading screens are pretty bad, but I think the worst of them all is just when Knuckles and Rouge are climbing walls and they just won't jump off when you press the button.
And then the fucking camera.
When you keep mashing the button. That's something I guarantee that 99.9% of players had seen, and there is just no excuse for this bullshit. This is the game just not functioning like it's supposed to. Rouge and Knuckles aren't fun anyway with this god-awful Doom Glide, but this climbing thing just makes them nigh unplayable. But
also, like, it's weird too that for some reason Rouge, that Knuckles can punch motherfuckers, but Rouge can't kick, like, at all. Like, there's no kicking from Rouge in this game. It's fucking weird. But we got plenty of that in, like, Sonic too. So I really don't see why they couldn't continue that. It sounds like something that there's a good chance that they took out too. So, like, yeah, basically she only has one way to attack. Yeah, really good job, y'all, with the little time y'all had. And then, like, the other issue too with the development is that how many playable characters is that? That's like 9 or 10 characters playable in this game. Imagine the programming for that on top of bad gameplay. Just imagine the programming for all that shit. Like, on top of two, having little time and ever shortening time to work with. Yeah, like, if they had to cut characters, like, no one would give a shit, honestly. I can miss having, like, yeah, I can skip out playing as Knuckles, Rouge, and Amy. Now, would I be upset first after hearing it? Absolutely, because I do feel like a lot of the Sonic games these days have a lack of playable characters, and you can experience their individual mechanics with whatever's the fuck's going on with them. But if I hear that the characters can't do much, then okay, problem solved. Like, I wouldn't complain after that point, because it was apparently a major issue to take care of so many characters while dealing with low time. Like, that's completely understandable. So I wish they did that than just put them in anyway when it's blatantly obvious that they're very unfinished.
the character that is actually unplayable with no questions asked is Amy. If you thought she was bad in Adventure 1...
Oh, I did Amy! Oh! Now, I'm one of the guys that don't complain about Amy in Adventure 1. And then sure, like you say, she plays better in Adventure 2. But Amy in this game, dog shit. Just flat out dog shit. A man trying to beat the game as her nightmare. Like, her hammer is small, and it very much lacks a hitbox. And for some reason, she can turn invisible, and her double jump stunts her momentum. Like, it literally stops all the momentum that she gained while she's also slow. What the fuck happened here, y'all? Like, it feels really experimental with whatever the fuck they were trying to do with her. I don't know what the fuck happened with Amy here. And so it's like, you know, just what a terrible fucking mess when it came to Amy. Like she just has so many issues in Sonic 06. You know, when you try to play as her.
This game makes that look like the SA1 Sonic campaign. I'm pretty sure she's the slowest character in the roster, has one really terrible attack. Her hammer requires you to stop in place to use it, but the hitbox is so small that it almost
See,
never
look!
anything. And she also comes with this double jump that legitimately kills all air momentum, and that will lead to your death. What were they thinking with this? As if that wasn't bad enough, I guess Espio decided to train Amy in the arts of invisibility. Like, what the? Is it fair that these characters were ruined because playing as them in 06 was that bad? Honestly, yes. I kinda see it. With the extra cast being this bad, I understand why they would cut back and just focus on one or two styles going forward, but it's an example of Sonic Team learning the wrong lessons as usual. Amy as a character is not the reason she's terrible to play as, it's because she was given god-awful mechanics. But alas, trying to get Sonic Team to learn the right lessons is a lost cause at this point. Visually, I think the game looks fine. Artistically, and when it comes to the actual rendering of environments, I think the game looks pretty alright, besides flat grass and sand. But the lighting and the models, they're okay. When looking at the cutscenes, I think the animation is better than it was in the previous games, but between SA2 and this game, the lip sync might be the worst. It's fine for the most part, but you will definitely see
like the fucking lip sync too, yeah, like, I saw where it gets jarring. And like, they're talking about the animation and the cutscenes. For some reason, they have like a realistic human sort of animation going on. It's kind of weird to explain. To see, what I'm really talking about. Look at look at the Yakuza 4 cutscenes. That's what they were trying to emulate there, and it comes off as odd, actually. Like this didn't fly well with everyone. With like the style animations that they did with the all these anthem characters and the cutscenes. You can see that fit a lot better with the humans. Why? Because we're used to that with humans, of course. But the Sonic series just isn't known for that. Like, this is the only game that does it too. So, one can't help but to feel that it's coming off as weird when they see, like all these hedgehogs, cat, a friggin' darkness guy. Like, they can't help but to feel at least a little awkward when they see him move around like this in the cutscenes.
Moments of characters' mouths moving after they are already done speaking.
Alright, then like, what doesn't help too is the lack of lip syncing. Yeah.
Or not moving at all once they've already started speaking.
Uh-huh.
The lip sync is once again tied to the Japanese dub of the game. They just didn't bother fixing it.
Yeah.
Or in the case of 06, nobody had the time to. The human characters also look pretty weird and undetailed, just kind of gross looking. Also suffer from that thing I never even noticed until.
And then yeah, like the human characters look very unappealing. Like they look too realistic. And it's like they try to go for realism, but you could tell that they didn't try to make them appealing. Like, okay, like look at DMC, the DMC series, for example. A good amount of those human-looking characters, are easy to like actually look at because they actually tried to do something with how they, look. Like they actually, put time. So this might be like another issue that came about due to them dealing with like having not much time on their hands. So like this game spawned the question of, okay, should human characters be in Sonic? Which the answer to that one is, look at fucking Eggman. He's human. So does like the thought not apply to him anymore because of this question? So it's like you would get like a lot more mileage off of like the human characters looking more cartoony, so it can actually fit with the Sonic art style. Now, like, yeah, so it's like a problem I solved years ago with this thought.
This playthrough, where they move at like 5 frames per second when at large distances from the player. Artistically, this game was going for a realistic aesthetic when it comes to the environments and people in it.
And then like, yeah, Final Fantasy as well. Like, no one complains about how the characters look in Final Fantasy, unless it's clothing, sure, but like a lot of the clothing is still really good stuff. But when it comes to like the human characters in Sonic Unleashed, I literally hear no one complain about how they look. Zero. No one.
And as for its effect on the characters, I'd say most of them look pretty normal. It's just that Sonic is taller now than ever before. Kind of disproportionately so, but not to a terrible degree. I just think that Sonic has looked better in other games.
Yeah.
CG cutscenes are here in abundance, and they look fantastic. When they actually are CG cutscenes, that is. Half of them in the game are these beautifully animated scenes, the likes of which the series has never seen before and barely since. But then the other half are these pre-rendered scenes that use the in-game character models. Don't know what happened there, but it's easy to recognize the difference. I feel like most of the things in this video have come with some sort of a but at the end of it. But, you know, what doesn't get that treatment? The absolutely all-star soundtrack. The OSTs for Sonic 3, 3D Blast on the Genesis, Adventure, Adventure 2, Heroes, and Shadow had Jun Sonoi's fingerprints all over them. A style I'm certainly down with. I mean, you've seen how I've praised these soundtracks in the previous videos. But I always mention that none of them are my favorite Sonic OSTs. That was all to build up the music in Sonic 06, led by Tomoya Otani. The complexity of the compositions, the variety in the instruments and genre styles just really does it for me here. This is my favorite Sonic soundtrack, and I think it seriously belongs in the conversation when mentioning gaming's best music, like, of all time. This is not something I can just put into words, as I'm not a music guy, but when listening to the music for SA1 or 2 or Heroes, I love it, but it still feels like I'm listening to really high quality and badass video game music.
So like, I kind of like relate to him on some degree, because like I'm also trying to figure out how to address how you could objectively look at a OST and declare that it's good or not. Like, a lot of that comes down to like instrumentation. So like, the instrumentation in Sonic 06, like, it sounds like they blew the budget on it first and foremost, where they actually put like a lot of like thought in how the instruments would be like arranged in the tracks, and they use like a variety of different instruments for like a good amount of the tracks too. Instruments, and then, you know, vocals. Like, and they really fit for the stages too. Like, they don't come off as like, you know, jarring when you hear them and you're trying to play through a stage. And then, like, you know, one can give it, you know, give the game, you know, leniency for that, sure. So like, you know, like, that just speaks volumes to how good the OST is for, you know, Sonic 06. Well, the only people really, like, it kind of goes without saying too, that won't really dig this OST are like people that don't listen to like gameplay music, or sorry, game OSTs. Where me, I have like a long ass playlist of mostly game OSTs, so yeah, like, so I'm really experienced a lot in this field. So like if I feel like a OST, you know, uses just the same instrument, it's like it feels really samey from track to track. Yeah, like I can just tell like automatically. But then to me, like I think the biggest example for that one is like Blaze Blue, because a lot of the time, oh my god, oh guitar. And it sounds very similar to like all the other tracks. At least like the battle tracks, like there was like 0-11 variety. Where like the better version of that, interesting enough, is Guilty Gear's OST. Like I'm still trying to see. I only have like a few that I really love from Guilty Gear. You know, not counting like the latest game, like that's some other shit. But so yeah, like the reason why this game's OST is like really good is, you know, again, because of really good instrumentation.
But 06's soundtrack has such a sophisticated edge to it, while not abandoning the rock and guitar style from the previous games, as it's here in abundance.
So yeah, like they actually had the guitar in like a slower tempo, along with, you know, like the flute and the drums, and it still had like a good rhythm. So like you can easily vibe to this, you know, song here, or like this track here. The tempo for like all the other tracks, and with the you know, instruments that were used, like it lines up very well. So they did a really good job with the OST like that too. Yep.
The variety is high in 06's soundtrack, and that includes tracks that are primarily guitar-based. It's easy to think of the guitar as tied to high-energy moments, but whenever an instrument like that is used for slower segments in a game like Sonic, it certainly catches my attention. such an artistic soundtrack, if I could describe it in any way, giving stages like Crisis City or Kingdom Valley this orchestral tone that stands quite tall in the Sonic music library. Which doesn't leave out cutscene music, I might add, packing real emotion into the...
If only it wasn't for a bad game. Like, there's been like a bit of an interesting trend of like, you know, bad game but really good OST. Like I don't know how that comes about. Like, that can indicate just where like the focus was for games like this. You know, like I say, it's pretty obvious that they made like the most progress with the either like they made the most progress with the OST compared to everything else, or where it's like a standout for the game, or like, you know, at the same time they were working on everything else. Like, they just had, you know, talented people on board for the shit, so like they inherently get the job done faster like that. What if like happened here? Like, this aspect of the game worked in the game's favor. The fucking OST, man.
These cutscenes, further cementing their impact. The vocal collection as well is also a banger. A thematic element in this story is that since this is a time-traveling adventure, each of our main characters represent a time period. Sonic is the embodiment of the present, Shadow the past, and Silver the future. Something I think the vocal themes of these characters captured pretty well, as Sonic is the main theme of his character and the game itself. Being a much different style from his previous themes, feeling more modern with this fast-paced beat, actually being my preferred Sonic theme over It Doesn't Matter from SA1. Crush 40 took a massive backseat for the soundtrack of this game, but despite that, their contribution to the series is still recognized as they got to do the theme of Shadow in this game, a rendition of Magnafie's song from Shadow the Hedgehog, All Hail Shadow. I do prefer Magnafie's rendition from the last game, but you definitely can't go wrong with the Johnny Gioli vocals and June Sonoy guitars.
It's never over, just another day of hope and tragedies, everything that comes our way.
But my favorite of this bunch actually goes to Silver's theme, Dreams of an Absolution. It's a techno track, but much different from the harsher tones of the one Shadow had in Adventure 2 and Heroes, being a mix of techno and romantic elements. It's great.
Okay, so like when it comes like the theme for Silver, okay, first of all, when I heard it when I beat Silver's, like, you know, story, I was like, where the fuck did this come from? First of all, like, oh my god, like, I don't know what the fuck to think about this one. So it's like they have it aesthetically, but man, like, I'm really not feeling like the lyrics. 'Cause every night I will save your love. like it'd be something else if Silver actually dug Blaze like that or some shit, but I really didn't feel that at all. Like, they were just friends. So like, I can see where so it's like, I would describe it as like more hopeful than like romantic, if anything. Because like, I guess with this track they want you to, you know, still keep going, even though Silver lost fucking Blaze. So I think that's what they're trying to do. I would take it in like a different approach, obviously. I would have made it, you know, more somber, but you know, just so you don't have to, like, you know, reach like that, because like I need to look at everyone. I need to look at other people's like reaction to this, like on the next session, because like the next session of this is gonna be like the last recording. Yeah, I need to look at everyone's like a lot of reactions when it comes to this track. Like, I can see like a lot of people, you know, liking this track, sure, but you know, how do they feel? How well do they think this fits for, you know, Silver? Like, does it really come off as, you know, out of left field on people. Like, I really gotta see that and see what they say about that. But yeah, I would have taken it more as okay, like I would have made it sound some. Okay, I'm using Guilty Gear again. Okay, so like already, right? I would have made it sound similar to Guilty Gear XR's ending, ending track. This is the space. So it isn't too sad now. Or some shit.
I've always liked that.
So Blaze just fucking dies, right? Yeah. The woman of flames.
What? What?
Yeah. No! Hey everybody! So, we're in the credits. How do you like this Eurobeat, Dylan? Yeah?
That's
Does it get the blood pumping straight to your penis?
Well, I mean, it's always pumping.
I'm asking you if you're erect, Dylan.
I am always erect when we record.
You should absolutely see a doctor. It's like, there's no way to sugarcoat that one. That's not even cool anymore.
I'm just mad. I'm just torqued all the time.
Yeah, you should consult your main primary physician about that. They would probably say, "Damn, dude, you probably need to see someone bigger than me." FBI, please help. I've gone through 7 agencies, and they all point to you. Well, you see, my dick might be the most erect.
What is this conversation?
It's not even with you. Okay, you know what, everyone? Dylan and I are going to play through the final chapter.
Music composer Taihei.
Oh my gosh, this song's not as good as the others. Yeah, this one. I've heard this one. It's not. It's okay.
The remix version is a lot better than this version.
Sounds like Owl City.
Yeah. This looks scarier than the Iblis we were just fighting.
Yeah. I gotta stop talking like that. I get stuck doing it. Character artists. Everything has an orange.
Sorry about that ending mankind business.
Wow. Come on, chat. We earned this.
Chat, it's a vibe.
Come on, y'all.
Akon.
Take it away, Akon.
Let's go. Yeah, huh? Oh, yeah. DMCA?
Maybe.
This song? I doubt it.
Ain't nobody gonna claim this.
This song?
Even Akon said, I don't want it.
Oh, man. This is bad. This is so bad. Wow, they made a full song for this fucking piece of shit. Sing with it! God, remember we fought Shadow at the train station?
And we backhand chaos controls.
Yeah! It really is painful. It really is.
That game is so hard. The control is so fucking busted.
And I think you guys were saying people gave up on that last boss. I really think there's some random stuff going on that is out of your control. That is a game over.
A little RNG.
You're just unlucky.
I think that they built it specifically that you have to do enough damage before he destroys the platform. Otherwise, you're fucked.
Yeah. The story's such ass. Just so bad.
Oh, the music's a banger.
Just so much. What were they thinking?
This music is awful.
We're up all night to get hedgehogs. We're up all night to get hedgehogs. We're up all night to get hedgehogs. Every night I'll be with you.
Stay away.
Oh wow. Every night I will be by your side.
Every night. And you'll see.
Okay. All right. All right. We're moving on.
That is like the epitome of bad music to me.
Where's Sub 316?
Make it stop!
Sonic 316.
But yeah, I would have taken it more as Okay, like I would have made it sound some. Okay, I'm using Guilty Gear again. Okay, so I would have made it sound similar to Guilty Gear XR's ending. Ending track. This is the space. So it isn't too sad now. Or some shit.
My friends, we are finally looking towards the light at the end of the tunnel, because now the last important thing pertaining to the mechanics of 06 would be the S-Rank experience. I did say S-Rank, as Sonic Rush bumped the top rank from A, that was seen in SA2, to Shadow, to S. The console games have now adopted this, and it'll be the top rank for the duration of the series. I think it's most interesting to compare S-Ranking this game to A-Ranking Shadow, as like most things, it's more enjoyable in 06 than Shadow. In that game, I couldn't tell you the rules, it felt so lame and easy. Here in 06, it's what I have called...
So lame and easy? That's interesting to say. So it's like rings. I forgot how much. Okay, for this example, like rings don't matter at all in Shot the Hedgehog. It's right. Well, like even the game's like pretty ambivalent to that. So it's all about time. So like when it comes to like time. I'm already seeing it there. It matters a whole lot. I can't remember myself coasting. Okay, I think what happened to me when it comes to A rank and all the stages, because again, like I did, get expert mode and beat expert mode. It took me extra time on extra mode, but still, if it isn't, of course, the much harder stages like fuck that stage 2. Let the hero mission for like the freaking arc. If it's not that, okay, if it's not that, then I can't confidently say that I was coasting. But at that point, I was really good at the game when it came to me trying to A rank everything. Sure, like it was a whole lot of trial and error, but still I was able to do it. I can tell you though, if I had like an easier time with this than in Sonic Adventure 1, I'd fuck testing that. But it still took me like a lot of time because of all the stages too. So I really didn't enjoy that aspect either. So okay, I'll say for now, when it came to A rank and everything, it was tedious if anything else. So that's the issue there. Like it took me like a whole lot of time to A rank literally every fucking stage, on every fucking mission.
Rank from A that was seen in SA2 to Shadow to S. The console games have now adopted this, and it'll be the top rank for the duration of the series. I think it's most interesting to compare S ranking this game to A ranking Shadow, as like most things, it's more enjoyable in 06 than Shadow. In that game, I couldn't tell you the rules, it felt so lame and easy. Here in 06, it's what I have called in the past broken. Surprise, surprise, Sonic 06 has something broken in it. But seriously, the only rule in Sonic 06 is to get 50,000 points. In each action stage, that is the sole requirement to get an S. Now, while I get that a point tally is also what SA2 and Heroes had, but the difference is that in those games, I actually felt like the game was grading you on performance in its entirety. With stages in 06 being a lot longer, reaching 50,000 points is pretty easy to accomplish. In most stages, you need a good time bonus to make it to the full 50k. However, in stages like Aquatic Base or Dusty Desert as Silver and Shadow, you can seriously just kill enough enemies and get enough bonus points from doing that to where you can reach the goal with 50k points, sit there for 10 minutes, and still get an S. And SA2 and Heroes,
So basically, don't die, and like you'll get like an AS. Some of the times it's the same thing with Sonic Adventure 2. I think I was having the most trouble with that when it came to like the last stages, of course. Like last two, I'll say like the last 2 to last 3 stages for each character. But yeah, I think especially with Eggman, because like his like his like threshold to get an A is like the largest it feels, because like none of y'all know just how many times I fucking tried to keep A ranking that like base stage. I can't remember what it's called right now. I usually do actually. I think it was like 100,000. And like for like everyone's last stage, I had an easy time on that one. I think like Can's Court, I knew that one took me like a long time. But anyways, all that shit some more time.
Point tally was based upon the stage itself and what would require the most amount of points for that stage. For example, in the Dreamcast version of Cosmic Wall from SA2, the point tally was too low a requirement, so they upped it on the re-release so that it could be more challenging. Sonic stages are generally shorter than the other two, but the sloppy programming is still easy to abuse. Sonic unlocks a lot of powers in this game. Like Shadow and Silver, this bar is supposed to decrease as the powers it grants cannot be abused. The manual even tells you that when using Sonic's abilities, the bar is supposed to be decreasing. But they forgot to program that in, so you can use the powers of the purple jump to bypass stage segments with ease. More importantly, you can just endlessly use the red gem in a stage to get a stupidly large time bonus in Sonic stages. I did this trick in Kingdom Valley as Sonic, and I guess my time bonus was so good the game couldn't even calculate it, and it gave me 0 points for a sub 10 minute.
0 points? Are you shitting me? Okay, that I've actually never heard about, but fuck, dude. Well, I guess the game was tending to give you like over 900,000 points for that one.
Minute run of Kingdom Valley. But still, for most stages, you actively have to fight as many enemies as you can. As many enemy groups will have leaders, and killing them will cause all the enemies to die, and you get a big point bonus for that. You need to use the trick rings I mentioned earlier because you'll get a higher rank because of that point bonus. And I thought S-ranking Sonic 06 was a neat experience because it might seem unforgiving at first, but when you get used to the rules, things start to become easy to do.
Fuck it, get used to the rules. Slow down time, nigga. Be on some Dio shit. Be able to, like, skip the fucking level practically. And yeah, like, the freaking S rank is yours apparently. Like, fuck the rules. You break the rules.
Consistently. I'm not that great with Silver's levels because I usually die, and also dying in Sonic stages is what cost me the rank a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But on my Shadow run for this video, I actually Shadow playthrough, except for this embarrassing death at the end of Dusty Desert.
What the hell? No!
SA2 did not rate the players on boss battles, but that started in Sonic Heroes as the grade was based purely on time. 06 has boss ranks that are much more difficult. I had to do so many of these boss fights more than once,
bosses,
the so short it becomes a massive juggling act of doing it quickly but to get the time bonus, but also needing rings for the ring
I fucking
bonus.
hate this fight
Silver's
too.
Egg Genesis being my least favorite, and Sonic's Egg Cerberus with one head is the second worst, as you need to destroy it with these statues in the arena in order to get that time bonus. 06 also came with a plethora of DLC, such as the boss attack mode that's reminiscent of the adventure games. With even more content, you also get these big enemy arenas to contend with, and there's also the Team Amigo stages that I mentioned before. I think having level design specifically made for Tails, Blaze, and Omega was neat, but no thanks. My favorite of all the DLC are the very hard stage packs for every character. Think of it like the super hard and expert modes from the last two games, but behind a paywall. I think Sonic's are fairly simple, just remixing the stage.
It sounds masochistic, but I'm just saying there, like Viz masochistic enough to really like this game. I'm just saying.
To include more difficult platforming elements, also giving a cool bonus with being able to explore Sonic's amazing Dusty Desert stage completely without a lease, which is my preferred way to get the most out of that stage. In each of the very hard stages, you need to get 100,000 points for the S rank.
100,000
points, which is actually something I can't always do consistently.
Fuck that shit.
I did it for every character on my PS3 save file last year, but if you don't take advantage of every single opportunity to get points you can, as quickly as possible no less, then there will be no S rank for you. It just feels like you earned it when you actually get the 100k. Overall, I don't know why they made DLC for a game that was so poorly received, but the DLC, ironically, shows they were actually pretty self-aware of this fact. Sonic's stages are the tamest of them all, probably because people might actually buy them, but for Shadow and Silver, I feel like they really made these for the fans. In the case of Silver, I think they remixed his stages to include a lot more taxing platforming and dealing with enemies on top of that. White Acropolis being an excellent example of the enemies, as you need to maximize the enemy score or else your ass is not getting an S. Aquatic Base being the best example of introducing more platforming and hover navigation into Silver stages. And you gotta love using Silver's hover to get past this stupid metallic ball set piece.
I remember that.
The damn thing's nearly impossible to control and explodes on
I hate that.
But anyway, when doing Silver's very hard Dusty Desert, I was terrified. What kind of dastardly scheme were the devs going to come up with to make the ball puzzle even more frustrating?
We're trying to do this.
When the doors open, you see this giant fucking laser grid, telekinesis points, and enemies guarding cages. There is no ball puzzle here. They just use Silver's mechanics in different ways than the original stage. I thought that was actually funny because they had to have known what paranoia that laser grid would have put in the players who aren't dedicated enough to S-rank the existing stages. Now, as for Shadow's DLC levels, these were by far my favorite. I already said why I find Shadow inherently fun to play as, but for the DLC stages, they pulled a really nice surprise. With the exception of Wave Ocean, where Shadow must do the super speed section of Sonic stage with the motorcycle, and find a way to get 100,000 points doing it, no less, all of Shadow's other very hard stages have an element that the other characters' DLC levels didn't. They are each a shared stage where you trade off members of Team Dark to reach the end of the stage. In White Acropolis, you play as Shadow first, and then you play as Rouge, who has to find keys to get through the gate so that Omega can tear through the enemies that lead a path for Shadow and the Buggy to destroy the increased amount of searchlights.
Okay.
It's no lie, every single one is like that, and it's super fun. Mainly because when I S-ranked this game, there were 8 stages dedicated to Team Dark being a team in every stage. Characters doing things without Sonic has become very scarce in the modern Sonic series.
Right.
So because of that, this whole setup was super refreshing and just put a smile on my face to play. They must have known how much of a fan favorite this team was.
So it's like, okay, like refreshing, sure. Wouldn't go as far as say super fun, because it's I guess better from like a viewer standpoint. But anyways, I want to say super fun because you're still trying to deal with, you know, like unfixed Rouge, but Omega could get past. Like, it just that I feel like as if you still could have played better and have more artillery, I guess, because you know, fucking like it's Omega, like his like stuff does the job well, sure, but you know, like it feels like they could have, like, you know, did more with them and give them more battle centric mechanics, so we could actually dish out, like, you know, more damage. Sure, okay, sure, it could sound like redundant, but just that, like, I don't really like talking about what Omega does. Like, his stuff is just passable, and like that's really it. Like, it's not impressive stuff. And like, they could have thrown tougher enemies for like Omega. Then like all these like most of the time, like the enemies too are also very stationary. It's a really odd problem there. So yeah, like a lot of the enemies do come off as easy in this game. So yeah.
And I can't come up with another reason why they would design the levels like this. The fun doesn't have to stop there for Shadow's DLC stages. This really was made for people who would buy Shadow DLC in Sonic 06 with a straight face. There are a bunch of exploits you can use in Shadow's main stages, 2 of them being Omega's ability to fly forever, and the other being Shadow's Chaos Smash ability, which can glitch through barriers like cages and electric grids.
Yeah.
Here in Dusty Desert, and Omega's skip of the stage I mentioned before is blocked by a laser grid. But here in Kingdom Valley, Radical Train, and Dusty Desert, Shadow fights endless enemies that keep respawning to build up your gauge so that you can glitch through the laser grids. It's required. Or when Rouge has to glide past a big pit. Don't take this part lightly, because this is probably where players are going to learn that Knuckles and Rouge can only climb on walls they are specifically programmed to do so on in the main game. Not being on the list.
Wow.
That is definitely abysmal programming incarnate, but hey, it put a smile on my face. The culmination of all this is the last story. This is the final last story segment in the series. I mean, this game being panned caused the entire adventure formula to be abandoned, including the story structure, so let's dive in and see what we're in for.
Well, like what they, you know, might as well, because, people are really starting to bitch about, like, the last story. Like, they actually mind about last story shit in Sonic games. But yeah, like, think about it as a whole, like, if you could do without last story in you know, your games. Because, you know, like, imagine if, like, Street Fighter had, like, last story. Like, it doesn't need that to make, like, a whole grandiose story really tied together. Like, what you get from the character should be enough. Yeah, so, like, I think it'd be more interesting if you had, like, more characters to, like, play as, and it feels more climactic with certain characters. I think that works a little better, actually. And like this way too, your game will come off as less predictable. So yeah, like that's a thought there. Okay, looks like we're back with the last session. Sorry about that. I'm glad I took a moment actually, so I can get, you know, more thoughts going for, you know, this entire bullshit here. So what I want to, like, touch back on is the whole, I guess, oh, it's a bestiality in this game, man. Like that whole thing. It's like what doesn't help the case for this is that like he's literally called Sonic the Hedgehog. Just saying there. Like, it would have helped the game's case if Sonic had like a human form, or like, because like I saw someone talk about this kind of actually, because like when I pointed to, well, what about Beauty and the Beast? What about what was the other example? Like the whole interspecies thing has always been like a thing for like a while actually. For one of the first back I can go back to was Gargoyles, how that happened even in that show. And it's like, not all interspecies relationships are equal. And then like I talked about before, like we got like, yeah, sure, it's not a relationship, like, you know, actual relationship, like it's more like, you know, a friendship kind of thing, or like as my girlfriend put it before, like a sort of guardian sort of thing with you know, Shadow and Maria. Either way, like that whole thing that they had going there, that was able to fly by a lot better than at least Sonic. like Shadow and Maria, that was way better than this by fucking leaps and bounds. Easy. And then you have this last story shit that's gonna show, you know, that fucking scene. And it's like a lot like the response for that sort of thing is really like inconsistent, because it was virtually fine, and like the Gargoyles show, like in the Gargoyles show, like what the weird thing that happened in that was that they made the girl come off as more appealing, and that's mostly because of the director that they shifted out, and they got this new director for it. So people were, you know, weren't a fan of that. Then the whole, well, Goliath is like going with this girl here. The Beauty and the Beast, like at least Beast can turn into a fucking human. Like the whole Beast form thing is a curse in the first place. So it's like yo, man. Like I replied to the guy that I talked about this sort of thing, and I was like, okay, well, aside from the not equal thing, I was also like, you know, like the general consensus is the more human, the better for a character. I guess like a funny one, just like this like thought of, like I guess like a fun example of this was like, I'm not saying who this is, but you know, do some digging on your own here. Where the dude was like, well, I feel like Lola was like more human than Felicia from Darkstalkers. Like, oh shit, man. Ain't that a take? I'm just saying there, like, I was like, man, like, okay, I'll admit, like, when I saw Lola the very first time as a kid, like, I was floored. I actually fell out of my seat, and that's me as a kid. So just imagine like the public with that. When there should be like a compilation of that. There should be like, shouldn't be funny. I'll look it up later. Anyways, okay, so I just wanted to close that thought before continuing. Also, like, I met this motherfucker. Okay, so this motherfucker said, and like confirmed the video. I forgot which video it was, but definitely sometime after this. I can't believe this was like back in December. Damn, nigga. Like he said in this like on one of his latest videos, like I'll just have it up on screen for a second. He said in this video that, well, I didn't want to talk about you know, Project 06 and the Sonic 06 video because I feel like it'll be unfocused. What? It's like, dude, you talked about all these other games for Ratchet and Clank, man. So how are you gonna like draw the line all of a sudden for this one individual case? You're talking about all these other games, man. Even if they were fan games, like still same concept. It's like, dude, like, it's like he doesn't know what he's talking about, like, a lot of the time. Tisms, man, I tell you. Let me sure that, okay.
So, let's dive in and see what we're in for. Silver's Mephiles has had enough playing around, and he blindsides Sonic and Elise after the events of the Sonic campaign's ending, murdering Sonic by firing a laser through his chest. That's it. He just kills Sonic. This being the event that drives Elise over the edge as Mephiles intended from the beginning, releasing Iblis. They can finally join together as Solaris. I find it kind of interesting that Silver's Mephiles is lying to Silver when he says Sonic's the Iblis trigger and all that, but it's not necessarily a lie. He says that Sonic's the Iblis trigger, and by killing Sonic that released Iblis, so that part of it was true. I think that's a good detail that Mephiles, as the manipulator, is taking the truth and twisting it to make it a lie. But speaking of Mephiles, I'm pretty sure he's one of the few Sonic villains you can say actually won. His goal...
Okay, now, like, sure, that's not too off the mark, but all I'll say about that really is that, imagine if he didn't do that in front of Elise, you know, and then, like, he actually met, okay, Sonic actually, say Sonic never actually met Elise, and, like, or even go as far as, like, you know, saying that it's happened between them, like, maybe day one, like the first hour of meeting each other, it wouldn't work. Like, so, like, I feel like this would actually allude to Mephiles knowing branching futures. Like, he like planned this within like the first minutes of the game with this shit, or like he's been knowing about this for like a long time. That okay, Elise wants to get with Sonic. Like, she grown very, very attached to him, like, in, like, fucking no time, practically. So, what if I fucking kill him? Okay, my Wi-Fi is trying to, okay, a lot of things are trying to happen right now. Like, basically, my car was getting fucked, and, I lost, like, a lot of footage. I was way up, I was way further, like, I was in the 50-minute mark. Okay, so let's take this back. What I was trying to say when it came to Mephiles for the fucking fourth time, he like knew how shit was gonna play out. Arguably, if like he killed Sonic, you know, here, and we killed Sonic at this other time. Okay, you know, I can get behind that, but it's like that's still an assumption, I'd say. Now, okay, now it's a good assumption because of especially if you look at, like, you know, Shadow. Well, if you look at what happened with, like, Shadow and how he showed Shadow, like, he really showed Shadow how he got locked up in this one future. But it's like the bad future, you see. Even then, like, it's still an assumption to say, well, he, like, yeah, sure, he was also in the past, but it's like they could have done this better. Like, if they showed, Meph was looking at the other features of him killing Sonic, that would have came off better. Some shit like that. I'm just saying. And then it's like, if you want to even overlook that, there's also the fact that he killed Sonic so cheaply. And he only did this move only once. Like, this is the only time where he does this specific move here. It's like pseudo key blast, or it's like pseudo Kamehameha or whatever. Like this beam. Like, we're going off of fucking DBZ logic. Oh man, like you know, Sonic's a fucking Saiyan. All of a sudden, oh man, if you get him from behind, like he's a human. All of a sudden, ah shit, he has human defense right now. And like, I'm not even gonna go in the realm of, okay, how many rings do you have? I'm not even gonna go there, because, like, you know, this is not the comics, which the comics are way better than this shit. But anyways, and like, it was just so cheap to where like I really can't feel like this approach and how they did it. It's like one thing to give praise towards Mephiles, but the story itself, it's like it feels like a big no. Like this killed Sonic, this really. It's like Light Beam, really, dog? Like we don't even know what the move would even be like if we didn't see the scene, especially. So it's like this is messy. So like points off once again. Many times, the other many times of points off is another one of them.
Was to just release Iblis and become Solaris and destroy time-space. He accomplished this goal. Sonic dying was meant to be a really impactful moment, but as the culmination of this game, it instead became the perfect irony for the fate of the series. Again, it seems to be a running theme today, supposed to be grandiose, but becomes a perfect metaphor for the game itself. Unfortunately, the story then falls victim to the yada yada effect once more. After that great
how apparent
scene, Mephiles then warps the...
how apparent that Mephiles killing Sonic, kind of destroyed freaking Sonic is like symbolic of this game is destroying Sonic's reputation. If like the bad games didn't do it, bad enough. Like I say, like especially following this after something like Shadow the Hedgehog, fucking. Like this really put Sonic. I mean, really put Sonic on the map to like you get more towards like the mainstream. I mean, at least if you ask me. I didn't look at the sales figures, but anyways, like Sonic always has a reputation of having like all these bad games. Like I'd like to like do a video covering like the bad games for the series. Like there's a whole bunch of them, especially these days. There's a whole bunch of them. Like I can probably start with like 5, and then work my way up from there. Because I came across some where it's like, what the fuck am I looking at? Like why is it like this? Well, it's actually badly designed. Along with Shadow the Hedgehog, but oh god. And then this game too. So you say niggas. Ugh. And also great scene, like okay, like you may need some ice, man. Keep that boner down. Like I know you think Mephiles is like hot or whatever, but I wouldn't say great scene. Like let's just try the lowbrow approach for once. Like isn't it impactful? Sure, but let's just say it's significant here. Because like isn't it impressive that a villain actually killed Sonic? Sure. But like the writing behind it, no. It's still like a no with the writing behind it.
Chaos was to himself to commence the joining process. He spent the whole Shadow campaign looking for emeralds, and now he can just summon them. Maybe Iblis being released gives him more powers inherently, but the problem is that nobody explains any of this. Instead, it just looks like the writers just powers inherently, but the problem is that nobody explains any of them. Maybe Iblis being released gives him more powers inherently, but the problem is that nobody explains any of this. Instead, it just looks like the writers just yada yada-ing us to the next scene. Solaris is reborn. He literally just...
So yada. Okay, I was having a major gripe about this one. Yeah. Okay, very lazy, man. Very lazy. Let's just be like, okay, shit was just happening. Just be like, shit was happening. Or like, like the characters we're just talking about it. Because like, main of this, it's like weird term is like confusing, man. Also, I still hate how like, this has so many dislikes, like 14,000. So like those 14,000 likers were like dick sucking here. Not too surprised, given his like subscribers. I'll roast the comments after this. Don't worry, y'all. That's gonna come after this. But yeah, like again, like he acknowledges how very little was explained. Like practically nothing was really explained here. with the scene, like, again, shit was happening, like, time was falling apart and shit. Yeah, like, a good job explaining this very well, game, while this is happening.
Destroys the entire time-space continuum in a few seconds. Another yada yada moment is that all the main characters, minus Blaze, are here on this platform in a time-space rift. Time is so unstable right now that it has created this pocket dimension. Time doesn't really exist anymore, which is how Silver can be here with the rest of the cast. Once more, nobody explains why only the main characters are here. Anyone else would be pointless, I know, but again, even an excuse as to why that conveniently happens would be nice. I hate the yada yada effect because it distracts, rightfully to an extent, from moments that I think are really good. Moving on, I've always enjoyed this part where
it distracts. Okay, thinking about this now, this actually makes no sense. Them not explaining anything or just having shit happen for a scene distracts from you believing the scene is good? What sense does that make? Doesn't that make the scene that much more, worse than you think? Doesn't that make not only the scene, but the story for the game, bad? Or at the very least subpar? Or dare I say, unpolished? So it's actually rather foolish for you to believe that, like you think the scene is like, good, but there's some unpolishing happening in the scene, maybe the scene should have been airtight as far as like story like that. At least they could do to, not have the scenes or the story come up as, half-assed, I dare say. Oh shit.
the characters find out that Mephiles killed Sonic. It's no joke, he's dead. Sonic's theme, His World, has been used numerous times during the game to portray his faster-than-light action and attitude, but now that he's dead, his theme becomes this piano track.
So I'm just saying, like, everyone doesn't look that sad. It's only just a few characters. Like, it would really help if, like, it's not just the models. Like, if they actually did more with the models, that tried to make them look sad. Like, it's like they're just carrying on. They're just doing whatever on their own. And then, like this piano track has actually been on the generic side for me. Like, I've hearing like so many like piano songs from like literally everything else. Like they just blended together with like everything else. Like, I forgot this was even in the game. In fact,
Sonic dying has a negative effect in a practical sense because of the fact that he's always the one to pull through and save the day, but he's fucking dead. The Team Optimus is not here to say we can do this.
We've no time to waste! We've got to defeat it now!
No, it is a transcendent life form that exists in the past, present, and future. Defeating it here, now, would do nothing.
And that is when we...
Honestly, even if everyone says that, like, it didn't register to me that, Supersonic, Shadow and Silver actually were being Solaris in the past, present, and future. It didn't register to me like that. Like, it just felt like, okay, here's like the boss, beat him. Like, it feels like that. Instead of defeating him in like 3 ways at the same time, simultaneously. Like, it didn't come across as that. Especially the way I was playing it. Ooh, I was struggling, especially with Silver. Oh, fuck. Anyways.
Defeating it here, now, would do nothing.
And that is when we get Silver, my favorite moment for his character in this game, confidently ready to fight anyway.
But favorite moment, but this is the part where he's truly actually useful becoming super silver, and I think he got one of the emeralds. Like at the tail end of the game. In last story, by the way, this is the only time where he was truly useful. Sad ass character. Nigga.
Regardless of the hopeless odds.
No, I won't give up. There has to be a way. If you say it exists in the past, present, and future, I'll destroy them all at once.
Certainly. It might have been possible if he was still alive.
A video on Silver's character I watched that you should totally check out cited this scene as an example of how much of an optimist he really is.
How to fix Silver. Also, Optimus, I don't give a shit. It's like, dude, I don't fucking give a fuck. Like, the freaking team did what they needed to do, and apparently got the shit done. Like, I don't think it really wouldn't matter what fucking Silver, whatever he fucking says. It's like, could they get out of the place or not is the thing. Like, I don't give a shit about this whole, oh man, this is my favorite moment. Nigga, I don't fucking give a shit. Listen, it's last story. Do or die, nigga.
I mean, in summary, Silver's whole character routine is traveling back in time to try and alter the outcome of the future. I don't know if you can make a character more of an optimist to a fault than that. I mean, even the ultimate life form thinks we're screwed, but Silver still doesn't want to give up. At least then,
Also, again, I don't give a fuck. Silver fails most of the time in the story. He was manipulated by Mephiles, but Mephiles was like, this nigga's not doing what I want him to do. Listen, I need to take action into my own hands. He was even useless while being manipulated by Mephiles. Well, probably the mastermind of the game. Couldn't use him. Silver was that fucking pathetic. Damn, nigga.
checks notes, feels Sonic's essence in the wind as though he's not dead yet. Ahem. Which gives Silver the idea that we can use the Chaos Emeralds, gemstones that turn thoughts into power.
Also, like, I guess this guy's trying to be Sonic 93 or something. If y'all know who she is, look her up.
To bring Sonic back to life. Elise is the perfect one to try since he saw himself when he traveled back to the past that she has the power it takes to do this. And now, the character's ready to try and save the day.
Solaris flung the Chaos Emeralds to the distant corners of this distorted world.
To collect them all in time, we'll have to split up. I'll go too. Because it's for Sonic. So Elise, watch over him.
Thus beginning the final stage, End of the World. Tails, Amy, Knuckles, Shadow, Rouge, Omega, and Silver must travel through what remains of the world as it's being pulled apart by Solaris to find the Chaos Emeralds before it's too late. Now, I could focus on the fact that this level is, shall I say, difficult, as Knuckles, Silver, and Amy especially becomes really obnoxious to fight through an army of enemies in time.
Okay, like Amy, I definitely see, like, I think I died like a handful of times with her, but my biggest issue was with Tails. Fucking Tails the Fox over here. Like, I can't remember how it was like exactly, but even with those like statues, it was like I could barely even get to them. Like, I kept dying on like the around the point where you had to like go to like the next building and like fly up to like that next building area. I kept dying like around there because of the fucking death spheres or like the death eyes. Like, he's gonna explain here, but yeah, like, what happens is that if you touch them, dead, and like they like draw you in, and it's like, nigga, no, just no, big ass fucking no. It's like, who wants to deal with that? Even for like the last story, who wants to deal with that?
Portals that pulled you towards them and fling projectiles at you. From a design standpoint, it's pretty unfair. The camera angles aren't good, mixed with the game chugging in the frame rate department and playing as a lot of characters that just don't work right.
Also, yeah, like, again, good job, developers. Like, it really slows the game down from a performance standpoint, and you had to deal with like the bad gameplay, like the generally bad gameplay when it comes to these characters.
But you already know that. I want to focus on what I've been saying here since the beginning. When I was a kid, this level was absolutely terrifying for a much different reason than the game design. We're literally playing through the world in its final moments. The more time passes in the stage, the colors will become increasingly off. More time portals will open. Time portals that are the eyes of Solaris, colored red and purple, the essences of Iblis and Mephiles. The characters are fighting through this hellscape for a chance to save the world, even if the odds could not be grimmer, nor the challenge more demanding. That's impact. That is a feeling I shan't soon forget when thinking of this stage. To temporarily stave off the effects of Solaris, you do have one thing at your disposal.
Also, yeah, that segment was a lot of dick sucking. Like he's giving the game way too much fucking credit. Oh well, it's like a hell's game. This is literally the end of the world, man. Holy shit, this is so impactful. It's like, nigga, like they're just trying. That's all this is. Like this, it feels rather tacked on. Like all they did was, put the levels. It's still the same fucking levels practically, and they just put freaking all these eyes that can appear here, here and there, like a whole lot of places actually, with these scarce statues that are apparently out of nowhere. Like these, it's really tacked on. It really is when you just think about it and like look at it. Like we played through these levels before. So it's not like they made like new levels or anything. So this just comes off as like very lazy. Again, he's giving the game too much credit for this segment here.
If you touch this rock, you can slow the time-space rift just slightly.
These eagle statues are here to help. The eagle. This is an aspect of 06 I've yet to address. The eagle is everywhere in Soliana. You can find depictions of the eagle throughout Dusty Desert. Eagles take you from place to place throughout Kingdom Valley. Eagle machines give you paths forward that you did not have before. The silver and gold coins have the emblem of the eagle on them. Solaris' final form resembles the eagle silhouette seen throughout the game. His head in his first form looks like one, and now these eagle statues are your only savior in the midst of the end of the world. Developers don't do things like this for no reason. I decided to look into what the eagle has meant symbolically, and it's interesting to note that across different cultures it has meant different things, like most ancient things, I suppose. But I mean to say that I don't find it a coincidence that the shape of the eagle is the one destroying the world while also being the symbol of protection in numerous stages. Power, divinity, protection, it's all there. While Soliana is kind of a weird place, when you think about it, the rituals, the royal aesthetic entirely, it just makes sense symbolically when you put it all together. As cemented before, the culture of Soliana is thought out. Appreciating that and the natural dread of these twisted areas is why I have nothing but positive memories of this level. Even
also, like you say it's thought out, but how would they know exactly like about the whole? Well, like we should worship like all these like eagle-looking figures. So it's like we had to just take that face value apparently. Okay, hold up.
Even if I have to play as someone as terrible as Amy. With that done, it's time to bring Sonic back to life as Elise prays with the Chaos Emeralds. Another moment that was supposed to be impactful but became the most infamous scene in the history of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic, come back. To me. To us.
But by the way, he said that he liked this game. Yeah, it seemed like this.
It is at this exact moment that you must be wondering, how did we get here? Well, folks, let's go back to the beginning. Looking back, it's really easy to wonder just how we went from Sonic freeing animals from captivity in Green Hill Zone to this game where the characters are literally running through the end of the world, on top of a game with the heavy subject matter I've already gone into. But this obviously did not...
Which they didn't do a good job with. Like, yeah, thanks boys for stopping Silver. If it really wanted him to, if it really didn't want him to, try to do what he like did when he came to like, actually trying to kill Sonic, yeah, like you should have actually stopped him. Like we should have gotten at least like a boss battle or some shit with that. It's like, and then also, by the way, with that, I know I'm kind of late on this, but yeah, yeah, Silver was useless throughout most of the game. so useless that friggin' Mephiles couldn't use them. Like, he couldn't use them properly. Like, he was like, well, shit, like, I wanted him to kill Sonic, but I can't even have him do that. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it myself. So fucking useless. Damn.
Not happen overnight. It took 15 years. I've been stressing the whole Sonic is distinctive theming since Sonic 1 because of the fact that this sort of thing has been there since the beginning. Sonic 1 was not just a game where you bounced onto nothing enemies, they put thought into the way the game would feel to play, like how Dr. Eggman was the boss of every stage. This just creates an inherent want for the player to see what machine is going to try and come up with next, and maybe you can finally take him out. When you get past Scrap Brain Zone Act 2, you get plunged into another run of Labyrinth Zone directly by Eggman, and I think that's genius. It makes the player more amped up for Final Zone with climactic music to go along with it.
Like, okay, so, like, this is, like, another thing that... So, this is, like, one of the things that I need to, like kind of, like, mentally prepare myself when it comes to, like, talking about the Clan of the Games, because it's, like... People that are really big fans of the Clan of the Games like to give it too much... like to give the games too much fucking credit. Like, as if they're friggin'... Metal Gear, okay, Metal Gear's kind of going too far. What's a good comparison? I thought they'd call them genius. But it's like, they're only good to okay. Well, at the very least, like, okay. Tells them genius. I'm like, dude, like, again, just giving it too much credit. Just like, oh, so, he's giving 06 and Sonic, like the class Sonic games, too much credit. Think about that.
That game set the standard for Sonic. Since then, they've been trying to top themselves with each game. Sonic 2 ends on a fight with the ultimate Eggman mech with no rings in sight, as Sonic gets saved by Tails from falling to his doom. A heartwarming ending because of the fact that the game had been trying to build that connection with him in a way that Mario and Luigi hadn't done before. Sonic CD created Metal Sonic, a heartless artificial reflection of Sonic that you must face for the good of nature's preservation and Amy and time itself. Sonic 3K gave us Knuckles, a character who goes through a transformation from enemy to ally in a 16-bit game with no dialogue that clearly conveys to the player that Dr. Eggman's not messing around, and that these Chaos Emeralds do have more history to them than just being game mechanics. See what I mean? Sonic Adventure tells...
As if this never happened before. It's like, how many times does this happen in the freaking Kirby games? Come on, man. Like, those have no dialogue, even to this... Okay, not exactly to this day, but... Like, I was seeing, like, I'm not telling you which playthrough I saw this from, but yeah, like, what was it like, it wasn't during, it wasn't like the Dream Course one. I don't think it was. I think it was that one, but yeah, like that shit was on the Wii. That still had no dialogue. I'm just, like, look, like, a good amount of games, you know, did that, where antagonist becomes, like, the freaking protagonist's best friend, even though there was no dialogue. It's like, dude, it's not all that you need. Like, it's only okay, you know, to good.
It's the story of Chaos, now that relates to the Echidnas. SA2 introduces Shadow when the grand stakes ended the game. It's this effort...
Yeah, hold up, my freaking... So, like, I'm gonna be here just to finish this recording, because I really need to get to finishing this, because holy shit, man. Okay, let me see what retard shit this man said.
Sonic Adventure tells the story of Chaos, now that relates to the Echidnas. SA2 introduces Shadow when the grand stakes ended the game. It's this effort to keep trying to build upon the world of Sonic and the threats he faces that brought us to this moment. Trying to create a memorable experience is by no means a problem. Having a human being kiss Sonic the Hedgehog as the face of that in a game that's not finished just becomes a joke rather than what it was meant to be. Besides that infamous...
It's still bad, man. That doesn't mean... Some unfinished games, I don't have them on here right now, but some unfinished games don't go this fucking far, man. You have to realize. They don't go as far and are still better games than, you know, even this. Like, when facing, like, a freaking ever, you know, shrinking dev schedule, you wouldn't go this far. Like, this took too... Not only was this taken too far, but this didn't come off well. In the grand scheme of things, like, this was just a bad idea. Like, it could have saved, it would have actually saved them time if they just took a scene like this out. So it's like, you know, why have it come full circle when this didn't work out in the end? And in the face of that, like, Okay, while people do you remember this scene? Like, this is like a random scene to have it, you know, chalk up to all the other scenes, and like notice how like all these other scenes tend to be like the boss battles. So it's like, you know, why not use like I feel like he like taught, like he gave service to this scene like, you know, too soon like that. Like he should have, or like he like was comparing like all these scenes to this scene. He basically jumped the gun. It would have been a much better time for him to talk something like this after the story is done. We're literally at the ass end of the story right now, so that'd be way better time, man. And like the fact that he's like a classic Sonic fan, like just doesn't make him look good as a classic Sonic fan. Like not only normal Sonic fans, but the classic Sonic fan reps, you know, they haven't been having, you know, been seen favorably because of stuff like this. But anyways, just to close out that thought, this is him talking out of his rectum hole.
This kiss, I still love this scene. Sonic is.
You still love this scene? He loves this scene, so he's into this. Okay, I see how it is, man. Like, just say that. Just make this shorter. I was into the scene of Elise kissing Sonic.
Revived as Super Sonic, and now his theme becomes this operatic track that seriously sounds like it was ripped out of a Hollywood movie.
Also, he's so impressionable. Hollywood movie. Get the fuck out, man. I stay for getting themes like that. Ugh. Like, I want to say like this track like came out of a Hollywood movie. Like that. That's like most of the track that came out of Sonic Boom, by the way. Like Rose, yeah. Like I saw a few people you actually say that about the OST for that game. So it's like, you know, what about that? I think he mentioned about Sonic Boom before, so it's kind of ironic that he said that. I guess what's even more funny about that is like he mentioned Sonic. Okay, he mentioned Sonic Boom, but not the music for it. So that just tells you just how forgettable that track is. While trying to sound like it came from a Marvel movie. So think about that. Also, I don't like how Sonic is like rendered there. He looks like fucking cheese, man. Ooh, no.
Every character has a reaction to all that goes on here, even if we only see them for a few seconds, and they don't even have to say anything. It's just such a well-made scene. The smaller than usual amount of dialogue, especially
except the parts with Elise in it,
making an impact as, besides thanks, what else needs to be said? It's time to save the day, with Super Shadow making his final appearance in the games at the time of writing, and Super Silver making his only one.
I don't know, like, the best part of the scene is how, it's like the literal end of the game. Well, this is getting towards the end of the game, and they're trying to end it like this. Or, like, what they're trying to end it, period, with this scene. Also, like, they made Shadow look a little too gold there. Like, he's supposed to look, you know, white with his super transformation. And yeah, Silver looks like a freaking actual cheese sculpture over there with his with his form. Yeah, still Lars.
Now we have reached the final boss fight. And this is probably the best boss in the game, honestly. None of the issues we had before, like the camera not focusing on the boss properly, are here. Nor do we have to worry about rings for a ring bonus. The mechanics are also really easy to work with. You control the super-powered hedgehogs on a 2D plane as they have their respective attacks.
I mean, like, you say it best, but even then, it's not by much at all. I just don't like this boss fight either.
Sonic charging towards the monster, Shadow firing Chaos Spear, and Silver catching its projectiles and throwing it back at it. When you're running low on rings, you press the
Look at that shit! Freaking Silver threw the thing, yet it exploded midway. How's that happen? like shit like that is why I fucking hate this fucking boss fight, especially for silver shit. Oh my god, no. If only, yeah, like if only you can actually defeat Solaris as just Sonic and Shadow, because those were fine. Like I think Shadow's was like the most fine, but yeah.
Topmost face button to go from Sonic to Shadow to Silver back to Sonic. You need to charge up their attacks in order to do damage. It's a pretty good setup. The only issue I have is that you start by playing as Sonic, who does not do any damage, switch to Shadow, who also does not do damage, when switch to Silver, he says aligned and can finally do damage. The trick is that you can first only attack as Silver, then Shadow, and finally Sonic, which makes it weird that they literally had you start with the characters literally in reverse order from what actually works, without even explaining it. The only real bit of bad design I can really point to in this fight. But when that's done...
So you see like how Silver was like, you know, designed here and like made to fight Solaris like this? Well, fuck alike. You thought that was fine? Having Silver projectiles, you know, explode midway, or even before you shoot the shit out because of the shit that's being flung at him. Wow, man. He dares to talk about design, but he doesn't know shit about design. Okay, man.
You have only beaten Phase 1.
Also, let me look at the time there.
You have only beaten Phase 1.
Like, it took 3 minutes. Like, that's Phase 1. I think Phase 2 took me like the longest. Like, let me see how the time is there.
Is it over?
No, it's not over yet.
I guess it's not gonna be that easy.
Also, yeah, like, it looks like the freaking Triforce there. I'm not sure if y'all seen it. And not the Triforce, but like the freaking Hyrule emblem. Not sure if y'all can see it. May do a side by side for it later. I don't know.
In Phase 1, Solaris had all the power, accompanied by this desperate choral music. Now the tables have turned in favor of the heroes. Here we get the 3D Sonic staple, the supporting cast all rooting for the playable characters. Besides the lame final boss fight in Generations, this is the last time we see this, and looking back, it's something I really miss.
The root of all our problems. I will defeat you, Solaris!
Let him have it, Silver!
Protect everyone's future!
Shadow, I'm trusting you to do this!
Time to unleash the ultimate power!
You can do it, Shadow!
Don't let him beat you, Sonic! Sonic, I believe in you!
Alright,
portrait
it's
house.
my turn! Let's have some fun, Solaris!
As the thematic angle of Sonic, Shadow, and Silver representing the present, past, and future is on full display here, as only with the three of them combined battling Solaris at every corner of the time-space continuum could they win the day.
I will protect the future!
I'll release
So I'm sorry, Silver is just noisy to no end in this game.
you from the chains of your past.
The present day! The here and now that you've stolen? Time to take it back!
And of course, there's the music. Previous 3D Sonic final bosses have played the vocal theme or a vocal track, but...
Now, yeah, also, I like this track way more than, like, that Phase 1 theme. Like, I have the harsh time, like, even, like, remembering it. You know, while, what was it? While, shit, even takes me a moment to, like, remember. Yeah, while, his world is not my favorite track, definitely not by a long shot, I can still, like, remember that. While, like, most of the other boss themes, like, even for the first phase, you know, kind of melt together in my head.
that would not have been good enough for this moment. Instead, we have his world turn into the most epic and bombastic final boss theme in Sonic history, providing a great send-off for the journey.
Well, again, like, not my favorite. Live and Learn was still at the best. You know, leaps and bounds, if you ask me. And then it's been just a little more about the music. when I went to my friend's house, he said that, wait, like, at least had, like, a theme? Like, he forgets some of the tracks. I need to look up like average times for this fight, because this is to me way longer than a fucking 6 minutes. Nigga. I can't fucking dying here because of Sue's bitch ass. Like his shit not working half the time. And it's like the core has like a very specific hitbox. Like sometimes like you go under, you know, right under the core. Sometimes you go right above it. It's like, well, I don't have a reticle to like tell me, you know, where the fuck I'm hitting. So like that's why I really don't enjoy when I'm playing at Sonic. Shadow, it's a lot more lenient because we're talking about multiple, you know, attacks going to the core at once. But it would still help if I had like a reticle so I can target it much better.
That was incredible!
In fact, like, that's the main problem with Sonic games. Like, we just need like reticle. Okay, not just like reticle, but like a lock on. I really fucking need that if I'm targeting like multiple enemies. And yeah, fucking S. I know he didn't get an S on his first try. He's bullshitting if he says that.
Beating the final boss is one thing, but there's still 8 minutes left of the story. Solaris is defeated, however, that's not the end. Sonic and Elise go back to where it all began, with a flashback to the events leading up to the Solaris project with Elise and her father, the Duke of Soleanna. Back before the experiment.
Now, this is the best part of the game. It's not Shadows, this is like the best part. Because, phone ringing. Because this is where they're like, oh shit, we actually made the story like this. Time to retcon it. Yeah. They're basically, yeah. So yeah, Sonic, Elise, never fucking met. Let's keep it like that. Like the last what they did for last story. This is what this is.
Solaris was merely a harmless flame. The Queen of Soleanna.
Oh yeah, well, also just to get rid of like Solaris too. Well, if I remember right, it was like that. Trying to get rid of either Solaris or like Mephiles or like both. It was pretty much like that.
Anna had passed away by this point, and the Duke wanted to harness the powers of Solaris so that he could have the ability to stop her from dying for both him and Elise. An experiment that began with positive intentions, but just went horribly wrong.
Okay, hold up.
Bringing us to Sonic and Elise face down with Solaris in its flame form. The music and both the flashback and this scene are great, but that goes without saying. People's hatred for Elise is cemented with the dialogue here. Saving the day is as simple as blowing out the flames so that none of this ever happens.
To tell the truth, I don't care what happens to the world.
So yeah, what do you say about liking Elise? Trying to be on some Amy shit. Like, what Amy said, like Silver was also really bad. Like it's pretty much on the same tier as this. It's just that Elise was a lot more helpless, and she really didn't like. Amy can't bounce back from this because of her multiple inclusions in like the games and how she actually does stuff in the games. But like, you know, this like it's like only at least it's like only time being in like a Sonic game. Well, aside from like being like a Spirit and like what was it like Sonic Runners, not Spirit but like a freaking Void Alley. Where the fuck that is? I used to play Sonic Runners and dropped it kind of fast. Anyways, it really doesn't help that this is like Lisa's only major role in the series, and she says this. Yeah, great character, y'all.
I think this moment's pretty interesting. Elise is crying, first and foremost, something she's...
It's interesting for you to say that she doesn't care about the world? Alright.
...now allowed to do because the flames are gone. This is Elise's most passionate moment in the game, which I have to assume is intentional. She's been acting like a robot for the entire game. She was forced to be a robot for her entire life because crying would have released Iblis. Yes, putting out the flame means saving the world. However, Sonic is the only person she's ever experienced happiness around since the death.
Okay, and then also, while like, you know, that is a problem for her, she could just do her own shit and just be like, well, fuck it to the kingdom. I would like that more than like, oh man, she got trapped. Like she got fucking trap carded by her own kingdom. Oh shit, man. What a sympathetic character. Again, like she really should like learn from my side. Just have your own free will and like, you know, go with the wind essentially. You don't want to be somewhere, you just leave, okay?
Of her father. He's somebody she doesn't have to deal with the.
Again, I know that not everyone can like do that, but you know, still. We're talking about a game here, and we're talking about like a character that they just made for this game, so they could just literally do whatever, and like not give her, and not have her be, you know, trap carded here.
Immense pressure of ruling a country with. I think this line makes perfect sense to me, but Sonic just calls back to what he said before. I think Elise's character is spared from the implications of that line because.
Okay, it can make sense, but is it very well written? And like, is it? Look, mate. You already said that people didn't like what she said there, so that speaks volumes, like by itself.
Because she knows Sonic is right. His whole lesson was that doing the right thing is important because it's the right thing. We need to enjoy what moments of life we can while we have it, instead of lusting to control what we can't. Doing that, what the Duke did, caused this whole thing in the first place. If Elise didn't blow out the flame for the sake of keeping her friendship with Sonic, she wouldn't be any different. If Elise at this point, say, took Sonic hostage for her own selfish gain, then she'd be a pretty bad character.
Excuse me? Hold on.
Blow out the flame for the sake of keeping her friendship with Sonic, she wouldn't be any different. If Elise at this point, say, took Sonic hostage for her own selfish gain, then she'd be a pretty bad character.
It's very weird how you see those two sentences, like, okay, she'd be a pretty bad character if she took, you know, Sonic to herself. And then before that, you say, well, she wouldn't be any different, whether or not she actually blew it out. Like, how does that make sense? Like, did I miss something there? Either way, she's still a pretty bad character. Especially in the public eye, she's a very bad character. It's like, you know, why you gotta stretch for Elise? Do you like Elise, man? Like I gotta know.
However, she did the right thing because Sonic reminded her of what matters the most, even if it's the hardest choice.
Yeah, like she like did what she had to do all because Sonic was there, essentially. And then like she said too, I don't care about the world, but it took a bit of convincing from Sonic to be like, okay, well, don't blow it out. You know, do it for, but basically do it for like the kingdom to like, I guess to get rid of Solaris. Like, this thing was fucking weird to me, but yeah, you need convincing, like some extra convincing from Sonic just to do the right thing. Like, why can't you do that on your own? Like, I can understand why you couldn't do it on your own, but to be a good character, you would do it on your own. You would do a lot of things on your own, in fact. I feel like it's kind of like what people said about Obito. Like, people want to swear up and down, oh man. Like, I even heard some dumb shit. Like, people saying that fucking he's better than freaking Toguro and Sensui. It's like, the fuck? No. Not even fucking close. Like, you take orders from like a dead man. A dead dude. And like, he only witnessed one person die in front of him. It was being convinced mad hard by a dead dude. It sure is moderate, but still, man, dude. Ugh. Obito.
Thus bringing us to the final scene. It's the same setup as what we started the game on. The Festival of the Sun. This time, Dr. Eggman does not show up, nor is Elise haunted by the threat of the flames, because there are no flames of disaster because they went back in time and put out the flame to stop Solaris from becoming Iblis and Mephiles during the events of the project. The events of 06's story to the characters is some kind of distant memory. It never happened. It is canon, meaning that the story progresses from Sonic 1 all the way to Sonic 06, but the flame gets put out, which starts a new timeline where the events of 06 don't happen because of it. A fascinating ending, complemented by the best CG cutscene in the game with its top-notch cinematography.
But it felt so familiar somehow.
Wow, like I had all these really good memories of Sonic 06 because of like the cutscenes and the experience of playing this game. Oh man, I actually like this game. Can't wait to tell you it's on my fucking watch later. This is some horseshit. Yeah, come on, man.
And that, my friends, was the end of Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. The credits being joined with the final vocal theme in the game, My Destiny, the theme of Princess Elise. This being my favorite one in the game. As far as tracks that really capture the essence of Sonic are concerned and the series as a whole, there are numerous better in the game. As far as tracks, My Destiny, the theme of Princess Elise. This being my favorite one in the game.
Oh. It's like no wonder he's like dick sucking Elise. Like he's tried really hard to like dick suck her. Cause of like the thing. Oh man, like I really love her like theme. Like she isn't a bad character, y'all. I really loved her theme. You know that's why I actually really like her because of her theme, man. It's my favorite in the game. I never hear anyone say that. Like this is like their favorite. It's like man, how low do you have to have your standards be? Holy shit.
As far as tracks that really capture the essence of Sonic
it's bad enough that you like Sonic 06
are concerned and the series as a whole, there are numerous better examples of that than this. But My Destiny is a beautiful song thanks to all the people who composed and performed the various elements of it, but most importantly, Donna DeLory doing the vocals.
I'm skipping
Besides,
that.
I don't know, the multiplayer mode. I've talked about this entire game from top to bottom, and I've certainly hammered in the big talking points throughout. In 2020, I'm talking about this entire game from top. Worth saying at this point. Besides, I don't know, the multiplayer mode. I've talked about this entire game from top to bottom, and I've certainly hammered in the big talking points throughout.
I want to see him defend the multiplayer.
In 2020, I'm very able to tell you that Sonic 06 is not a finished product. It's buggy, it's glitchy, the loading screens are terrible, it's broken, it has way more bad gameplay than good, but I just don't...
Yeah, it's way more bad gameplay than like good, but I like it.
I don't see the point of bashing it anymore.
I don't see the point of bashing it anymore. It's like, dude, like... What do you think is going to happen when we're talking about a bad game? It's not going to get flamed? If someone does something wrong, like, it's not going to get some backlash? At least some? Okay, like, you know, what if we talk about... I think he said that, Shadow the Hedgehog was worse than this game. Like, if you ask me, like... This ain't... It's a lot more playable than Sonic 06, I'll tell you that. And like, I do like the... Do I like the music better? It's a little of a struggle to say that, but... I'll say that... Yeah, I say I do. I personally do. You know, it's not by, you know, much. Yeah, I like the gameplay, music marginally better. Yeah, marginally. It's kind of hard to debate on because we're still talking about like another bad Sonic game to like another bad Sonic game. Like it's weird. But yeah, okay. So let me see here. It's not a story for Shadow the Hedgehog. It doesn't have The thing about Shadow the Hedgehog is that Shadow was pulled in like a lot of directions. But at the end of the day, if he wanted to destroy, if he wanted to destroy Doom, he did it. Wanted to destroy Eggman, he actually did it. Like, he actually followed through with whatever he was gonna do. So like, I find it just a little interesting how like he was able to like pull it in so many waves, but made like his own decisions at the end. And then like like in the story, like we're talking about Shadow the Hedgehog. So you see, it has a good start. It's just that the way they did the story could have been way better easily. Sure. But like I'm finding myself being disappointed, nearly as much when it comes to Shadow the Hedgehog, like its story compared to like 06. And everyone knows that, like, it has a better gameplay, like by leaps and bounds, like, and like this game Shadow on freaking Shadow's like chaos powers and like gameplay. It really doesn't help there. Again, we literally had to have a guy make this game, good. These days, and now people are coming back to this game because of it.
Sonic 06 failed, clearly, but I just feel bad because I don't think this game is funny to laugh at. I think this game's a tragedy. This game had a passionate vision to be the greatest Sonic game of all time, and I think that potential is all there. There exist bad games that are just struggling to simply exist with whatever conditions the developers were met with. Sonic 06 is not one of those
But they at least have better gameplay.
Games. I've been talking about this game extensively today and how its flaws could simply be improved to become what it was meant to be. Maybe the game wouldn't have been
Also, like, no one's laughing at the game. People are saying that, holy fuck, this game is bad. I put so much. They're basically coming to that because like they put so much time into the game. If the game was like like an hour 30 minutes, not nearly as much bitching. But the fact that you put so much time into the game, like I think the regular runtime of like how much time it would take to actually beat the game would be like around, okay, say it's around like 8 to 12 or 10 hours. See, like it's around there. And like the pacing for the cutscenes don't help with the runtime either. If you're actually just having like a regular run of the game. And like it can fluctuate too because of all the bugs, so that really doesn't help either. So like aside from like bashing the word, basically saying, "Hey Sega, don't do whatever you fucking did in this game again." Well, you're gonna have even more detractors of the Sonic series. Like the Sonic series is in a bad enough place as it is. And then it's like it's not just a game. It's not like we're talking about fucking what's a bad game. It's not like we're talking about Mega Man and Bass. That has like no point in the grand scheme of things for the Mega Man series. This does for the Sonic series. The fact that it made like a big other timeline because of the ending. It tells you that this game has some importance in the grand scheme of things for the series. And then like a ton of the backstory, the bad gameplay, that it makes it sink a lot more into people's heads that, oh shit, they really fucked up with this game. They really fucked up with this game, with the series like this. And yeah, it's like tragic too because this is like a pivotal moment for the series, but Sega shitted it up with this one.
10 out of 10 for everybody if it was finished, but it certainly would have been for me, given how much value I find this.
And then the fact that it was unfinished really set like a really bad precedence.
Game as a package already. I think it's important to look at Sonic 06 in a more positive light nowadays because of the fact that the series had since stripped away everything Sonic.
So you want to look at a bad game in a more positive light, one that was also pivotal. Okay, man.
Sonic 06 stood for. And it's hardly better for it because most of these games are garbage that still got panned anyway, despite doing none of what 06 did. Actually, the series is currently missing everything Sonic 06 had. a passionate direction to take advantage of next-gen hardware to produce the best possible Sonic game. That sentence is everything.
More playable characters.
Everything I want from Sonic summed up, and it's a tragedy to see that because this game was rushed, they could not finish it properly. Because of Sega wanting it out for that 2006 release date, we end up one of the most hated video games in the history of mankind as opposed to the highs the developers were shooting for. Everyone knows Sonic 06 was not a finished game for all the reasons I've mentioned, but I think it's time to dig beneath the surface and be inspired by a game like 06. Take the ambition of 06 and make a finished game.
Yeah, like the guy that's making Project 06, we know, man. That doesn't mean, like, this game shouldn't, you know, get flamed or some backlash, even to this day. And, like, people talk about, like, older games anyway that are bad games, so it's like, so it's like, you trying to, like, refute all that is very foolish.
One that makes you stop and go, wow, that was really good when the credits roll. Instead,
Who thought that?
Sonic 06 is the reason we have asinine rules holding the franchise back. You can't tell a story because 06 had that. You can't have a big cast of characters worth a damn because 06 had that. Or being inspired in general because of Sonic fucking 06.
Look, it wasn't Sonic series. It's not because of this game. It's because Sega. It's like they don't want to try anything. I guess you can say ambitious because of this game. I wouldn't even go that. I wouldn't even go that far actually. We want a good game. It shouldn't be hard, especially if fans can do it all the fucking time. You know, fucking just look at Freedom Planet. Well, playable characters, like there's like 5, you know, with like Spade, but you had to get the code for it. Anyways, point is, Freedom Planet is doing what Sonic isn't doing. Like it has an excellent soundtrack, ambitious story. It doesn't even get its own sequel because of how successful it is, because of it being a good game, like an actual really good game. So like, fuck the rules, just make a good game. It shouldn't be hard to ask for it if we, especially get it, you know, time and time again nowadays. Well, I'd like to tell you which games are considered really good, you know, these days, but it shouldn't be. Okay, off the bat, Bayonetta 3. Fucking okay, here, like I'm gonna give you 2 more. Devil May Cry 5. What am I playing now? Super Smash Bros. Wii U. It's overall a really good game. Am I unsatisfied with multiple things with the game? Sure, but I'll tell you it's a really good game. Like it's at least like a 7.
It's so old and tired. This game is 15 years old now. It is well beyond time to let this game just rest in peace already and move on.
Okay, like you say that, but you want to talk about the classic series. You're not even gonna get that one like a rest, which are much older, by the way. Like what you're talking about, PS3. Those games were Genesis. Do you know how far back Genesis goes, man? Apparently he forgot.
Honestly, this is the saddest part. When I think of what I want in a Sonic game, I don't say mech shooting, treasure hunting, or even adventure-styled gameplay. I just want an exciting, next-generation experience that leaves an impact after you shut off the console. A game you actually want to play again. Sonic games get promoted still. We might get a cartoon show, the new game might get trailers, brand promotions, all that. But they really went all out with Sonic 06. When looking at the Sonic Wiki for information...
Well, in a bad way.
On Sonic 06, I find it so interesting to see that what I've come to call the Dark Age of Sonic almost didn't happen. Shadow the Hedgehog might have sucked, but it was all riding on this game to be good to avoid the current timeline of Sonic we have now.
It sucked, but this one sucked harder.
Now, this game was seriously hyped up. Bus decals, store displays, cards, magnets, ties, mugs,
I never saw any of that before. I've seen like the posters all the time, but I never seen all that other shit. Like, okay, man.
Magazine ads,
I guess like it just tells you just how successful all of this like you know, marketing went. No one talks about any of that other shit too. Well, like I had this other friend do that. Oh, okay, man. Freaking 5 out of like thousands of people. All right.
Magazine front covers. I have no doubt that if Sonic 06 was finished, Sonic would have gone a completely different trajectory than the one it did after 06 launched. The first half of Sonic's lifespan was spent building towards a game as large as this one, and it's been 15 years since. I don't really know what style of video this retrospective is going to be for the coming games, but because of the fact that these 6 videos, as well as their accompanying episodes, were trying to tell one story. That Sonic the Hedgehog, for better or for worse, was distinctive. Believe me, we're not done yet. There are 15 more years worth of Sonic games left for me to look at, but the difference is that all that content in the second half of Sonic's life was made with Sonic 06 in mind. Games that all, to varying degrees, ran in fear of this game. But in the meantime, now that the video's over, well, I hope it's my last time making a video game review that is this long. But more importantly, I hope it's clear as to why someone who grew up playing Sonic 06 and enjoying it immensely can look back on it, accepting its flaws, but also enjoying it, and thinking the series has far more to gain than lose from taking inspiration.
So I enjoy it, therefore people shouldn't bash the game? Okay.
From Sonic the Hedgehog 2006.
Fuck this game. This game was just shitty. God, I had like, this man's trying to be on some Sonic 93 shit with this. Okay, well, I won't go that far, but like, we're going in that direction. And then like also I'll just have here. Yeah, also with ever since I disliked the video when a person disliked it, it was like the people aren't gonna run to like not feeling this game or like feeling what this dude is saying. People have been not feeling this game. Holy shit. Let me see. Yeah, the mainline disasters. 06 is the most salvageable in terms of. Okay, hold on. Let me just not have like I had the show for y'all. Okay, now we're getting to the comments. So, okay. So there are multiple points in this video that are just fucking questionable. And or just like in poor taste overall. Like since he's heard about the game and bashed so much, he's like tired of it. So you just be like, okay, well, here's my lengthy video of the review of the game, and I'm tired of people bashing it. So people shouldn't bash it since it's an old game. It's like, how risky can you get? Like, who thinks like that? Well, aside from Sonic fans, who thinks like that? Well, aside from like the bad apples and like fan bases, who actually thinks like that? Okay, so okay, and like he wants to like he should find himself having 1 step forward and 2 steps back for some of the stuff. Like, I heard him be like that, over a dozen times in this video. Like, with the whole thing with the game story and how messy it is. He wants to praise it, but he can't help but be like, oh, or what I said way back. Notice how he said this is a disastrous game. This game fails. This game is incomplete. Yet he wants to like the game. It's like, how unseen can you get, man? How not sound could you come off, as in like one video? It's like, why? And then still like he wants to call this like video why I like Sonic 06 from a Gen Z's perspective, but it's like this is you said this is before you really started. You said this is the review. But where's the review aspect? Like, this is you really going over like a summary most of the time. Like, there's very little objective speech happening here. And then like he wants to even talk about game design, but he obviously doesn't know much about game design when he's trying to go off like nostalgia most of the time, especially. So it's like, what the fuck is wrong with him, man? I'm sorry. Sorry, but not sorry. So let's see these shitty ass like comments that are trying to dix up the game with them. You have the mainline Sonic disasters. 06 is the most salvageable in terms of gameplay, and projects like P06 proves that. But no, okay, now Project 06. Notice how long that's been taking to like complete, because like the guy that's making the project is trying to like put in what need to be put in 06. Like he's having a hard time doing all that. That's decent. That's Steven stuff buried underneath the crap. Maybe at best. Okay, maybe at its best, it's still not. Maybe at its best, it's not as good as the adventure game. No, like it's far from Adventure Generations and Unleashed. But I have more fun with Project 06 than the last 6-7 years of the main Sonic Team game. Yeah, because the past 7 years have been shitty for the games. Dog shit. Silver is still one of my favorite characters. No, man. Not for this game. Well, he can be one of your favorites in the comics, but not in this game. See, shame mainline Sonic games don't feature epic CG. I don't give a fuck about CGI. You want a movie. I can't believe Shadow was such a good character before. It's sad to see him betrayed as this ridiculous edgelord nowadays. I know, though. Well, how much is factual? And ironic thing, I noticed the message of the game to live in the present and start hanging on to the past. Evil and devs aren't following that message. Not everyone has to. You have to learn from the past. And it's like it's being brought up again with this game because of Project 06 with this like Shadow update. the fact that you have a small amount of dislikes is impressive. It is impressive because of the dick suckers. Okay, a guy a lot of replies saying is okay. Are you seeing his ratio? It's obviously a lot more mixed than positive. Okay, let me see. What are you talking about, mix? Mix would be about 50-50 to 70 to 30. Well, it's more like 50-50, but anyways, Mio has less than 4% dislikes. Given that Jay isn't just shitting on Sonic 06 or like every other reviewer that's impressed. I mean, like it could sound like that, but just because I'm shitting on something doesn't mean I just absolutely fucking hate it. Like I had nothing positive to say. I've already praised the parts with like with like Shadow. Again, that's the only really good part in this game, aside from the game actually just ending. The video made me almost cry. I miss that distinctive part of Sonic so much. Sonic was and is my childhood hero. It hurts me to see what the meta era did to Sonic as a character. It's like just like grow up. So basically, like all these like fictional characters don't get dealt like a good hand all the time. So like I kind of have a video about this. Like if you actually like the characters or like the series like a character is like from, do what you can to make the character or like whatever sit into your mind. Just don't like just don't like bitch or whatever. That gets us nowhere. Opinions are a funny thing. I will never like Sonic 06, and it will always be Sonic's rock bottom to me, and yet I am with your final monologue 100%. It's way past people let this go. Especially Sega. You seriously need to stop using it as an excuse to not try or not be ambitious. Okay, that much I can agree with. It's hilarious how scared they are of this game, because there is only one singular lesson to learn from. Don't rush out your products, yeah. And also don't do whatever 06 was trying to do. Unless you're on some Pilot 06 shit. I even heard about the guy trying to make like all the cutscenes, and it's like, no man, like just make the gameplay. Or else you had to like literally scrap a vast majority of the cutscenes. Well, the unintentional comedy in that.
You can slow the time-space rift just.
Oh, that. Okay, anyways. Okay, I'll just look at 2 more. It's like, finally, people don't really hate me anymore. Forces, well, I'm spitting facts. What part of this is facts? Like, I guess 70% of like the stuff he was saying was not factual. At least when it comes to like the quality of the game he feels like this game has. Like cutscene, like the cutscenes look sure, but don't dick suck because of that. Okay, let me see this. Unpopular opinion: Sonic teams should try to make a game similar to Sonic 06, but don't rush it and follow through on the ideas. I want to know what you really mean, because it's like 06, like just we need adventure style stuff more. It's not too obvious. Okay, let me see my core recording. Okay, this is like the last one I'm gonna cover. It's about damn time I've seen a review that didn't just endlessly bash the game and actually give merit and credit where it's due. No one has ever said that they don't like how the cutscenes looked. So like, that's not endlessly bashing. It's a fun fact, and it means demon and Indonesian. I would rather play 06 over Forces anytime. What? You could say yourself by saying you would play Pride 06 over Forces. Ah, shit. Well, like, you should. Okay, so like what this is also is like people are acknowledging that when people started comparing bad games to like one another, like that's how you should realize just how low we are getting right now. So basically, okay, like that's the end of the video here. This guy basically made this video that's like too fucking long because he keeps seeing people bash the game. That's a bad game. So you just try to think about that wording. Just damn, like we're that question with the Sonic series. Okay. So yeah, like I'm glad I got through this fucking video. I can take this on my watch later list and start staring at it. Sometimes. Wish I covered it way sooner. Yeah, I got to wrap this up anyway, so I had time for like work.